The rats that ran over the broken tiles of the pit did not let us forget for a moment what a piece of garbage he was. His father was one of the greatest men who ever lived, and he was nothing more than his bastard. Little Layman sat on the bed among the rats, while those around him pointed their fingers at him, showing how much they despised him. However, the boy knew that he had a gift for healing. Such a blessing was awaited by those who were suffering from pain and tormented by illness. Those who knew how to use such a gift were called healers. They lived in abundance, and they were treated with a certain reverence. And the boy understood, studying books by candlelight, that the only way for him to become recognized is the path of a healer. However, despite all his efforts, a fat red F stood like a brand on the job letters, which marked his miserable rank. Layman understood very well that efforts alone would not be enough to cover the lack of talent. And no matter how hard he tried to reach the highest level, in 5 years of study, he never managed to get rid of the status of a student. And now the boy was on the run in the clinic, rubbing the window to a shine under the supervision of one of the elders. Everyone around laughed, calling him a dirty bastard and a lousy bastard. Layman heard all this, but did not dare to answer them. He didn't know what to answer. One of the students passing by threw a crumpled piece of paper at him, ordering him to throw it in the trash. Picking up the trash from the floor, the boy heard them discussing him, wondering how he could be born to such a famous person. While cleaning the library, Layman took one of the books and began to read it, keeping the bucket and mop in his hands. However, when he was about to leave, he froze and looked ahead, noticing a blue light behind him. The bucket of water immediately fell from his hands, clattering to the floor. Out of surprise, the boy shouted, looking at something behind him. The notification that he had been awakened as a surgeon class player looked like a miracle. Scratching his eye, Layman thought that he was already hallucinating from overwork. The word surgeon, which he did not know, caught his attention the most. Spreading his hands to the sides, the boy exhaled that it would be better if they showed him how to earn money, because he does not need such delusions. Immediately after that, he found himself in a large, bright room, dressed in a surgeon's uniform and with a mask covering his face. Sensing the change, Layman opened his eyes sharply, looking in front of him in shock. A body lay on the table in front of him, and voices were heard around him about vital signs and the need for an immediate blood transfusion. Removing the mask from his face, he tried to understand what was happening around him. Ahead, he saw a figure instructing an assistant to administer a double dose of norepinephrine. Immediately after receiving the order, he took out a syringe and began to fill it with an anti-shock drug. The boy watched intently as the doctor demanded the Kelly clamp and bent over the patient. The assistant wasted no time in handing the professor the tool he needed. As he looked at the patient, Layman thought that although he had heard all these terms for the first time, he knew perfectly well what they meant. He looked down at his hands, wondering where he got the idea that he shouldn't lower his hands below his waist. Observing the operation, the boy at first thought that he had become a healer, but he quickly recovered and realized that he was now a doctor. And now he and the doctor across the street were performing a splenectomy, that is, an operation to remove the spleen. Layman knew perfectly well that he would not be able to help the patient with his healing power. However, looking at the body connected to the devices, he realized that he could save him with the help of medical knowledge in his head. But in the next moment, the boy again looked in front of him in a daze, not understanding what was happening. The book fell from his hands and lay on the floor, sifting through the pages of the water that had spilled out of the bucket. Sitting on the ground, Layman tried to comprehend what had just happened. He had never heard of an operation that involved cutting open a patient's stomach, so now it reminded him of some barbaric method. The boy laughed, sure that everything he saw was just a stupid dream that he saw from overwork. However, he suddenly realized that this was not the case, because everything he saw seemed to him to be a more reliable method of treatment. Layman mentioned that there were patients on the continent of Lipentine who were not helped by the gift of healing, but could be helped by the treatment he saw. He sat down on the floor again, clutching his head and trying to figure out what was happening to him. A notification appeared before his eyes again, telling him to check the status window. There he saw his name, bastard title, class, resident rookie rank, and characteristics. Staring at the call to heal people and level up, a dazed Layman tried to make sense of everything that was happening. However, he definitely understood that a real miracle had just happened. Suddenly, the door to the library opened sharply, and the boy heard the teacher's loud cry. He was standing in the doorway with a pail in his hand, shouting at Layman, wondering how much longer he would sit idle. Frantically getting up from the floor, the boy began to apologize and make excuses. However, The elder came up to him and poured slop on his head, telling him to stay where he is, next to the garbage. The man added that this was all Layman could do for them at the Belanda clinic. Without raising his head, the boy heard the voices of the students who appeared at the door, talking about the smell of the bastard. One of them tried to yell at his friends to be quiet, but the other told him that Layman was just a bastard and wouldn't do anything to them. Layman himself did not even raise his head as he listened to them discuss his parentage and his father's attitude towards the boy. He looked down at his feet as tears fell to the ground. Hearing himself being summoned to the head healer, Layman looked up in surprise. His eyes flashed with fear as he questioned whether he had heard correctly. In the chief healer's room, a young man was waiting for him, holding a cup of tea in his hands and inviting him to pass. Standing at the door, Layman folded his arms across his chest and bowed, showing him his respect. After hearing how Langs began to talk about the fact that he has been studying for 5 years, the boy looked up in fear. He looked at Layman, reminding him that he himself came a year later than him, but now he is the main healer. Layman immediately began to say that this was due to his great talent. However, Langs nonchalantly added that they, along with other recognized healers, believe that this is why they no longer want to become healers. Saying that he was no longer a student from today, Langs ordered him to pack up and leave the clinic. After hearing this for a moment, Layman looked in front of him in fear, trying to find a way out of the situation. He threw himself on his knees before the chief healer, begging him to reconsider his decision. Placing a cup of steaming tea on a saucer, Langs replied that he had thought so for a long time, considering his parents. Closing his eyes, Layman knew that he had to do something, because after flying out of the clinic, he would never become a healer, and for a bastard that was the only normal job. Suddenly, a blue notification window appeared in front of him, and he raised his head in surprise. It was written there that he could heal people with the help of surgery, and an idea immediately appeared in Laman's head. Slamming his hands on the floor, the boy sharply exclaimed that he could heal people. Hearing that he could prove it, Langs grinned widely, asking how he was going to do it. Pointing to himself, Layman passionately assured the chief healer that if he would give him the patient, he would be able to cure him. He fully understood that although his healing skills were of a low rank, but with the knowledge of medicine, he would be able to become a healer. Layman again began to beg for a patient to cure. Langs gave him a condescending look, assuming he considered treating people like child's play. Having laid out the personal file of one of the patients on the table, the chief healer covered it with his palm and said that he had one perfect candidate. Handing the beaming boy a sheet of patient information, Langs assured him that if the treatment was successful, they wouldn't kick him out. The head healer watched Layman closely as he sipped his tea. In a while, the boy was already walking along Rankin Street, where people were repairing carts and talking about their topics, while children ran between houses. Holding tightly to himself the letters with the medical history of his first patient, the boy thought about whether he could cure him. Raising his fist, the boy knocked on the door, impatiently waiting to begin the treatment himself. A picture appeared in his head, how Langs threw him out of the clinic for another failure, to which Layman thought with a smile that he was not yet ready to end his journey as an apprentice. He perfectly understood that in such a case, he would become a healer without a diploma, for which he could be imprisoned. People will not understand him, and they will look with condemnation at the criminal bastard, indignant at how much he will still desecrate his father's name. And sitting in prison, shackled, he will only have to listen silently as those around him wish him a speedy death. Layman froze for a moment, looking down at his feet and waiting to be opened. He heard a creak and saw a black gap appear between the shutter and the door, which was growing rapidly. In a moment, the boy was already sitting on the ground, rubbing his bruised forehead, and a girl was standing over him, wondering who he was. Layman stammered, trying to explain who he was, but she waved her hands, stopping him. She turned her attention to the papers that were scattered around and that the boy was frantically trying to gather into a pile. The girl flew up to him and, looking with big eyes filled with tears, asked if he was from the Belland clinic. Without waiting for his answer, she called out to her mother that the healer had come, upon whose words another woman came out of the house. Not believing her eyes, the woman looked at the guest, whom her daughter was holding by the hand. The woman began to pray, thanking the gods that a healer had finally come to them. Layman smiled as he greeted the household of the house he arrived at. Seeing her pointing to the door, inviting him in, the boy warned that he was only a student. However, the woman immediately grabbed his hands in hers and assured him that she did not care, pleading only to save her husband's life. Without letting go, The patient's wife explained that the clinic refused to treat him, arguing that they did not have enough money. Hearing the words that she only had to watch her husband die, the girl grabbed her skirt tightly. After looking at the medical history, Layman realized that the man had a rather severe abscess, which was usually treated by B-rank healers. Looking at the family, the boy realized that they simply did not have the money to hire a high-level healer. He remembered his younger self, standing in front of the clinic door, begging for help. With tears in his eyes and running down the child's cheeks, the boy passionately assured that he would do anything to earn money, which was currently in short supply. He held out a silver coin and begged with tears to save his mother. And now, immersed in his thoughts, Layman heard the words of the girl who begged to save her father. Tears glistened in her eyes, and her hand gripped her mother's skirt tightly. Exhaling, Layman looked determinedly around the house, wondering where he could find the patient. With a smile, the woman pointed with her hand to where the little boy ran happily. A notification window appeared in front of Layman's eyes, which talked about the skill points for the fact that he just decided to treat the patient. After reading the information about the quest where he had to cure his first patient, the boy clenched his fists firmly. While he was thinking about the fact that he came here so that he would not be kicked out of the clinic, the girl ran into the next room, informing her father about the healer. Looking at the family bent over the man, Layman thought that he wanted to cure him at any cost. The guy thought that he had every chance to save him, since he had not only the gift of healing, but also knowledge in surgery. And despite some limitations, he will be able to raise his level and improve his skills, after which he will become a recognized healer. Smiling widely, Layman began to approach the patient's bed, introducing himself. He did not answer anything in return, and the boy noticed such a disgusting smell around him that it was really difficult for him to breathe. Seeing that the boy had stopped, the hostess quietly called him, not understanding what was happening. Layman stood in a stupor, not knowing what to do when he first met the patient. Closing his eyes, he tried to pull himself together, despite the fact that he couldn't remember anything. Immediately after that, the boy put his hand to his chest, feeling his heart stop beating wildly. Layman looked at the patient's wife, asking her to show what was bothering the patient, to which she replied that he had an abscess on his buttocks, which instead of shrinking only grew. After saying that he was starting to feel feverish, Layman looked at the man, whose face was covered in large drops of sweat. Deciding to check his blood pressure first, the boy took his wrist, relieved to see that sepsis hadn't started yet. Hearing that the healer needed to see the place of inflammation, the woman eagerly began to turn the man over on his stomach. Seeing that the patient had a thigh abscess, Layman thought that it was difficult to use healing here, but it was a common practice for medicine. While watching the healer, the woman wondered if it would be possible to heal her husband, as they said it would take a high-class healer. Turning to face her, the boy said that it was quite possible to save her husband. After hearing the words that he would need help, the woman looked at her son with her eyes, assuring him that they would do everything necessary. Layman asked the housekeeper to boil the water well and then cool it. She assured that she would do everything immediately, but when she heard that he would need a sharp knife, she was embarrassed. Despite the woman's mild shock, Layman added that he should also be treated with fire. The boy also looked frightened at his mother, who stutteringly asked how the healer was going to treat her husband. Putting on gloves and a mask over his face, Layman replied with a smile that he was going to perform surgery. The girl asked her mother in a whisper what surgery was, but she replied that she was hearing the word for the first time. In a few minutes, everything necessary for the operation was already at the patient's bedside. The family watched in silence as the healer bent over the head of the family with a focused face. Hearing the words that he was opening an abscess, the woman's eyes widened in fright. Without wasting a second, she rushed to Layman and grabbed his hand, which had a knife in it. Layman froze as he answered her question about trying to heal her husband. However, she immediately asked why he was cutting him with a knife if he had to use the gift of healing. Layman stood up, asking the woman to trust him to heal her husband and assure him that he would be able to play with his daughter again. The household froze for a moment, considering their actions, while the daughter walked up to her mother and clutched at her skirt. In a moment, the woman timidly spread her fingers, with which she was holding the healer's wrist. Seeing how Lamond returned to work, the woman folded her hands and began to pray for herself, so that everything would go well. Speaking to himself, the boy realized that he had no right to make a mistake. He immediately remembered the operating room he was in earlier, as well as the principle by which the healers were guided. Layman thought that with the medical knowledge he had, The operation he wanted to perform should be successful. For a moment, seeing the liquid, the boy froze, not daring to continue the operation. The girl, who was held by her mother's shoulder, quietly tried to call her father. Frowning, Layman tried to pull himself together, remembering everything he knew. He took a clean cloth to wipe away the fluid that had oozed from the punctured abscess. After that, the boy washed the wound with boiled water to avoid infection and began to remove the remaining pus. In a moment, he had already cut off the remains of dead skin with a sharp knife. The patient's family anxiously watched the healer who performed the operation. Finished, Layman covered the wound and pressed the cloth tightly to seal it. Immediately after that, the boy held out a glass with a potion that was supposed to treat the wound until it healed. Hearing that the operation was completed, the patient's family smiled, looking at the savior with shining eyes. Not believing her eyes, the woman took a few timid steps towards the healer, asking if everything went well. With a smile, Layman returned to the housekeeper, asking her to take care of the patient. The woman silently sat down next to the man on the bed and took his hand in hers. Sensing this, the man slowly opened his eyes and barely audible called his wife. But she looked at him with a stunned look, and tears flashed in her eyes. Barely able to say the words, the woman said that he finally came to his senses, and the daughter also rushed to her father. The woman readily admitted to her husband, Layman, who offered to check whether the patient had a temperature. After a few minutes, looking at the thermometer, the boy concluded with a smile that the temperature had dropped, so the man should recover in a few days. Seeing the woman begin to bow, burning with words of gratitude, he assured her that it was just his job. However, looking at her happy daughter and husband, the woman said that he was actually the only one who agreed to help them. Tears welled up in her eyes when she remembered how everyone refused treatment, arguing that there was not enough money. When the man hugged her with one arm, the woman added that thanks to Layman, she did not lose her husband, and the boy saved their family. After hearing these words, the boy froze for a moment, awkwardly looking at the happy family. A moment later, a little girl, whose father he had just saved, was jumping on his neck. She wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, and he hugged her back, thinking that he had never been told such words before. Lifting the girl in his arms and hugging her to him, the boy wondered if what he felt was the joy of treating a patient. In a while, Layman was back in the office of a shocked Langs, reporting on his progress. He glared at him skeptically, asking how he could heal someone with such a worthless healing gift. A drop of sweat rolled down Layman's face, because he understood perfectly well why Langs did not believe him. In Lapentine, healing was not super powerful, it simply increased life force. And for the festering inflammation he was treating in the patient, healing would have played no part. And that was why Langs was now sitting in a rage. And the healers themselves did not really follow the methods, because they depended on the power of healing. When the head healer growled that he would go see for himself, Layman even cringed for a moment. Already at the door, Langs added that if he had lied to him, he would brutally make him regret it. Immediately after that, he left his own office, slamming the door loudly. Putting his hand to his chest, Layman tried to calm himself down, assuring himself that there was nothing to be afraid of, and that he had done nothing wrong. A notification window appeared in front of him, where the boy read that his novice resident level had been upgraded to resident. In this way, Layman realized that he would be able to raise his status from a resident to a doctor, and from a doctor to a specialist, and in the end, he will receive the status of a professor. Layman understood almost all the characteristics that he saw in front of him, but he did not understand what the question marks were at the very end. Raising a finger, the boy transferred 2 points to perception to better control his hands during operations, then smiled, lost in his dreams. Now he was sure he could work his way up the ladder, even with such meager talent. And now he even had a chance to become the best among doctors. At these thoughts, Layman frowned and covered his mouth, hiding a smile. Hearing the door suddenly open from behind, the boy straightened his back and looked in front of him in fear. Langs came into the office and said menacingly that it was a good thing because the patient had cured himself. Grimacing, he added that he had promised to give him another chance. After some time, they found themselves in a place where there were many people walking between fabric partitions. Looking at this, the head healer added that he was giving Layman 15 days to show up at the emergency room. He exhaled, realizing that this is where he could worry about patients and raise his level. Remaining, the boy approached the local healers, bowed to them, and reported that he had just joined the emergency room. However, the next moment he was already flying aside when one of their healers pushed him. Layman immediately sat down on the floor without raising his head. He heard all the healers around him start discussing his rank, and were surprised that he hadn't been kicked out yet. He heard the voice of one of the boys, who advised him not to go around the patients. At that moment, Layman realized that he would not be allowed to even get close to the patients here. Picking up a piece from the floor, the boy thought that if he did not cure anyone in 15 days, then he could say goodbye to his studies. Getting to his feet, he thought that he must do something. Looking at the healers running around, Layman realized that just by sitting still, he could wait for a patient for a whole year. And therefore, instead of waiting for the patient to trust him, he decided to find him on his own. His attention was also drawn to a guy named Hansen, whose rank was defined as tsai, and about whom they said neither fish nor meat. Layman went up to him, and snatching the broom from his hands, asked if he was not tired yet. Surprised, Hansen awkwardly looked at the elder, asking what had happened. Layman realized that he was embarrassed, so he replied with a smile that he couldn't just stand there while he was talking, so he offered to help. Hansen replied to the offer of help that he would be very grateful to the boy. Wasting no time, Layman added that he would also be able to bandage patients or administer medicinal herbs. Hansen hesitated to answer, realizing that the seniors would not be happy that the newcomer would treat patients. Having understood the reason why he did not answer, Layman assured that no one would know, since healers mostly sit in their offices. After that, he lowered his head, saying that he could forget about his proposal. Hansen approached the boy, looking at him intently, and asked if he was really going to clean up. Realizing that his plan had worked, Layman assured him that it did, glad that he would be able to level up. In some time, he was already bandaging the arm of one of the patients. Accepting his thanks, Layman raised his hand and replied with a smile that it was his job, so no thanks were needed. He reminded another patient on the run to take herbs and ran to bandage the other. The boy understood that he was getting 1 point since he was now performing simple tasks, but he remembered that a hryvnia was saving a penny. After 3 days of working at the emergency room, Layman already had level 4 and decided to spend the points on perception to become a good surgeon. Starting to treat the next patient, the boy thought that by accumulating experience, he would one day be able to become the best healer, and then he will have enough money to bathe in luxury. In his imagination, he was already sitting at the table, eating a juicy steak, and there were many other delicacies around. And his imagination was already drawing glasses of wine made from the best grape varieties, which would finally become available to him. And then, he will no longer be in the situation that happened in his childhood, when he did not have money to save his mother, and he will no longer be laughed at, throwing snubs, showing more contempt than a servant. It is because he has money that he will not hide in dark, dirty corners, as he did in childhood. Then the boy looked at the rich people who were sitting at the table enjoying the food, and he himself could only envy them. Little Layman then stretched his hand, looking at that picture with big eyes and wanting to be a part of that life. He was brought out of his memories by the voice of the patient, who asked him not to kneel. Getting up, the boy assured her that everything would be fine soon, as he had used the medicine. The elderly woman smiled, noting that she had seen many healers at her age, but he was the sweetest of them all. To this, Layman replied with a smile that being nice was part of his job. He also added that it upsets patients when they get sick and are treated badly. This is exactly what little Layman felt when his mother was sick, and he clung to her tightly, hiding from the formidable man. The elderly woman added with a smile that Langs once treated her, but he was so poor that her condition even worsened. Hearing that he had cheered her up today, Layman awkwardly shrugged it off. Layman saw a notification window saying that he had increased his status and gained 5 skill points. Smiling, the boy looked after the woman, wishing her to protect herself. Placing his hands at his sides, Layman looked around and exhaled noisily, realizing that the only thing left to do was clean up. He thought about the fact that there was no desire to do it, but since he had given his word, he had to do it. While washing the floor, the boy thought that he wanted to finish faster, because the smell was unbearable. Covering his nose with his fingers, Layman thought that the Leapentames didn't care much about cleanliness, and it didn't look like Hansen was trying too hard. However, he quickly pulled himself together, covering his ears with his hands and shaking his head, trying to drive away such thoughts. Rolling up his sleeves, he thought about the fact that the dirt harmed the patients, so he had to endure it, no matter how hard it was. Wrapping his hair from his forehead, Layman decided that it would be enough to imagine his luxurious life in order to have the strength to work. Imagining the ribs and steaks he would have on the table in front of him, the boy began diligently mopping the floor. Wiping his forehead, Layman exhaled, mentally deciding that when he got rich, he would definitely hire cleaners. Stretching his aching back, He wondered if cleaning would be less of a chore if he increased his stamina. After receiving a new notification window, the boy read with a smile that he can now buy skills from the shop. Reading the promotional offers, he smiled, thinking about what would be better to choose. Placing a finger to his lips, Layman thought he wanted all the unique skills, and there was only one to choose. At that moment, Hansen ran into the emergency room, announcing that they had a patient who was vomiting blood, and healers with a stretcher were following the boy. The boy ordered to hurry to use the healing because the man was in a very bad condition. Watching this, Layman thought that the fact that the patient was vomiting blood needed to be treated by an A-rank healer. Several healers held the patient's hands while he lay on the bed, and Lamont knew that vomiting reduced the healing effect. The boy knew that only Dr. Bucks had A-rank skills in their clinic, and at this rate the patient could soon die. Images of various surgical instruments flashed before his eyes when he remembered the technique of helping such patients. However, looking at the patient, he also understood that he would not be able to perform such an operation, as it required the rank of an experienced resident. Lang suddenly appeared in front of him, folded his hands behind his back, and asked if the patient was really bleeding. Hansen threw up his hands, answering that Dr. Bucks had gone out of town to cure a famous man. At that moment, the patient coughed again, and the chief healer raised his hand, covering himself from the bloody streams. Layman listened in silence as he ordered the man to be sent back, as there was nothing they could do. However, in the next moment, he rushed to him, trying to convince him to do at least something. But Langs crossed his arms on his chest and replied that in this situation, it was obvious that nothing could be done. Layman didn't miss an opportunity to convince him, reminding him about B-rank, at which the senior healer looked at him and asked if he was going to teach him. Turning his face to Raymond, he reminded that he had not been able to finish his studies in 5 years. Poking a finger at his shoulder, Lang suggested that the boy take care of the treatment himself, since he was so worried about the patient. Clenching his fingers into a fist, Layman thought, because the probability of a mistake was high, and he would definitely be blamed for the patient's death. However, almost immediately I saw the notification in which it was proposed to cure this patient, and I smiled. Hearing a hacking cough behind him, the boy turned his head and looked at the patient. Keeping his eyes on the healer, he reached out to him and begged him to help. Turning away, Raymond sadly thought that there was nothing he could do here. However, he quickly realized that if he didn't do anything, no one else would. The boy wanted to think rationally and was already thinking of focusing on the treatment of less severe patients. In the next moment, his gaze was again drawn by the patient, who was once again coughing up blood. Closing his eyes, Layman exhaled and cursed softly. Looking ahead, the boy resolutely turned to face Langs. Remembering the oath that healers took, Layman said that if he was allowed to practice medicine, he would devote his life to it. He perfectly understood that even if the treatment would be extremely difficult, he would not be able to just leave the patient. Looking at the head healer, Layman asked him for permission to actually treat the patient. Hearing this, Langs narrowed his eyes slyly and questioned him again. Pointing to himself, Layman said that if he was allowed, he would try to cure the patient. Crossing his arms over his chest, the head healer assumed he was out of his mind but allowed him to try. Turning to the door, Langs warned him not to forget to take responsibility for the outcome later. Immediately after that, all the healers rushed to the exit, leaving Layman alone. He began to doubt whether he would be able to do it by himself, since it is difficult to carry out an operation alone, but suddenly he heard someone's voice. Hansen awkwardly added that he didn't want to lose a patient either. With a sigh of relief, Layman shook his hand, thanking him for his help. However, he asked with doubt in his voice how he wanted to treat him if their healing was powerless in such cases. But Layman, without taking his eyes off the assistant, answered that they would use a different method of treatment. When asked what method they would use, the boy said that there was no time to explain. In a few minutes, guys in overalls were approaching the patient, and Hansen was trying to find out what Lamont's knife and threads were for. While he was wiping his hands to make them sterile, the boy replied that he would see everything for himself. To Hansen's surprise that the patient was unconscious, Layman explained that he had put him to sleep and numbed him with hallucinogens. After inspecting everything necessary for the operation, he was glad that he was able to get catgut from the magicians in advance. As he rubbed the wound to disinfect it, Hansen asked in disbelief what he was going to do. Without turning his head to the assistant, Layman replied that he was going to operate on the patient. In the next moment, the boy touched the patient's chest with a knife and moved it down, making an incision. Frightened, Hansen only quietly called him, not understanding what was happening. Seeing the subcutaneous fat, Layman felt his head suddenly empty. However, after a few seconds, he pulled himself together as he felt the steel heart skill activate and got to work. At the same time, the boy convinced himself that he could become rich in this way if he tried. At the same time, he did not stop doing the operation for a moment, regardless of anything. Hansen at this time was looking scared at Lamond, trying to understand what he was doing and doubting whether it was worth stopping him. Keeping his eyes on the patient, Lamond convinced himself that he would be able to cope with the task at hand. Without blinking, Hansen followed his movements, thinking that he had never seen Lamond look like this before. Having understood the cause of the patient's hemoptysis, he decided that it was necessary to ligate the artery. Hearing Lamond ask him to hold the organ, the boy recoiled, not sure he had heard correctly. With tears in his eyes, he went to the operating table and followed the instructions. Lifting the scalpel, Lamond knew that now a certain area of the wound should be excised. However, when he felt a little dizzy, he realized that the operation could end badly, because his hands did not obey him. Closing his eyes, the boy began to breathe deeply, trying to gather himself and find a way out of the situation. Looking at his hand, he realized that he should buy the surgeon's hand skill, and then he could perform surgery. Taking the scalpel in his hand, Lamond felt his fingers become much more sensitive, and his hands begin to move more gracefully. Hearing him command that he needed a thread, Hansen immediately rushed to carry out the order. Taking a needle and thread, Lamond thought that once his hands became more skilled, tying the artery would not be a problem. After that, he had to close the intestinal perforation using an omentum. Then they began to wash everything from the gastric juice with warm water. The last stage of the operation was suturing the patient's abdomen. After reading all the level-up notifications, the boy removed the mask from his face and smiled in relief. Seeing the older man fall to his knees, Hansen asked him if he was all right. He did not see how the trails of tears ran down his cheeks. Lamond turned to face the assistant, saying with a smile that he had managed to save the patient. Not believing what had happened, the boy grabbed his head and closed his eyes. At this time, in his office, Langs listened with amazement to the report that Lamond was able to cure a patient who was vomiting blood. In response to the fact that it was unknown what he did to make the patient recover, the head healer loudly pounded his palm on the table. After that, he suddenly jumped up from his chair and left the office, wanting to personally check the information. He couldn't believe that an F-ranked Lamond had managed to heal a patient with hemoptysis. The boy suddenly opened the door to the ambulance building, trying to find him. He saw the patient he had given up lying calmly on the bed and smiling. Next to him stood Lamond, smiling just as broadly, while Hansen carried a bowl of water. Not understanding what was happening, Lang sternly asked the audience what was happening. Lying by the window, the patient thanked Lamond for saving his life. Hearing the question of whether the patient had been saved by the healer Bucks, the boy turned his head towards the door in alarm. Approaching the bed, Langs asked who had healed the man, as he could not believe that it was Lamond himself who had healed him. He timidly tried to prove that he did treat. However, the head healer snarled that he wouldn't believe it at all, since he didn't even reach F-rank. Hearing that he was not using healing, Langs questioned aloud what he meant. Realizing that the truth cannot be told in any case, Lamond lied that he used ancient healing techniques. The main healer's reaction to these words was a slight stupor. Lamond began to tell a prepared story about how he lost his balance and fell off a cliff while running an errand. And then he suddenly found ancient ruins for himself, where he found knowledge called medical techniques. However, after hearing Langs exclaim in anger that he wouldn't believe such a delusion, Lamond wondered why it didn't work. Suddenly, a patient stood up in bed, shaking his head and saying that they were being too loud. Lifting his shirt, the man pointed Lang's finger at the scar as proof that it was Lamond who had treated him. The one with his mouth open stared at the stitched wound he saw on the patient. As the head healer approached him, the man smiled, adding that he remembered him. He pointed at the head healer, accusing him of ordering him to be left to his own devices. He rushed to Langs, shaming him for not doing anything himself and trying to blacken the name of the healer who saved him. Lamond held out his hand, trying to remind the patient not to get up, but the patient grabbed the vase and threw it at Langs. The head healer covered his head, covering his face from the spilled urine. Lowering his head, the boy looked at the man, not believing what had just happened. However, the patient immediately grumbled that if he didn't get out, he would start shitting at him. Immediately after these words, Langs screamed and ran out of the ambulance building. The patient hissed loudly, wondering how he could call himself a healer. After hearing how he regretted that he had messed up the room, Lamond began to convince him that nothing terrible had happened. The boy smiled as he thanked the man and added that he made him feel much better. However, This situation did not change much, as he was cleaning up, Layman could hear everyone whispering behind his back that he was just lucky, but he did not expect that curing the patient would change the opinion of others about him. As he was cleaning up the station, he didn't notice Hansen's watchful, sympathetic gaze on him. When he approached him and called his name, the boy raised his head with interest. However, he snatched the mop from his hands and said that he would now do the cleaning. To Lamon's objection, he added that it was his job from now on. Looking at how he began to rub the floor with a mop, the boy thought that he looked at him in a different way. Enraptured by what he didn't think, Layman didn't even notice that Langs was watching him. Feeling someone's heavy gaze on him, the boy turned and looked at the chief healer. He noticed that the other's gaze had also changed, and if he had been disdainful before, now he was actively expressing his desire to kill. Putting his hand to his chest, Layman thought about how he didn't know how to react to this before, but now he didn't care. He could wait a little longer, and very soon he had a chance to become a great healer. And then he could show everyone who treated him badly what he was capable of. Hearing Lang's voice just behind him, Layman froze in fear. Turning his head back, the boy mentally noted that even the air in the room had become heavier. Crossing his arms over his chest, Langs indifferently asked him to go to the festival at the royal palace. Hearing that he would be going to the festival as a guest healer, Layman froze in surprise, unable to find the words to answer. Seeing the expression on his face, the chief healer was surprised that he was not happy about such an honor. The festival was a celebration held in honor of the birth of the first king, and it was so grandiose that there was always a shortage of court healers, so each clinic additionally sent its own. Going to the holiday meant recognizing the healer's talent, but Layman didn't look happy about such news. Crossing his arms over his chest, Lang smiled, reminded of his apprentice status. He explained that by curing a patient who was vomiting blood, Layman had earned the right to go to the festival. Clenching his teeth, he mentally cursed, realizing that he just wanted to set him up. He remembered the 3 boys who did not give him a peaceful life in the royal palace. They kicked him then, wishing him a speedy death and reproaching him for having been born at all. Layman remembered his terrified self and the hell he had lived in, comparing that life to life in the clinic. He was the reason his father's honor was tarnished. The king once met him in the dark corridor of the castle. Layman wanted to talk to him and even reached out to stop him and say something. However, the king simply turned his back on him without even saying a word. The boy looked after his father and understood his attitude, because in the kingdom of chivalry and nobility, Houston did not recognize illegitimate children, and little crying Lamon knew very well that he was the only mistake his father had made. And now he was someone who should not have existed, even as a grown boy. Langs, looking at him, bared his crooked rat teeth in a smile. Layman looked up at him and frowned, realizing that he was deliberately trying to send him to the festival. Looking at the sly smile of the head healer, who was rubbing his chin with satisfaction, the boy asked if he really should be sent. He waved his hand, saying that he could do as he pleased, but reminded him that Layman's fate was in the hands of the chief healer. Layman froze, considering his next course of action. Clenching his fist, he wondered if he should now take a bite out of Langsu's face, which he really wanted to do. However, immediately after that, he saw a notification window that surprised him with extremely high rewards. Having carefully read the text of the notification, Layman thought about what kind of situation could happen at the festival. The boy took a step towards Langs and enthusiastically replied that he would go to the festival. However, pointing at himself with his hand, he asked for permission to take the qualification exam for a healer after returning from the holiday. Layman understood that the only reason he was still sitting in the clinic was because he wanted to pass this exam. Looking at the interlocutor with a look that showed contempt, Langs wondered how he was going to pass the exam with such a low rank. However, Layman replied with a smile that since he is already being sent to the festival, this is a clear proof that his qualifications are sufficient. Hearing this, Langs exhaled, glaring at the boy and realizing that he had been circled around his finger. Leaving the room, he replied that he could pass the exam, but only if he returned from the banquet and coped with the assignment. Left alone, Layman smiled, realizing that he would now be able to get out of the clinic as soon as he received his diploma, and then he would never see Lang's rat face again. Looking at the tower of the royal palace, Layman thought about the fact that he left here 5 years ago. Grabbing his head with his hands, he already thought about turning back, since he could not go in there. He even considered that Langs wouldn't be able to kick him out even if he came back. Compared to what awaited him in the palace, the chief healer's taunts seemed like flowers. Layman didn't understand how he would be able to help an urgent patient with his low level, if there were many high-class healers at the party. As he ran away, he thought that he shouldn't be concerned about the death of someone who wouldn't be helped by healing. Looking around, the boy remembered that everyone, from the members of the royal family to the servants, treated him like an empty place. Finally exhaling, Lamond resented why he had to run away if he had done nothing wrong. He did not want to be born out of wedlock, so he was simply a victim of the king's mistake. Remembering the happy family of his first patient, the boy thought that earlier he would have run away, but now he could not leave those who needed him. Immediately after his decision to go to the palace for the sake of the sick, the boy received a notification that the steel heart skill reacted to it. Putting his hand to his chest, Lamond felt that he became much calmer, and he was no longer afraid of anything. The boy immediately thought that if he managed to save the highly respected nobleman, he would be able to receive a generous reward. But after opening the notification window, he decided to find useful skills before entering the palace. In one of the notifications, the boy read that he could study magic for points, and immediately wondered if he could become stronger than ordinary magicians. After that, Lamond decided to look at the passive skills he could get. Putting his hands to his chin, the boy realized that since he had a rather low level, his skills were also ordinary. After thinking about it, Lamond decided to acquire the skill of communicating with idiots, since there were many of them among the nobility. Resolutely looking ahead, the boy smiled and decided that now he was ready for the festival. At the feast, guests toasted the king's health and admired his majesty, which made the Houston kingdom prosperous. The king had the fame of a majestic knight and military leader. However, along with that, he was also famous as a politician who thinks about his people. And even from the nobility, no one dared to mock him, since he was a monarch who listened to them. That's why everyone hated Lamond, because if it wasn't for him, an illegitimate child, the king could be blameless. The courtiers did not fail to mention the hidden prince who left the castle 5 years ago, and they no longer have to see him. One of the men said that his strength was so meager that the boy still remained a student. Lamond stood in the hall, listening to odes to the king and scum to his address. He did not react to them, silently lowering his gaze and looking at his feet. One of the men drew the attention of his interlocutor to the fact that the hidden prince seemed to be standing in a corner. Feeling the surprised looks on him, Lamond thought that he used to be embarrassed by such looks, but now he didn't care. Looking at himself in the mirror, the boy thought that he must raise the level of such a skill to A rank. Suddenly, he stopped in the middle of the road, forcing the rest of the healers to bypass him. His attention was drawn by Princess Sophia, who sternly looked at him without lowering her gaze. Lamond remembered the little girl looking at him with a displeased expression on her face. Smiling, the boy thought that compared to the princes, Sophia remained only a disaffected teenager. Looking at the color of her face, Lamond realized that the girl still had not recovered, as she had the health of the first queen. Suddenly hearing someone's voice behind him, the boy froze in fear because he knew perfectly well who it belonged to. Behind him stood the tall, red-haired Satil, who was the fourth prince. At the sight of the prince, Lamond subconsciously touched his elbow. Satil was quite cruel to him, but constantly wanted to see how long he could last, and now Lamond was stroking the scars on his arm, which still hadn't healed. The fourth prince resembled a snake that was already opening its mouth, and Lamond himself was like a mouse that could not move before her. Grabbing him by the chin, Satil forced him to look into his eyes and asked why he wasn't answering him. In the eyes of the fourth prince, the same disdain that he had seen in childhood was still red. And in Lamond's eyes, real horror flashed as he looked at one of his executioners. The boy closed his eyes in fear, not knowing what would happen next. However, after receiving a notification about the activation of the Steelheart skill, he calmly exhaled, realizing that he was no longer afraid of anything. Immediately after that, a window appeared, which said that the prince was recognized as a fool with a high level of idiocy. Watching Lamond bow to him in a welcoming gesture, Satil wondered why he wasn't afraid of him. He immediately remembered how he used to be so afraid of him that he couldn't get the words out of him. The prince wanted to swear, grabbing a glass of wine as he went. However, Lamond smiled widely and wondered what exactly brought the fourth prince to them. Ignoring Satil's puzzled face, he added that this area was for healers, so he asked if the prince was in any pain. Crossing his arms over his chest, the prince replied that he felt quite normal, while being surprised that his brother had changed. Hearing that everything was fine, Lamond smiled happily, saying that it was great. Pointing to the central hall, the boy advised the fourth prince to go there and enjoy the banquet. Satil clenched his teeth in rage, but in the next moment one of the lords nearby felt sick. Ignoring his brother, Layman rushed to the man, trying to keep him on his feet. With a smile on his face, the boy advised him to contact them if he became ill during the banquet. Noticing that the fourth prince had not gone anywhere, Layman turned his head to him again and asked why he was still here. Seitel frowned, realizing that he just wanted to see him off. Placing his hand over his mouth, he coughed several times, saying that he was feeling sick, prompting Layman to ask what was bothering him. With a smile, he said that lately he feels very tired and lacks energy. When asked if there were any other symptoms, the fourth prince said no. He had a big smile on his face, because he understood very well that it was quite difficult to do anything with such symptoms. Watching Layman touch his wrist, Seitel wondered if he would have a reason to destroy the bastard. However, in a moment Layman announced with a broad smile that the fourth prince was simply suffering from alcohol poisoning. Hearing this, Seitel shouted loudly, indignant at such words. However, Layman was not lost and anxiously asked if he drank alcohol every day. Raising his finger up, the healer reminded his brother that excessive alcohol consumption can cause a functional disorder of the body. After hearing the advice to refrain from drinking alcoholic beverages, the prince clenched his teeth again and grimaced. Bowing, Layman asked him to take care of his body. Seitel was silently angry that the bastard was telling the truth to his face, and he couldn't even deny it. When the healer asked if something else was bothering him, the prince crossed his arms over his chest and answered in the negative. Layman then wished him a good rest at the banquet, but asked him to refrain from alcohol. Staring at the bastard, Seitel tried to understand how he could be so brave if he hadn't been before. Seeing the new notification, Layman put a hand to his chest and smiled, realizing that he had dealt with the jerk quite easily. Remembering his face when the healer rushed to the Lord, Layman thought that he had bought that skill for a reason. Looking after his brother, the boy thought that he was not so scary and even a little stupid. Showing the middle finger to the blind prince, Layman thought his brains were made of noodles. However, hearing a menacing voice next to him, the boy suddenly lowered his hand and opened his mouth. He turned his head sharply at the sound, not expecting the person who approached him. Princess Sophia was standing next to him, never taking her purple eyes off him. Upon seeing her, Layman bowed in homage to her highness. Without changing her expression, the princess said that he had changed a lot since their last meeting. Grimacing, she added that he used to look like a real ugly rat. He remembered her standing by the door of the room with her arms crossed over her chest. The boy himself was then sitting on the floor, and now he was thinking whether her words should be considered an insult. However, I thought that it was probably not worth it, so I smiled and replied that she remained the same. To her dismay that she remained the same terrible person, Lamond laughed softly, replying that she was still as beautiful. However, Sophia said that she came here to rest as she was not feeling well, but now she thought it would be better to leave. Layman wasted no time in asking the princess what exactly was bothering her, to which she replied that nothing, besides, she does not have time, as she has to give a speech soon. Hearing this, the boy still noticed that the princess was very pale, but she interrupted him, reminding him that he was not a real healer. After these words, Layman silently looked in the direction of his sister, who left for the stage. He understood that she remained as rude as she was, but treated everyone like that. When Sophia came on stage, everyone in the audience raised their glasses of sparkling wine, congratulating her. The girl smiled and greeted everyone present at the festival. Looking at the crowd, she said she wanted to wish them all a happy day. Noticing how hard his sister was breathing, Layman, standing in the crowd, realized that something was wrong. Sophia, meanwhile, offered to begin by praying for the eternal glory of the Kingdom of Houston. However, in the next moment, the girl grabbed her chest and bent in half. Everyone present rushed forward in alarm, afraid of her highness. Unable to stay on her feet any longer, Princess Sophia fell to the ground unconscious. The courtiers bent over her, begging her to come to her senses. One of the men turned to face the healers and ordered one of them to be brought immediately. Layman froze at these words, standing in the middle of the festive hall. Looking at his unconscious sister, the boy finally understood who the quest was about. Someone in the audience growled into the crowd, demanding someone with healing skills. A few healers stood nearby, carefully watching what was happening. One of them put his hands forward, and a green glow immediately appeared around him. Seeing how it wrapped around the body of the unconscious princess, the healer concluded that it was not helping. Seeing that even A-rank healers couldn't help, Layman began to panic. Small drops of sweat covered his face as the boy thought about what to do. He perfectly understood that if he interfered but could not help, then he would be severely punished. Layman figured they had a bad relationship anyway, so he wondered if he should pretend he didn't see anything. Looking at the crowd, the boy thought that if he did not interfere, then no one would have to take responsibility for him. He now had a dream and a goal, and he didn't want his life cut short by injustice. He remembered again the words about the rat that the princess had told him some time ago. Layman pondered what to do while the healers bent over Sophia's body. Frowning, the boy firmly thought that he could not let her die just like that, since she had not yet apologized to him. Turning to face the crowd, Layman made his way there determinedly, wanting to force the princess to apologize. Resolutely stepping forward, the boy announced that he would treat the princess himself. The healer, who had already tried to save the princess, asked indignantly how the student could say such a thing while chasing him away. Pushing the rest of the healers aside, Layman stated that they didn't have much time, and although they tried to hold him, grabbing his shoulders, he ignored them, stubbornly heading towards the princess. Finally freed from their grip, the boy dropped to his knees and bent over the princess. Glancing at the rest of the healers, he asked them to trust him, or she might die. Taking her wrist in his hand, Layman realized that he did not feel a pulse in the radial artery. This meant a sudden cardiac arrest, and therefore it was necessary to restart it, for which he began to massage the heart of the princess. The boy folded his hands one on top of the other and pressed hard on the princess's chest several times. Seeing this, the courtiers were indignant and rushed to him, not understanding what he was doing. Without breaking away from the process, Layman explained that he was doing this to save the princess. When the guards had already taken a step to take the boy away from Sophia, they heard a voice behind them that ordered them to give him time. There stood the king, watching the whole scene with his stern gaze. Someone dared to express a doubt, but after seeing the stern look of his majesty, he suddenly fell silent. He stared at the back of the illegitimate son, who was trying to push the princess away. After that, the king turned to the healers and asked if they could heal his daughter with healing. They became silent, not knowing what to answer, but realizing that they were no longer able to do it. Looking into the hall, His Majesty announced that they had no choice but to wait. Layman, meanwhile, was still trying to get his sister's heart going. He couldn't understand why his heart didn't start beating again. Looking at the pale face of the princess, the boy understood that he had to come up with something, otherwise the princess would not become. All those present watched his actions indignantly, suspecting that he was hitting the princess. Ignoring them, Layman continued to massage his sister's heart, without stopping. He thought with fright that if she died, he would also be in danger. Closing his eyes, Layman began to breathe deeply, trying to think of a way out of the situation. He thought about the fact that if cardiopulmonary resuscitation did not work, there was another way out. Suddenly, the boy froze, staring in front of him. He could use a defibrillator to restart the heart with a shock, but he had no idea where to find one on Lippentine. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head, and the boy called up the notification menu where attribute skills could be purchased. There he saw the basic skill of lightning magic, which he immediately acquired. He placed one hand under the right collarbone, and the other under the armpit of the princess's left arm, and commanded the discharge. Her Highness's body was thrown up by the electric shock. At that moment, Layman felt himself being pushed away from his sister's body with a powerful jerk. The guard who was doing this was already drawing his sword to attack Raymond himself, putting his sword to the boy's throat. He asked how he dared to attack the princess, who was in critical condition. Keeping a stern look on the bastard, the guard said that he dared to attack the royal family. Barely holding back tears, Layman shouted that he was only trying to save the princess, not harming her. The king, observing all this, ordered the healers to examine the princess. Those, wasting no time, rushed to carry out the ruler's order. Taking the princess's wrist in her hands, one of the healers noticed with surprise that her heart began to beat again. The healer turned her head to the king and looked at Layman, who was still standing under the blade of the sword. Layman didn't dare raise his head, but he heard everyone in the crowd gasp in surprise, wondering how he managed without the healing power. The king also wasted no time and approached the illegitimate son, standing over him and staring at him sternly. Hearing the king's question about what he had just done, the boy looked at his father in surprise. Rising to his feet and bowing to the king, Layman replied that when he saw that healing would do no good, he tried other methods of treatment. Folding his hands on his chest, the king began to wait for further explanations from his illegitimate son. Layman looked at his father with big green eyes and did not understand why he was looking at him with such a look, hoping that he understood everything correctly. However, he did not receive an answer to his question, as the king immediately returned to his courtiers and told the banquet to be over. Turning his head to his son, He threw him over his shoulder so that he would wait for him to call him to him. Not believing his ears, Layman looked at his father, and something resembling a smile appeared on his face. In the next moment, the boy was already looking after his father, who was leaving the hall accompanied by 2 guards. Layman remembered the day he first met his father, right after his mother died. Then little Layman was dying of hunger, alone, lying on the floor in his wreck. Suddenly a light fell on his face and he raised his head to see the door open. On the threshold of his house stood 2 men dressed in decent clothes. Seeing them, the boy tried to get up from the floor, but he couldn't. One of the men approached him, keeping his stern gaze on the boy. Layman didn't know who it was, but the cold look scared him. Another man approached the mother, saying that she had been dead for several days. Raising his head to the man, the boy asked him who he was. The Prime Minister approached him and felt his wrist, looking for a pulse, after which he said that if the little one is not given help, he will soon die. The man with the mustache gently took little Layman in his arms, never taking his eyes off him. Everyone in the castle was amazed that the king was carrying in his arms a little boy who looked very much like him. In the chambers, His Majesty immediately handed his son over to the healers, who did not really understand what was happening. Without turning his head, the king sternly ordered them to take care of the boy and save him. Then, for the first and last time, Layman heard the warmth in his father's voice. After the rescue, the boy never managed to talk to his father, and all this thanks to the fact that he was the king's illegitimate son. And every time he was mocked, the words that he shouldn't exist would run through his head. Holding his bruised hand, the boy thought then that His Majesty should have just left him to die in that shack. Remembering the hand, Layman again touched the once injured elbow, which sometimes reminded him of himself. Suddenly, a notification window appeared in front of him, which said that he managed to complete the quest. Placing his hand over his mouth, he exhaled, realizing that he had completely forgotten about the rewards for passing the test. After reading that his status had been upgraded and his level increased, the boy smiled happily, thinking that it was worth it. Now he had to sneeze at what the king would say, because he was the only one who managed to save Princess Sophia. Looking ahead, Layman clenched his fists determinedly, intending to shake the best reward out of the king. In a few minutes, he was already walking along the carpet path, heading for the throne on which His Majesty sat. Coming closer, the boy bowed, introducing himself as a humble servant. Keeping his stern gaze on him, the king asked if he had said that he had used a method that was different from healing, to which Layman, raising his head, replied that such a method is called medical technology. Wasting no time, he added that it was a secret technique he learned when he entered the ancient ruins. There were many ancient ruins on the continent of Lipentine, and there were even known cases of people gaining unique abilities by finding them. The ruins contained information about many different techniques, which were much more advanced than today. That is why the words about miraculous healing techniques did not look like some kind of delusion. The Prime Minister, who was standing next to the king, put his fingers to his chin and asked whether he had heard correctly what Lamond had said. However, the king thoughtfully replied that whatever method was used, it helped the princess recover. Holding out his hand to Layman, His Majesty said that he recognized what he had done, and that was why he would reward him. Hearing this, the boy's eyes lit up with happiness as he realized that he would receive the award. He offered him so many jewels that he would not know the need for money until his death. At this, Layman only mentally snorted, thinking that the king simply wanted to pay off him. However, this was unnecessary, as the boy could make a fortune himself if he became a successful healer. Thinking about the reward, Layman thought that it was necessary to ask for something that only a king could give. Covering his mouth with his hand, the boy quietly began by saying that he was a healer. After that, he added more loudly that for him there is nothing more important than patience. Hearing him give up the jewels, all the nobles in the hall gasped. One of the men reflected admiringly that the young man was not concerned about money, despite the opportunity he had, and was only thinking about the patience. Covering his mouth with his hand, one of the elderly lords quietly told his neighbor that before them was a real healer of the current era. Another noble looked at Layman in surprise, wondering why the bastard had such clear thoughts. The boy was silent, thinking that in reality he believed that in reality this world was ruled by money, and he only needed to work a little to get what he wanted. Looking up at the king, Layman said he wanted to continue working for the benefit of his patients. Putting his hand to his heart, the boy expressed hope that His Majesty would be able to help him in this. Frowning, the king asked if he was asking for a guarantee of the ability to treat people with the help of medical equipment. Bowing, Layman asked him to recognize the medical technique as an official method of treatment. The boy understood very well that if he continued to use this technique, the healers would oppose it. In that case, the Tower of Healers could ban the technique. So if he wanted to continue using it, he needed the king's permission. Exhaling, the king replied that he could not help but acknowledge the technique used to cure the princess. So from today on, medical technique was the official method of treatment. Hearing this, Layman smiled widely, glad that he had succeeded. However, looking at the king, he thought that this was not all that he wanted. Smiling, he quietly addressed the king, saying that he had one more request. Without taking his eyes off the king, the boy added that he wanted to be respected as a healer. His Majesty looked at the illegitimate son and tried to understand what he was leaning towards. Taking a deep breath, Layman asked the king for the medal bearer. Hearing this, King Houston froze, looking at the boy in shock. The nobles around were also surprised at such a request, since such a medal was awarded for services to the empire, but it did not bring anything else to the owner. The ladies chattered, wondering why he had given up other awards for a medal. One of the lords carefully watched the boy, realizing that he was simple-minded, like a true healer. After reading that his fame was growing, Layman thought that everyone was affected by his words. However, he himself perfectly understood that this was just a deception, since he would not ask for a reward that did not give anything. After all, having received the bearer's medal, the boy could easily receive an honorary knighthood, which would add to his nobility. And that was when he could become a noble, which was the best he could get now. Keeping his attentive gaze on his son, the king sternly questioned whether the medal would really be enough for him, to which the boy bowed and replied that he had completed the work of a healer, and he did not need anything else. After his words, there was a roar of surprised nobles in the hall, who were surprised by such nobility. Layman smiled again as he saw the new glory increase notification. Finally, the king replied that he would give him the bearer's medal, to which the boy bowed and thanked him for this. At the end of the festival, all the healers went back to the clinic. King Houston was standing by the window, looking in their direction and keeping his gaze on the back of his illegitimate son. The Prime Minister noticed with a smile that the boy had changed a lot during the years of absence. Halman remembered the first time he saw this little boy who was on the verge of death. He then personally examined him, and he understood very well that he needed the help of a high-ranking healer. That evening, the king decided to take the boy to the castle, but his friend tried to stop him. He reminded His Majesty that with such a decision, he would highlight the presence of an illegitimate son. However, he only turned his head to him and sternly asked if he should now leave the boy to die of hunger. His eyes fell on the body of the woman lying on the bed, as he spoke of her leaving and not contacting the castle. Halman then said that she must have decided that it would be better for her son to die of hunger than to tarnish His Majesty's reputation. However, in the next moment, the man was already looking at the king, who was heading for the exit, adding that he had already decided everything. After that, the king turned off his personal feelings so as not to tarnish his reputation even more. None of the courtiers dared to mock the king, so this decision was correct. Instead, everyone had little Layman as an object of ridicule. Halman thought that he would like the boy to be the illegitimate son of one of the peasants, so that he would not have to suffer like this. Looking at the king, the Prime Minister said that he was glad that the little one had learned secret techniques, the result of which was equivalent to a mid-level healer. At the words that it is difficult for illegitimate children to find good jobs, the king gave his friend a gloomy look. Immediately after that, the man left and Halman followed him. Layman returned to the ER with his head held high, ignoring the surprised looks from the rest of the healers. One of them approached the boy, saying that she heard about what happened at the festival and about his award. Looking at Lang's disgruntled rat peck, Layman thought that being a noble was pretty good. And even the main healer himself now became more careful and thought carefully about what he said. Approaching him, the boy asked if he could take the healer qualification test now. Looking down, Langs barely managed to say that he could do it. Hearing him call him sir, Layman put his hand to his ear, asking him to repeat the address once more. In a few minutes, Langs looked up, calling him Sir Layman. To this he replied that he was not sure that such a tone corresponded to etiquette. Layman smiled and said that he wanted him to congratulate him next time in accordance with his new title. Watching the senior healer bow to him, calling him sir, the boy thought he would never tire of hearing that. He was bursting with pride that he had managed to reach a noble rank. He had already thought about teaching a lesson to those who mocked him, but he quickly became upset when he realized that he had no influence and authority. Realizing that he might lose what he had if he took revenge, he decided to enjoy what he had for the time being. Approaching one of the healers, Layman asked him with a smile if he could treat the patient. Seeing the doubt in his eyes, the boy pointed a finger at himself, confidently declaring that he could cure him. After that, he took up patience, wanting to cure as many people as possible and thereby win the sympathy of healers. He bandaged the head, conducted surveys, and applied bandages to everyone who needed it. As the boy headed for the exit, one of the patients said that he had heard about his request for a medal, noting that he had become even kinder than he had been. Watched as the healers excitedly discussed Lamon's accomplishments. He was thinking about the fact that he was currently level 15, and he wanted to reach level 40 as soon as possible as he looked at the notification window. Suddenly hearing near the door that an emergency patient with a stab wound had been brought in, the boy returned there. All the healers were already gathering by the bed, trying to understand how to treat the patient. Layman understood that if he had a stab wound in the stomach, it would take some time, but with a B-rank healer, the patient would be able to survive. As one of the healers covered a bloody wound with his hands, Layman thought that Langs would have a few days of work to do. However, he noticed that he was just standing silently, his arms crossed on his chest, and he was looking at the dying man. Layman couldn't understand why the chief healer didn't do anything, because it wouldn't be that difficult to cure a wounded man with healing. Sometime before that, a man who was found wounded was making his way through a dark alley, resting his hand on the wall. He covered the bloody wound on his stomach with his other hand, while breathing heavily. While looking for salvation, he thought about who could have leaked the information. A few days ago in Augusta County, he was discussing what the hidden prince had done at the banquet. His interlocutor, putting his fingers to his mouth, replied that Layman can be a good healer, but he does not deserve the title of prince. He thought about the fact that there were already 3 princes in the kingdom who were fighting fiercely for power. The second prince, Chiron, had the greatest chance of taking the throne. However, their family supported a 3rd prince named Limerton. Handing the letter to Killian, the Earl warned that his mission was extremely important, and he must deliver the message to the 3rd prince as soon as possible. He warned the boy that since the 2nd prince was watching them, he should disguise himself and be very careful. And when he was attacked, Killian knew perfectly well that it was not just a robbery, but an assassin sent by the 2nd prince. Looking down at the wound, the boy thought that he barely managed to fend off his attacker, but now he was losing too much blood. Leaning against the wall, Killian walked on, planning to get to the Belland clinic where healer Bucks could heal him. Seeing the door of the clinic in front of him, the boy thought that he would still be able to survive. When he opened them, he saw the terrified faces of the healers staring at him. Killian held out his hand and, barely able to say the words, asked them to help him. Falling to his knees, the boy heard someone give the order to call the senior healer Langs. Resting his bloody hand on the floor, the boy exhaled, realizing that he would not have to die here. However, coming to the patient, Langs crossed his arms and began to watch him die. Grimacing, the chief healer peeled off the rat's teeth, wondering why the beggar had come to them. Watching the other healers try to equal sign save him, Langs thought he couldn't let this one be among their patients. Pointing his finger at the patient, he ordered that he be sent to the White Clinic, since it was their job to mess with commoners. However, the patient immediately raised his body, trying to sit on the bed and tell them something. But he was interrupted by a violent cough, during which several drops of blood dripped on his hand. Breathing heavily, Killian tried to pronounce that he belonged to the Augustus family, but he could not, and in a moment he collapsed again on the bed, and the healers bent over him. Without removing the disgusted expression from his face, Langs was indignant that the beggar dared to come to the Belland Clinic. Layman approached him and reminded him that there was no healer of rank in the White Clinic who could help the wounded man. After hearing the words that if they drove the patient out, the patient would die, Langs put his hand to his chin and thought. Squeezing a sly smile, the chief healer suggested that the boy take care of the patient himself, since he was so worried about him. He added that since his skills were enough to save the princess, his knowledge should be enough for a similar treatment. The present healers, seeing this picture, immediately began to whisper, saying that the medical equipment worked only in mild cases. Langs, meanwhile, was waiting for an answer from the student, measuring him with a disdainful look. Glancing at the patient, Layman thought that his class level would not be enough to treat him. The status of a specialist, or at least a chief resident, was required for such operations. With sadness, the boy thought that everyone around him was right, and he didn't have enough experience to treat someone so serious. In a voice full of triumph, Langs ordered the patient out the door unless Layman could cure him. After that, he offered him to take the man to the White Clinic in general, so that everyone would appreciate his friendliness. so well known among patients. With despair in his voice, Layman rushed to the head healer, trying to shame him and remind him that he could help him. However, he, pointing at the wounded man, reminded that the clinic exists to provide income, but the poor are treated in charitable organizations. Hearing this, Layman clenched his teeth in rage, barely restraining himself from slapping Langsa on the rat's teeth. The boy understood very well that his goal was to become the best healer and get rich, for which he could be called a self-interested person. He was also perfectly aware that precisely because of this, the best way out now was to leave and do nothing. However, remembering that a healer should not back down from a patient in need of help, the boy looked up and said he would heal him. Immediately after, he received a notification that the steel heart had been activated. Grinning widely, Langs assumed that he was going to treat the patient with arcane medical techniques. Therefore, he warned that if he failed, he would personally expose him to the king as a liar. Layman froze as he watched the procession of healers leave the ward. Finally, the head healer warned Sir Layman to prepare for his punishment. Throwing the empty threat out of his head, the boy turned his decisive gaze on the patient. Looking at the man who was barely breathing, he wondered if he could save him, because failure threatened to lose everything he had achieved. Suddenly, Layman heard someone's voice near him and raised his head to the sound. Hansen was standing next to him, offering help, reminding him that they had worked together before, and 2 heads were better than 1. Noticing how he looked down, assuming that help was not needed, Layman quickly assured him that help would not hurt. Taking his hands in his, he thanked the boy for his help, and he thought that now he was not alone, and therefore he would be able to do everything. Layman immediately told the boy what was needed for the operation and asked him to bring it. Wasting no time, Hansen rushed to carry out the healer's orders with a smile. In a few minutes, they were already in a fenced-off room, dressed in special clothes. Looking at the patient, Layman thought it would be a good idea to do a transfusion, but the continent didn't have the tools yet. Taking a scalpel in his hands, the boy decided to first make an injection to maintain vital signs, after which the bleeding should be stopped. As he proceeded to operate, he read that the surgeon's dexterous hand skill had been activated. Frowning, the boy proceeded to operate while his assistant stood opposite, keeping other tools at the ready. Bringing the scalpel closer to the patient's abdomen, Layman made an incision. Noticing that the incision was made much smoother this time, the boy smiled. Hansen, meanwhile, was trying to open the clamps he was holding in his hands, when suddenly his eyes fell on the patient and the boy turned pale. He saw blood pouring out of the cut Layman had just made. He had seen so much blood for the first time in his life. Wasting no time, Hansen asked the healer if it was normal for such a large amount to flow out. However, Layman didn't answer as he was more concerned that the blood was obscuring the view and he couldn't find the damaged area. He did not understand what he should do now, so he completely focused on the operation, ignoring the assistant's voice. He was fascinated by all the manipulations that Layman was doing. Seeing that he did not respond to his question, Hansen growled at him, calling him by name, causing him to raise his head and look at the assistant in surprise. Holding the clamps in his hands, he desperately looked at the healer, asking what he himself should do. Realizing that he had completely forgotten about his assistant, the healer with a smile asked him to wipe the blood with a disinfected cloth. The boy enthusiastically took up the matter, but his face immediately grimaced. Watching this, Layman thought that he would now be able to see the internal organs for a while. After assessing the situation, he realized that the patient's portal vein was damaged, and if only one part of it was damaged, then he could just sew it up. But now too many parts were damaged. He understood that now he had to cauterize all the veins, but he could not do it without the necessary electronic apparatus. The boy was so focused on what he could replace him with that he didn't even notice Hansen calling him again. Looking up at him, Layman guessed that magic could be used. Having bought the basic skill of fire magic, the boy wondered if he would be able to control the radius of the fire so as not to accidentally burn the patient. In the next moment, he turned his head and read that his magical abilities were improving. After reading that the intelligence skill applied to magic as well, Layman smiled, glad that he had pumped his stats. Leaning over the patient, he concentrated on using the fire as carefully as possible. Seeing tongues of fire on the healer's palm, Hansen's mouth fell open in surprise. Watching his manipulations, the boy was surprised that he knew how to use magic. However, Layman looked at the patient with a frown, rejoicing that there was less blood and the large veins could now be ligated. He ordered Hansen to bring him a thread, and within a few minutes, the healer was sewing up the patient's wound. The assistant himself was mesmerized by how skillfully the healer sewed up the incision with small stitches. With a big smile on his face, Layman replied that they finally managed to stop the bleeding. However, he was pulled out of his happy thoughts by a loud shout from Hansen, who asked in surprise if he had used magic. The assistant took the words that he had such a hobby as a joke. With a smile, Layman tried to convince him that he gained magical powers in the ruins, but Hansen immediately asked where exactly the ruins were. Trying to find an excuse, the healer replied that they collapsed as soon as he got out of them. They immediately collapsed. Frowning, Hansen realized that Layman didn't want to tell him the truth, and that's why he was making up some kind of delusion. The boy thought that in the city of Layman, he would also not tell where such powers could be found, so he agreed that it was worth continuing the treatment. The healer added that they only had to wash everything and restore the mesentery. Fortunately for them and the patient, the knife went in quite shallow. Looking at Layman's focused face, Hansen thought that he was an unusual man, with strange abilities and merits to the king. However, Hansen did not care what methods he used, because his technique could help patients who were not helped by healing. The boy was interested in what the basic principles of medical technology were, because it seemed to be much more effective than healing. Watching Layman stitch up the wound, Hansen thought that if he asked him, the healer wouldn't tell him. Finally, Layman smiled and said that everything was ready. Raising his head, he began to read the notice that said he had saved a patient whose illness was beyond his rank. At the same time, he received 30 skill points for this. Hansen approached him and asked if they had completely completed the operation. In response, Layman removed the mask from his face and smiled, looking gratefully at the assistant. He took the boy's hands in his and thanked him for his help with a big smile. Layman added that thanks to him, they were able to save another life. At the words that the healer would not have been able to do without him in both cases, Hansen snapped at him in surprise. He thought that Layman was indeed an unusual person. Sometime after the end of the operation, the boys were sitting next to the patient, who was coughing violently when he regained consciousness. Looking at the healers, Killian asked them if he was currently in the White Clinic. Layman replied with a smile that he was at the Bellin Clinic as his injury was extremely severe. At this, the man remembered Lang's words that he would send him to the White Clinic. In the next second, the Count, who was looking for his wounded son, burst into the chamber. Rushing to the bed, he was glad that he was alive, but the appearance of Count Augustus greatly surprised Layman. Hansen also gaped at the guest in surprise, realizing the high birth of their patient. He also opened his eyes and looked at the visitor and, barely speaking, called his father. Grasping his hand, Count August spoke softly about the fact that the prices at the Bellin Clinic were high, but the healers here were quite skilled. The man fervently assured his son that he would richly reward Bucks or Langs who had saved him. However, at this moment, Hansen stepped forward, pointing his hand at Layman and saying that it was he who had saved his son. The patient looked at his savior with surprised eyes, realizing that he was seeing the hidden prince who had saved the princess at the festival. Losing no time, Hansen added that Langs had refused to treat Count Augustus's son, and Sir Layman had decided to take his chances. Hearing about the refusal, Count Augustus froze, asking why the main healer refused to treat his son. When his son said that he was mistaken for a homeless person, and was afraid that he would not be able to pay for the services of the clinic, the man was indignant. At this time, Langs himself lifted his head up, taking his eyes off the documents he was studying at his desk. Hearing that Count August himself had visited them at the clinic, the boy smiled happily. Without waiting for an answer, the senior healer rushed into the corridor to personally greet the distinguished guest. On the way to the emergency room, Langs wondered why he had come to them in the first place, since he couldn't remember any nobles coming to them lately. Entering the ward, the head healer flashed a satisfied smile, apologizing as he went for not greeting him immediately upon his arrival. Folding his hands, the boy smiled as he introduced himself to the distinguished visitor. However, seeing that he broke away from the conversation with Layman and Hansel, he froze, realizing that something had happened. Keeping a stern look on the head healer, Count August clarified if he was the same Langs who left his son to die. Hearing this, the boy froze, not understanding what was happening. Trying to relieve the tension of the situation, he laughed, saying that this could not happen. However, in the next moment, the boy noticed that the Count was sitting by the bed of the beggar, whom he had recently given to Layman for treatment. The head healer glanced at the patient, who was looking at him without hiding his rage and anger. Realizing that he smelled fried, Langs tried to justify that he had entrusted his treatment to Layman. who had recently saved the princess at the festival. With these words, he walked up to the bastard and smiled widely, showing his friendliness. Hearing this, Killian sat up on the bed, growling that he heard and saw everything perfectly. The boy added that he had heard him say that the clinic would lose a lot from his treatment. Not holding back his anger, Count Augustus growled at Langs that he had not only denied his son treatment, but had also lied to a noble person in order to protect himself. The chief healer fell to the floor, begging the Earl to forgive him for not recognizing the noble personage as a Whig. However, the Count approached him almost close, asking if he would leave the patient if he was not of a noble family. He grimaced as he said he was disgusted to know that someone like Langs was dealing with human lives. Glancing at his bodyguard, Count Augustus ordered him to take away the chief healer, whom he planned to put on trial and punish for such an attitude. Realizing that things were bad, Langs began to beg him to have mercy on him, to which the Count replied that if he does not show mercy to the poor, then why is he waiting for him to come to him? Pointing a finger at the healer, the man sternly added that he would no longer allow him to work as a healer on the territory of the Cross Alliance. As soon as Langs did not try to cling to the doors when the guard pulled him out of the ambulance building, but he did not succeed in convincing the Count. Lamond and Hansen looked at this picture, realizing that they did not even feel sorry for him, and in their opinion he deserved a worse fate. The next moment the boys noticed that Count Augustus was already looking at them. He bowed to the boys, politely thanking them for saving his son. Seeing the noble bow to him, Lamond smiled, realizing what an honor it was. He raised his hands, asking the man to raise his head, because he only did what he had to do. Hearing that if it weren't for him, the August family would have lost their heir, Lamond looked at the man in embarrassment for a moment. However, in the next moment he realized that in this case he could get a good reward. The boy smiled, realizing that now he had a chance to receive a reward even from a nobleman. The Count praised him for being an honest doctor, recalling how he had declared that he did not need money. After hearing these words, Lamond thought that money would be the best reward. However, the Count came closer to him and offered him that, as a reward for his rescue, the Augustus family would consider him their friend. Lamond looked at the Earl and asked what it meant to become a friend of the family. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the man replied that, although he has a medal, his words still do not have the necessary weight in society. That is why he suggested to the boy that his family support him. Lamond's reaction to these words was a wide smile that bloomed on his face. Putting his hands to his chin, the boy thought about the fact that with such a schedule, no one would dare to say a bad word to him again. Keeping a broad smile on his face, the healer thanked the Count for his kindness. Stretching his lips in a smile, Count Augustus added that if the boy had something he wanted, he could not be shy about saying it. Hearing Lamond say that it was still necessary to pay for the treatment, the man was embarrassed for a moment. The guy explained that payment for clinic services are the rules of their organization. Handing the Count a leaf, the healer turned around and headed for the exit with a broad smile. The man sat by his son's bed and lost his thoughts. Killian turned his head to him and asked his father why he offered the boy such a reward. When his father asked if it was too much, he explained that if he had died, he would have been dragged into the plot of the second prince, which would have caused great problems. Count Augustus was interested in his son's opinion about what now awaited them in the future. Killian perfectly understood that now the struggle between the princes for power would become even tougher, and the Earl was interested in whether Lamond could bypass this struggle. No one had worried about it before, as the boy posed no threat and was not involved in the succession. However, recently he managed to show a talent that was simply impossible to ignore. And now the Earl thought about what a boy with a royal background and extraordinary abilities would look like. And the higher he climbs the career ladder, the more people will want to destroy him, and it will not be easy for him to survive. In conclusion, Count August added that he wanted to see the dawn of his medical career. Looking out the window, the man expressed hope that their family could be a shield for the young man. At this time, spies reported to the second prince that Lamond was able to save Killian, which greatly surprised His Highness. Keeler, who was standing opposite, fell to his knees and began to apologize to the prince, explaining that he had inflicted a fatal wound on the enemy. Looking at the assassin's frightened face, Karen was surprised to remember how his illegitimate brother had saved the princess recently. With this in mind, His Highness decided to abandon the original plan. Propping his head with his hand, the boy with a predatory smile thought about the fact that Lamond had ruined everything for them, although he used to be his favorite. He got up from the table and walked calmly to the window. Looking outside, Karen decided that it was necessary to look after the bastard, because lately he had become too naughty. Meanwhile, Lamond is in the emergency room bandaging a girl's finger. Raising his hands up, the boy thought with a smile that the day had finally arrived, for which he had been sitting in the Belland Clinic for 5 years. It was today that he had to pass the qualifying exam to receive the diploma of a healer. From today he was supposed to stop being a disciple and become a true healer. The other healers in the clinic discussed that Langs was kicked out, and it was rumored that Lamond was the reason for it. They heard that he saved the heir of Count Augustus, and at the festival he saved the life of the princess. To the words that he was just lucky, one of the girls expressed doubt that he could be lucky 3 times in a row. She thought that although the medical technique that Lamond used was different from their healing, it worked just as well. Her interlocutors cast a devastating look at her, showing their attitude to such technology. They immediately shouted that it was just pseudoscience, and the cutting and sewing of flesh in general was barbarism. The girl who tried to stand up for Lamond reminded that even the king himself recognized such a technique, to which the other healers assumed that the king had simply awakened paternal feelings, although no one expected this from him. With her hands at her sides, one of the healers announced as if she had heard that Lamond would be taking a licensing exam to see what he was capable of. Hansen listened in silence as they discussed Lamond's chances of passing the exam, and the stakes were low. The boy leaned on his broom and didn't dare to say a word to protect his friend. For some time they were sitting in the hall, so engrossed in discussing something that they did not notice the attentive gaze of one girl. Lamond had the thought of waiting 5 years to finally apply for the exam. Hansen turned when he heard someone whisper behind him to ask if this was the hidden prince. A group of students openly discussing how he managed to apply for the exam if he has a low rank. Hearing the words that his failure would be a disgrace to the king as well, Lamond froze, looking scared in front of himself. His hands shook as he thought about what he would do if he failed. He knew that he would hear that everyone expected him to lose. Deciding to encourage his friend, Hansen patted him on the back and asked him what he planned to do when he passed the exam. Seeing his uncomprehending look, the boy continued by asking if there was anything he wanted to do when he became a true healer. Remembering how he used to clean floors when he was a student, Lamond thought about what he wanted at that moment. He thought about the fact that he wanted to eat beef and various types of steaks. Looking at his friend with a radiant look, the boy decided that he could not answer that. Lamond remembered standing with a bucket of dirty laundry in his hands and peering through the crack into the ambulance building. He watched the healers running back and forth treating patients. They talked sweetly with people, while at the same time paying absolutely no attention to the boy himself. Then he wanted the same kind of life that they had, so that he too would be nice to talk to, and he would no longer be an empty place. Without looking up at the interlocutor, Lamond replied that all this time he wanted to treat patients. Looking at the boy, he added, pointing at himself with his hand, that he was going to treat people with confidence. He closed his eyes and a picture appeared before him of a little girl, the daughter of the first patient he had saved, hugging him. And I remembered the happy face of that man who could be with his family again. Lamond realized that he wanted to experience the same emotions again that he experienced after treating the first patient. A picture of a happy family which was together again stood before his eyes. At that moment, Lamond felt the steel heart activate, and the notification said that the skill had reacted to his memories. Immediately after that, the boy felt all his anxieties subside, giving him peace. Continuing the conversation with Hansen, the healer realized that to activate the steel heart skill, he would just have to think about the patients. The assistant enthusiastically exclaimed that he really hoped that he would pass the exam, to which Lamond replied with a smile that he would definitely hand it in today. The girl turned forward, periodically glancing in the direction of the boys. She was surprised by how calm and unconcerned Lamond was, which reflected his confidence in his medical technique. The office door opened and a woman who looked out from it called Lamond over there. He got up from the bench he was sitting on and shouted that he was leaving. In a moment, the boy was already sitting in front of the commission and waiting for them to make a decision, having carefully studied the documents. The supreme healer, keeping his gaze on him, clarified whether his healing power still remained at F rank, to which he received confirmation. The man sitting next to him smiled widely and asked the boy to demonstrate it. Wasting no time, Lamond summoned a sheaf of green sparks that danced around him. The commission calmly watched what he was doing, knowing what the result might be now. The boy himself also didn't expect much from the fact that he used healing power. However, the examiners laughed out loud, saying that it was embarrassing to even look at such a healing. The man who asked him to show his abilities added that this level was not enough to pass the exam, so he did not understand what the boy was counting on. Layman said he knew it wasn't enough, but they didn't even let him finish, chasing him away. The boy wanted to ask the committee to give him a chance, but the man grimaced and told him not to waste their time. Looking down, Layman thought that he expected such a reaction, so he acquired the eloquence skill in advance. Without raising his head, the boy quietly asked the commission if the healing tower was going to go against the king's word. Hearing these words, the man froze, asking the boy what he meant. Looking at him, Layman replied that although his healing abilities were not enough, the medical techniques he used were officially recognized by the king. The high healer stretched his lips in a smile and looked at his neighbor as the boy reiterated that their refusal would go against the will of the king. The man who had chased the boy away before gritted his teeth and tried to remember if he had been so eloquent from the beginning. Propping his chin with his hand, he assured with a smile that everything was wrong, but reminded that all the healers of the Cross Alliance were members of the tower. To his words that the Tower of Healing does not recognize such methods, Layman replied that they would go against everyone if they recognized it without testing. To this he added that since the tower respected the king, they should at least give him a chance to prove that his methods worked. The neighbor turned to the man with the words that the boy was right, and their refusal without testing could be considered disobedience to his majesty. After thinking for a second, the man handed Layman a folder, saying that if he could cure the patient, they would accept his technique. Accepting the case, the boy thought with a smile that he finally got a chance. Opening the envelope, he thought about the fact that he only had to cure the patient. When he looked at the documents, a large drop of sweat ran down his face. Before the exam itself, however, one of the commission members uncertainly clarified whether it was this particular patient that they were going to give to Layman. After hearing an affirmative answer, she and another advisor tried to dissuade the head from the idea, as even a B-rank healer could not heal him. At which he drew their attention to how the boy had used the power of lightning on the princess and cut the body open to sew it up later. He looked at their faces, asking if they were going to hire someone who used such practices. When asked whether the head wanted to fail the boy in the exam, he answered yes. To which he heard a warning that if Count August found out about it, they would not get away with it. The Earl replied that even if the Earl had a lot of influence in other areas, he still could not interfere in the inner affairs of the tower. The advisors still tried to say something, but the man himself was thinking about how the bastard dared to come to the exam at all. His cousin, the birth mother of the fourth prince, personally asked him to make sure that the illegitimate prince did not pass the exam. One of the advisors thought that Sir Garrison had lost his mind, while the other, yawning in boredom, placed bets on how long Layman would last. However, everything did not go according to the head's plan, because the boy, seeing the task, shone like a copper kettle. Looking at his happy face, Sir Harrison wondered why he was so happy. Thinking that bed sores would get worse regardless of the healing method, the chairman confirmed that treating the patient would count as an exam. Bowing, Layman thanked the commission members and prepared to leave. Staring at him in shock, Sir Garrison began to suspect that he simply did not know how difficult it was to treat bed sores, or that he was simply mad with despair. However, Layman himself had a smile on his face and determination in his eyes. After some time, the boy was already sitting in the living room of his patient's house and talking with his son. He looked at Layman with hope in his eyes, asking him if his father would be able to recover. He led him into a room where an elderly man with a long gray beard was lying on a bed. Approaching the patient, Layman felt an unpleasant, acrid smell hovering around him. The patient's son immediately approached the healer, apologizing for the fact that his father smelled bad. However, the boy assured him that this smell was due to the fact that his father was in a serious condition. Seeing his reaction, the man flinched for a moment, remembering how the rest of the healers had immediately frowned and turned away. He also explained to the healer that the father could not move because he had become too weak due to old age and was therefore constantly lying in bed. Layman understood that this was a standard situation for a patient with bed sores, so he asked permission to examine him, whereupon the man rushed to turn his father over. Spreading the clothes, the healer noticed a wound on the lower back, realizing that things were bad, but he was glad that the bone was not visible. Looking at the boy's face, the patient's son inquired about his father's condition. Looking at the old man's tortured face, Layman replied that there was nothing to worry about as he could remove the necrosis and sew up the wound. However, The man replied that other healers also said that they could restore the skin, and how long it took for everything to return. Such words did not surprise Layman, because bed sores formed from pressure if the patient lay in one position for a long time. He assured the patient's son with a smile that this time things would be different. Hearing that he wanted to perform an operation on his father to remove dead tissue, the man recoiled in fear for a moment. However, with a smile on his face, the healer asked him to simply trust him. After some time, he already had everything necessary for the operation. Layman himself finished the preparations, tying a mask on the back of his head. Looking at the notification, he smiled, realizing that he hadn't even noticed the 18 increase in his perception. Having applied the skilled hands of the surgeon, the boy began the operation, thinking that now it would be quite easy. The patient's son watched with fear as the healer made an incision on his father's body. After the removal of the dead skin was complete, Layman smiled, thinking that everything was done. With his mouth open in shock, the man asked him if everything was over. Turning his head in his direction, Layman replied that the first stage was complete, but ordered the man to listen carefully to his instructions. Hearing that the father's position on the bed should be periodically changed, the man looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he wanted from him. With a smile on his face, the boy explained that bed sores could be prevented if his father moved even a little. Looking down at his patient, Layman said that he needed serious treatment, so he would stay with him for a while. He continued to look at the old man and turn him over with a certain frequency, causing him to look at him with warmth in his eyes. After some time, Layman, with a smile, informed the patient that he had fully recovered. Holding his father sitting on the bed, the man politely thanked the healer for saving him. While the old man lowered his feet to the floor, his son fell on his knees in front of the boy and began to burn with gratitude, since they could not afford a high-ranking healer. Without looking up, the man thanked him for healing his father and for treating him with warmth. Embarrassed, Layman threw his hands up and started talking about how he just did what he had to do. Kneeling down next to the patient, the boy added that if they followed his recommendations, pressure ulcers would not appear again. In the Tower of Healers, meanwhile, Sir Harrison was very surprised to hear that Layman had succeeded in the task. His interlocutor replied that he saw everything with his own eyes, adding that the boy even managed to restore the skin. Having heard from one of the advisors that there were no reasons for disqualification, the man thought about what he should now say to the queen. However, the woman sitting next to him replied that now it was much more important how they should do with the rank. She explained that the boy's healing power was below F level, but he was able to handle a task beyond the power of a B-level healer. Everyone at the table began to actively discuss this, because they did not understand how it is possible to give an A rank to a person whose strength does not reach the F rank. After thinking about all this, Sir Harrison tiredly put his head on his hand and closed his eyes. Finally, sitting straight in his chair, the man replied that he thought D rank would do. However, one of the counselors asked in surprise whether he did not consider such an estimate too low. Gritting his teeth, the man replied that even despite treatment for a serious illness, the boy's level remained low. The counselors replied that given the level of illness, there was not enough reason for a low rating, and Count Augustus would not like it. Sir Harrison protested that he had no right to interfere with the examinations which the tower was responsible for, but when he heard about the king and princess, he fell silent. The advisors reminded that the princess at the festival could not be healed by the A-rank healers, and if asked about the reasons for the low score, they would not have an answer. Out of powerless rage, the man clenched his fingers into fists and growled quietly. He thought that he could not embarrass himself in front of the fourth queen, but he could not make a mistake in front of the king either. Pounding his fist on the table, Sir Harrison said they could contact the capital and ask their opinion. At this, one of the counselors asked if he meant to contact the main headquarters of the tower. The Crusader Alliance was an alliance of 10 nations, and the king and headquarters of the Tower of Healing were located in the capital. Sir Harrison was counting on the fact that if the decision about rank D was made in the capital, their king would be unable to do anything. The advisors smiled, realizing that he was offering the safest option. A little later, Sir Harrison had already cut open the envelope containing the reply from the capital. However, when he opened the letter, he was surprised at what was written there. In the letter, in the place where the rank should have been written, the letter Y was drawn in bright red ink. One of the counselors came closer, asking what it meant, as he had never seen anything like it before. He assumed that the letter U meant that they also couldn't decide on a rank. Placing a hand to his chin, Sir Harrison reflected that no one would argue with this decision, and it might mean that the tower did not recognize Layman's skills. Leaning back in his chair, the chairman replied that they would determine Layman's rank as U. Thus, they made him the first to hold such a rank. When the students heard about it, they put forward different theories about what such a letter could mean. One of the girls heard them assume it meant underrated, but the others said that Layman had passed the exam through magic. The students discussed that this status suits him very well while laughing merrily. However, after a while, looking at how it worked, everyone began to think that the letter had another meaning, namely unattainable and absolute. This rank surpassed even C, SS, and X levels, and it was Layman who now owned it, the only one in the clinic. Holding in his hands the letter on which his rank was written, Layman rejoiced at him like a child, shedding tears. He waved it happily in the corridors of the clinic, rejoicing that he had finally become a doctor. Now he could forget about the boring life of a student, as well as vegetable soups and bread, promising himself that from today he would eat only steaks. He even had the idea to burn down the Belland clinic so that he would never see it again. Hearing Hansen's voice from behind, the boy opened his mouth in fright and froze. He said he was just cold, to which a surprised Hansen replied that it was summer outside. However, Layman quickly changed the subject by asking him if he had passed the exam as well, to which he replied that Hansen had received a C rank. Throwing a burning piece of paper into the candle holder, the boy asked his friend what he would do now and whether he planned to start medical practice. Hearing that he had been invited to the Maple Clinic, which was among the top 3 in the capital, he smiled and put a hand on his shoulder, congratulating him on his achievement. Clearing his throat, Hansen looked at Layman and timidly asked what he was going to do now. However, he changed the subject, offering to celebrate the passing of the exams, adding that he was giving treats. To this, Hansen reminded that students are not paid, so he asked where he got the money from. To this, Layman replied that he received the healer's loan immediately after passing the exam. After some time, the guys, who had drunk decently, were sitting in the room, and Hansen moaned that he was already drunk and couldn't drink anymore. Layman himself was sitting on the bed, smiling and thinking about the steak. He looked happy, so his friend didn't know if he should ask about what he wanted now, but he did dare and called the boy by his name. Hearing that he wanted to ask something, Layman allowed him with a smile. Keeping a close eye on him, the boy asked the healer if he could tell where the ruins in which he found secret knowledge were. He looked incomprehendingly at the interlocutor, who assumed that, despite the collapse, at least something could have remained there. Seeing that Layman was thinking, Hansen vehemently assured him that he would keep his mouth shut. After thinking for a moment, the boy admitted that those ruins never existed, which put the interlocutor into a stupor. He smiled as he said that just one day the Autre had the power while he was cleaning. He doesn't know how, but then unknown knowledge just flowed into his head. The answer to these words was the embarrassed silence of the confused Hansen, who did not understand anything. He bit down on his lower lip, silently glaring at Layman. The boy angrily rose to his feet, shouting that he could just say he didn't want to confess. Tears welled up in Hansen's eyes, as he said he understands how hard it is to trust someone when everyone looks down on you. However, he was surprised by why it is not possible to say directly and at the same time not lie. The boy flew out of the room, once again congratulating him on passing the exam, while completely ignoring Layman himself. In a few days, the boy heard how other healers discussed the fact that Ryul Clinic, which was almost the best in the capital, contacted Layman. Hansen reflected that despite his past, his friend had risen in status in a good way. He understood very well that Layman had got a much better place than he himself had. In the next moment, the boy froze in surprise when he heard the words that Layman had rejected the clinic's offer. Hansen muttered to himself, wondering why he'd done that. After some time, the boy burst into his friend's room, shouting his name as he went. Despite the fact that he was still asleep, Hansen began to bombard him with questions about whether what he had heard was true. He flew to the bed, where Layman was waking up, not understanding anything, and shouted that Raoul's clinic was better than Maple's. However, Layman replied with a smile that he planned to open his own clinic instead, explaining that he planned to allocate the loan received for this purpose. To this, Hansen reminded that he had just passed the exam, and wanting to open his own clinic seems too much. He passionately assured that to begin with he should gain experience at Raoul's clinic. However, Layman replied that his dream was to become independent after he got his license, so he had no intention of backing down. He also fully understood that since his rank was now measured as a novice resident, he needed to heal as many patients as possible. In Raoul's clinic, He could easily be pushed aside by more experienced healers, especially given that the tower looked down on his practices. Lamond wanted to become independent in order to be able to treat patients and not have anyone get confused under his feet. After listening to him, Hansen asked where he planned to open his clinic, because all the districts were already occupied. However, he did not lose heart, and said that he plans to open a clinic in the Bay Area. Answering the interlocutor's surprised question, he explained that by opening a clinic in a poor area, he would have many patients, and in this way he will be able to gain enough experience and become a famous and rich healer. Hansen froze for a moment, pondering the genius of such a simple plan. The third, Prince Limerton, hearing that Lamond refused the offer of Raoul's clinic and wanted to open his own, was very surprised. He put the book he was reading down on the table, muttering something about how he was sure he would accept their offer. The boy thought about the fact that he had given him a wonderful opportunity, as a thank you for taking care of Count August's son. He tried to carefully push his illegitimate brother into the clinic since he had saved his informant. And then the prince planned to take him into his service when he gained enough experience. Hearing this, his interlocutor was surprised that he recognized Layman's medical techniques, but Limerton replied that once people are cured, it doesn't matter by what methods. However, since the boy rejected his brother's generous help, then their cooperation will be complete. Turning his gaze to the interlocutor again, the third prince wondered where exactly his illegitimate brother was going to open his clinic. When he heard that he was planning to open a clinic in Bay County, he was very surprised. After all, it was a poor district located on the outskirts of the Northwest, and where no nobleman dared to stumble because of lawlessness. About 100 years ago, the Houston Kingdom lost a war to the Droton Kingdom, and the people who were left without homes were relocated to the outskirts. There they founded a town, and the kingdom was in no condition to take care of them, as it was stunned by defeat. Once the king did try to correct the situation, and promised anything to whoever could stabilize the situation there. However, none of the princes, regardless of their talents, were able to rectify the situation even a little. Limerton even said that it was not worth wasting time on that region, and it should simply be erased from all maps. However, His Majesty replied that the people there still remained citizens of the Kingdom of Houston. The rest of the princes also did not understand why their father was angry with the poor people who spoiled the appearance of the whole kingdom. The third prince thought that a hidden prince should appear in the city, where all three heirs to the throne had failed. He smiled warmly. What will all this lead to, and what will happen next? One of the students at the Belland Clinic, having heard exactly where Lamond was going, wondered why he was going there. The rest thought that such a rundown town would be perfect for an illegitimate son to operate there. When Lamond had already packed his things and was about to leave, people rushed to him, trying to convince him not to go to that poor area. Seeing how one of the women grabbed his arm, he assured her that he would be careful, saying that he would definitely succeed, advising to use his services in the future, to which the woman again asked him to be careful. Suddenly he heard the voice of Hansen, who brought him a letter, which greatly surprised Lamond. As he said goodbye to the others, Hansen bent down to pick up their suitcases. Lamond turned to his friend and asked him for a letter to read on the way. Looking carefully at the envelope, the boy noticed that Princess Sophia's signature was there. He froze, and a surprised Hansen came closer to him. After reading her words about how he's full of shit if he's going to the Bay Area, Lamond thought she was a spoiled brat. Seeing his friend crumple the letter with a blank expression on his face, Hansen quietly called his name. He tried to convince him to change his mind, since he should not have gone to that area just because he wanted to see many patients. The boy tried to convey to him that it was dangerous there, but he replied that he knew about it very well, since he himself lived there. At Hansen's surprised question, Lamond smiled and said that he was actually from a poor village. He himself remembered how it was said that Lamond lived in shacks before he moved to the royal castle. The healer himself added that he lived there until his mother died, and after he moved to the palace, he did not even notice the difference. And although people who haven't been there think of poor cities as something like hell, in reality, it was just a place where ordinary people lived. It was in a poor village that little Lamond was happier than in a luxurious palace. The guy admitted to a friend that he wanted to open a clinic there since childhood. However, immediately after that, he assured me that there was nothing to worry about, as he would be fine if he was a little more careful. Clenching his fist, Hansen frowned as he pondered something carefully. Pointing to himself, the boy passionately asked to take him with him. He reasoned that it was better to go to a poor area than to go to it himself, but Lamond reminded him that he had already accepted the offer from the Maple Clinic. However, Hansen replied that there was nothing wrong with that, as there were even more money-crazed people there than at the Belland clinic. Lamond began timidly to say that he was also not against money, mentally adding that it was precisely for the sake of wealth that he wanted to gain experience. But this did not convince his friend, who replied that he knew how much he cared about his patients. That was why he wanted to work with him rather than those healers. But he had one request. Lamond looked into Hansen's sad eyes as he asked his permission to learn his craft by watching him. Hearing that he wanted to study medical techniques, the boy froze in fear for a moment. However, the determined look of his friend removed all doubts about his determination. The healer rushed to convince him that he himself had not yet achieved the skill to teach someone. Thinking that he simply did not want to teach anyone, Hansen lowered his head gloomily. However, at that moment, Lamond saw a notification that if he took Lamond as an apprentice, the apprentice training mode would be activated. When he read that if Hansen treated patients with medical techniques, Lamond himself would receive experience points, the boy was delighted. The healer thought it would be quite profitable and sounded pretty cool despite the limitations. He glanced at Hansen, who was still waiting for an answer, and said that although he lacked experience, he would teach him everything he knew. After these words, Hansen knelt before him and began to thank him fervently for his decision. Kneeling down in front of the boy, Lamond thought that even if he had few skills, he would achieve his goal much faster by teaching Hansen. In this way, Hansen became the first student of the medical school, which in the future was to impress the entire continent. On the day of the deployment to the Bay Area, Lamond asked Hansen why he put on armor, why he started saying that he had prepared for a dangerous area. Pointing his finger at his teacher, the boy asked him if he had not put on chainmail under his clothes. After thinking about it, the healer told him that it was just in case because his body was too expensive. Lamond thought to himself that he was really scared now, because the bay was really a dangerous area. Reaching into his bag, Hansen began searching for something to hand to his teacher. To Lamond's surprised look, the boy explained that he was giving him the pipe because he had something to defend himself with. The healer was somewhat surprised by the notification that he had an activated self-defense skill. He even thought that after learning magic one day he could become a famous swordsman. When asked by Hansen what he was doing, Lamond replied with a smile that they were now ready to go to the Bay Area. After some time, they both stood looking in front of them at the square where the poor people were. They looked with great suspicion at strangers who came to their city. Stuttering, Hansen asked the teacher if everything would really be all right with them, to which the teacher, with the same stammer, replied that it was. Lamond turned his attention to the mother and daughter peering out of the window, pulling back the curtain, and added that he had lived here before. The boys stopped in the middle of the ruins, looking at the remains of an old house. They decided to go to the clinic first, and therefore in some time they were already in the office, furnished with bookshelves and everything necessary for treatment. Hansen was surprised that no one was there, but Lamond reassured him by explaining that it was only their first day. But the next day the situation happened again, and they again sat in the clinic, just the two of them. On the third day, yawning, Lamond began to think about how it was possible that there were no sick people here. Hansen assumed that they do not come because they do not know that a clinic has opened in their area. To this, Lamond replied that they had a large sign of healers painted on the door. Besides, he knew how rumors spread quickly in the shacks, and by the time they were sitting around, everyone should have known a long, long time ago. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a huge stone that flew right through the window. The boys looked alarmed at the stone that had flown into their room. Hansen, who ran out into the yard to see who threw a stone at their window, suddenly loudly called the teacher to him. Stepping out onto the porch, Lamond stopped with his mouth open in shock. The entire premises of their clinic was painted red, and a sign told them to get out. Closing the door behind him, Hansen began demanding that they leave the area immediately. Now Lamond really thought about the fact that the people were more hostile than he expected, and therefore the situation had a dangerous angle. However, he also perfectly understood that he could not just leave because he borrowed a large amount of money and could simply go broke. Reconstruction and restoration of the building required a lot of money, and even the resale of medicinal herbs will not help him. He was even more frightened by the fact that interest on the loan was growing, and this in turn threatened problems with collectors. Seeing the task of the quest, Lamond thought that he would never have given up without him. He looked determinedly at Hansen and said that he couldn't just retreat because of some threat, but he couldn't be held by himself. His student recoiled in fright, looking at the teacher in shock. It was evident in the boy's eyes that he was delighted with his devotion to the patients. Grasping the healer's hands in his own, Hansen passionately assured him that he was staying because he did not want to embarrass his nobility. To his answer that he had his reasons, the boy assured that there was no need to make excuses. Then Layman decided that they could not just sit like that and they needed to do something. Besides, he said with a smile that he had a good idea. The central square of the Bay Area was very crowded. This worried Hansen, as he thought that it would be worth it for them to be where there were less people. Looking at the two men who were having a conversation, Lyman thought that it would be better to be right where it was crowded. He approached them with a smile, trying to start a conversation with them. Hearing his name, they looked at each other, trying to remember who he was. Realizing that he was still remembered, Layman smiled. With a smile on his face, he said that the city is very beautiful. At the same time, memories of how these two beat him were swirling in his memory. However, when Layman saw that his childhood memory tactic was not working, he became alarmed. The men, not hiding their dislike, asked him why he had come back. They growled menacingly that they had heard how he had recently received the title, and therefore there was no need for him to come here. Cursing, they advised him to go back to where he came from. Layman thought with sadness that the two men no longer saw him as the child they knew, realizing that the flashback tactic doesn't work, and they only see him as the king's son. The boy decided to use the standard method. Hearing how he sternly replied that he had not come to have fun, the men frowned and looked at the boy. Without looking up, Layman seriously announced that he had come to town to treat the sick. Pointing his finger at himself, he boldly looked at the men and said that they were right, that he was part of the royal family and a nobleman. After his words that he could find a better place, the boy felt the atmosphere around him change. The men looked at each other after hearing all this and began to wonder why he had come here, if no healer had come here before. In response to his question, Layman said that this is exactly the reason. Listening to his teacher's speech, Hansen cowered behind him in alarm. Layman continued that his mother died precisely because poor people are not treated. Hearing the circumstances of his friend's mother's death, the journeyman looked down sadly. While his teacher was talking about how he hoped to never have to come across anything like that again, Hansen noticed more and more people gathering around him. Layman also noticed more viewers, so he passionately assured them that he hoped to give them all the treatment they needed. He added that this is why he opened the clinic in this place and not elsewhere. The men, who a few minutes ago had growled at him as they chased him away, looked at each other in surprise. The healer continued his speech, saying that he understood why they would not take his word for it, but they could try to trust him. As proof of his intentions, he was going to go to the Kherson area and heal everyone there, which greatly alarmed the men. Hansen's heart was also alarmed, and he tried to refuse his teacher, as everyone avoided that place. Kherson was a former red light district, and everyone who ever worked there was cursed. Lamond was not intimidated by this, and he passionately assured that he was ready to heal those who had to hide due to divine karma. The passage to Kherson Street was cordoned off with a rough rope, next to which stood a "Do Not Enter" sign. Closing his eyes tightly, Hansen began to think about how divine karma would not attack them as well. He threw up his hands, trying to convince the teacher that all the damned lived far away, because they were afraid of infecting others. However, he returned to the student with a smile, and said that he wanted to check whether this was the disease he was thinking about. Hearing the master's words that he could stay on the outskirts, Harson recoiled in fright and glared at him. A moment later, he was the first to rush forward, saying that he was ready to go with the teacher, admiring his courage. He also reminded his teacher of his words that he would personally observe the medical equipment, while Layman asked not to call him a master, as it sounded very responsible. Stepping over the rope fence, the boy called his apprentice after him. One of the girls who lived in the Kherson quarter sternly asked what they needed, hiding her face under a veil. Layman pointed to himself, calling himself a healer. Hearing his words that he had come to heal her, the girl looked up at him. A second later, she was already laughing loudly, poking the boys with her finger and doubting his words. When the girl began to lift the veil, the healers held their breath and waited for what they would see under her. The girl's face could well be considered beautiful if it were not for the red wounds that were on it. Hansen looked at the red and black spots and immediately thought it was an infection, but Layman immediately went to examine it. Noticing that the teacher came very close to the woman, the apprentice shouted loudly, trying to call him over. The patient was also surprised at how close the healer came to her, thinking that he was not at all afraid to approach her. Meanwhile, Layman took her hand and carefully began to examine the wounds on it. Having his knowledge, He perfectly understood that the correctness of his guess would be very high, and he could safely say that it was just an infectious disease. Noticing two more ladies, the boy turned to face them and asked permission to examine them as well, and the rest of the body parts. They calmly agreed, reasoning that they had already traded their bodies, but one of them warned that if he got infected, it would be his problem. Layman smiled and assured him that everything would be fine, as he knew perfectly well that the disease he was thinking about was not transmitted by touch. He explained to the surprised girls that they did not have any divine karma, but only an illness. After some time, he was sitting indoors at a table, and across from him sat one of the women who had come for an examination. Her face was covered in red dots and spots that had already spread over part of her face, and her hands were bandaged, but she still worried that she was cursed. However, Layman instructively explained to her that she did not have a curse, but syphilis. After hearing their diagnosis, many of the women rushed to Layman asking him if he could cure them, as they had never heard of such a thing. Looking at their bodies, the healer understood that their disease was slightly different from ordinary syphilis. And ordinary people could easily cure him thanks to healing, but poor people did not have the opportunity to do this, so they thought that they were cursed. While Raymond pondered how to treat such syphilis, Hansen jotted down notes in his notebook, thinking the ancient knowledge was something special. The healer pointed to a basket of stale bread and asked if he could take it if no one would eat it. The girls sitting across from him at first did not understand what he wanted, but then said that they did not need him, because he had already bloomed, and it was simply impossible to eat him. When she asked what he was a doctor for, Layman replied that he would make a magic pill out of him. A new note appeared in Hansen's notebook about how moldy bread can turn into a magic pill. After carefully looking at the written words, at first the boy frowned a little, not understanding what the teacher was leading to. However, immediately after that, he looked up and looked at the beaming Layman, realizing that he was doing everything right. Penicillin was a magic pill that changed the history of medicine at one time, and there was no use for Layman to create penicillin specifically to treat syphilis, because it was treated with herbs that grew on Lipenthal. But the problem was that the herbs he needed were extremely expensive, so the boy wanted to become successful as soon as possible. That is why he now decided to use mold from bread, which was much cheaper to prepare penicillin. Seeing that the penicillin he had concocted did indeed kill the infected Staphylococcus, Layman smiled triumphantly, realizing that he now had a cure. Immediately after that, the healer saw a notification about leveling up, additional points, and a new achievement. In addition, he now had the alchemy skill, which allowed him to break down and extract various substances with the help of a catalyst. Now Layman could safely extract the right ingredients and create extracts, which made it possible to significantly save on the use of herbs and reduce their costs. He sat at the table that it is easier to produce penicillin if you have knowledge of alchemy. Across from him at another table sat a journeyman. The healer immediately started treating the patients, and the first thing he did was smear the girl's skin with his penicillin. Hansen thought about the fact that he wanted at least one day of quiet rest without work. After some time, all the girls cured by Layman looked at their bodies and wondered how it was possible that the curse was lifted from them, and they felt better. They immediately approached their healer, asking how they could repay his help, guessing that the cost of treatment was quite high. However, the boy himself perfectly understood that people who were isolated from society and abandoned in shacks could not have a lot of money to pay for his services. Therefore, with a broad smile, he assured the female patients that he did not need to add anything, so that they would not worry about it. Putting his hand to his chest, Lamon added that since he decided to dedicate his life to patients, seeing them healthy is the best reward for him. His calculation was based on the fact that if his clinic becomes famous, then he will be able to shovel money very soon. At the same time, the healer added that if someone else with similar symptoms does not hesitate to come to his clinic, then he will cure them all in the same way as these girls. The female patients, who were standing a little further away, were wondering how someone like that could even exist in this world, as they thought that all healers had long since rotted away. At this time, Hansen without hind legs was sleeping in his room, drooling on his pillow. Meanwhile, the townspeople, when they learned that the sick from Curson Street were completely cured, were surprised that Layman did not even take money from them. The young men who lived in the city thought about how different he was from the princes who had come before, suspecting that he really came for the sake of the people. And one of them even thought his mother was from you. Layman was so pleased with the fact that you managed to melt the hearts of the townspeople that he did not even notice the voice of the sleepy Hansen who greeted him. Waking up to the end, the journeyman noted with delight that they had a lot of patience. Meanwhile, Layman was thinking that he already heard success approaching. The healer stepped forward, trying to gather all the locals into line, while ordering them to take the coupon from Hansen. Seeing the first patients of the morning, the boys rushed to them to find out what was bothering them. One of the village women had a sore neck, which Layman anointed with a healing salve. Another townsman had problems with his arm, which the healer bandaged, bringing a big smile to the boy's face. Meanwhile, Hansen started treating an elderly lady who came to him with her son, and while the journeyman was happy that he had healed more people than he had in his entire life, Layman was happy that he was getting experience points for taking the boy as an apprentice. The elderly lady who was being treated by his student bowed her head and thanked him for helping her. The woman added that she used to think that people like the locals should just disappear from the kingdom. Her son, meanwhile, gratefully added that they had saved his mother, while keeping his tender eyes on the woman. In the end, after thanking the healer, the man did raise a watchful and warm look at him. Seeing him, Layman froze for a moment with his eyes wide open. Unexpectedly for himself, the boy realized that he liked the feeling of being thanked for the work he had done. Layman took the old lady's hand in his and said that to him it was a trifle, for in truth he was glad to see that she was better. He and the apprentice stood at the entrance to the clinic and watched as the son and mother left its borders. Keeping his eyes on their backs, Hansen timidly noticed that he had a question for the teacher. Hearing a question about how he came up with the medicine that cured syphilis, the boy paused and smiled. Layman replied that he learned about him in the ruins, but realizing that he was already telling the truth to his student, he sharply began to make excuses, to which Hansen noticed that it was probably from the knowledge that appeared in his head. Closing his eyes, the healer said that he was not telling him this because he did not want to tell the truth, but he really did not know where he suddenly had such a talent. Hansen said that he guessed where he was from, but the boy did not have time to conclude, because a red-haired girl pounced on Layman, who begged to save her mother. Hansen looked carefully at his master, to whom the girl explained that her mother had a stomach ache since yesterday evening. He thought that he had never seen a healer who wanted so sincerely to heal patients, and who thought of patients in any case. The boy reflected that his master had always been like this, as he had a pitiful ability to heal, and with it he would never have become a healer. However, despite this and the fact that everyone looked down on him, Hansen remembered how he was never lazy when it came to studying, and this talent that Lamond suddenly received could be his reward for being more sincere than anyone else in wanting to help people. Already as night fell on the city, the healer stretched tiredly, saying that they were done for today, to which Hansen noticed that they had a lot of people today. Looking admiringly at his assistant, Layman suggested that he take up accounting, as he wondered how much they earned. However, in a few minutes, both realized that they were at a loss, and that they did not have enough for anything. Hansen assumed that the reason was that he did not take money from those who did not have it, looking at it as an advertisement for the clinic. Looking at the bills, Layman thought that things had turned out to be much worse, but he couldn't turn away patients just because they didn't have money. Realizing that things were going badly at the clinic, Hansen said that since he was studying, he would not demand a salary. The healer was sure that as soon as he gained experience and became more famous, rich people would come to them. Layman was sure that it was then that he would make his millions. So with great enthusiasm, the boys raised their fists and shouted loudly. They understood that they would have to eat vegetable soup for now, but there was nothing they could do about it. They did not even notice how a man was watching them from the window. He listened attentively to what the healer was saying with his student, keeping a dark, attentive gaze on them. Arriving at the tavern, the man pounded his fist on the table and said that because of Layman, they could lose their profits because everyone was going to his clinic. He belonged to a group of illegal healers who could make money only at the expense of those who had already given up treatment, and his colleagues fully supported his opinion. The man wanted to force Layman to raise the cost of the treatment, as well as to cooperate with them. After they finished the operation, the boys advised the patient to be more careful and not to overexert herself just because she felt better. Suddenly their attention was drawn by a crowd of men, one of whom sharply called Lemon by name. Hearing them call him by name, the healer asked them who they were, to which he heard the answer that it was the Bay Area Healers Association. One of the men added that the boy's occupation is a violation of the labor market rules, while forcing him to raise the cost of treatment to a penny. When Hansen heard this, he was scared because the cost was 10 times higher than the current price. Lamond embarrassedly replied that no one in the city could pay such an amount for treatment, to which the man gave a predatory smile, adding that he didn't care, since the healing power was a blessing from heaven. Gromolo, who was standing behind him, added that such a price would be fully justified. Hearing the words that someone who had no money should die quietly somewhere, Lamond and the student frowned. Looking at the aliens, the healer thought that they must have been the reason why the residents of the Bay Area could not receive quality treatment. It was because of such people that at one time his mother did not receive the necessary treatment, and most of them were illegal, not having the appropriate qualifications. The guy understood perfectly well that kind words would not work on such people, so he harshly replied that he understood what they were talking about. Hearing the metal in his voice, the illegal healer looked at him sternly, frowning. One of the men smiled, thinking that he really understood everything, but the boy didn't even let him finish. Realizing that the only effective remedy for such people was to show them who was in charge, Lamond asked them why they spoke to him so insolently. He turned to his apprentice, asking if he had seen them threaten the nobleman and the friend of Count Augustus. Hearing that the guardsmen would not come to the quarter, Raven raised one eyebrow in surprise and said that the bribed ones would not budge, but the Count's personal guard could. The woman, who was also a member of the Bay Area Healers Association, confirmed that the player August was looking after the boy. Lamond smiled triumphantly as he watched the men retreat, but Hansen quietly asked him if they were going to be all right. To which I heard from an angry teacher that such things affect only those who are weaker, and they will not be able to do anything with the stronger ones. Exhaling deeply, the boy smiled and turned to his patients, offering them to continue the treatment. In his tavern, the man listened to the sorcerers, who spoke about the fact that it is not worth incurring the anger of the Count, since they could all end up in court together. The leader turned to the side and asked Langs, who was sitting next to him, if there was a way to avoid all this. He only smiled, showing his rat teeth. He still couldn't believe that Lamond had come to the Bay Area to open a clinic here. It was because of Lamond, he believed, that he was kicked out after the incident with Count Augustus and disqualified. He had no choice but to hide in the ruins and start working illegally. With a thumbs up, Langs invited his co-conspirators to spread rumors that Lamond was a fraud. However, one of the illegals had his doubts, as everyone knew that the methods used by the new healer were very effective. But this did not stop the former chief healer, because he knew that everyone could be bribed, so he offered to bribe the patients that Lamond was treating. If they lowered his status in the eyes of society, they could easily kick them out of the city, saying that they were taking advantage of the poor. Hearing that in such a case, even playing August would not be able to bring any charges against them, everyone nodded in unison, confirming such a plan. Squinting slyly, Langs mentally threatened Lamond that he would make him pay for what he had done. However, immediately after that, a red-haired girl burst into their room, with tears in her eyes, announcing that they had a problem. When asked by Langs what happened to her face, she explained that the beggars got angry when she tried to turn them against Lamond. Throwing stones at her and sending her on a long way, the villagers threatened that they would take revenge on the lazy thieves, which greatly alarmed Langs himself. The woman realized that everyone had been silent before because they were afraid that they would need treatment, but with the appearance of Lamond, they no longer needed to. The red-haired girl pointed out that now the townspeople are going to come to punish them. A large bead of sweat rolled down Lang's face as he said that with things going this way, they had no choice. Upon hearing his suggestion to ask the Blue Moon for help, all the healers standing around him glared at Langs. They knew perfectly well that the Blue Moon Guild differed from the bandits in that it followed order, and understanding that they do not treat unlicensed healers badly, there was no guarantee that they would agree to protect them. Worried that the guild might now also unite with the people and beat them up, Langs grinned again through bared teeth and said he had an idea. The Blue Moon Guild itself was created to fight against a criminal group known as the Dark Blade, who were exploiting the inhabitants of the ruins. To date, the guild has been supported by voluntary donations from merchants. The head of the guild was Kansir, who was a straightforward man with a keen sense of justice. However, he had one major flaw, namely that he was naive. So when Langs came and said that Lamond had bad intentions, he believed it without hesitation. Wiping away his tears with a handkerchief, Langs reminded him of who he used to be, adding that he had taught the boy at Belland Clinic back then. Without removing the handkerchief from his eyes, the former chief healer added that he had come to Bay to conduct experiments on people. When the head of the guild told him that he had heard that Layman was treating people for pennies, the boy added that it was all just to have guinea pigs. He urged Kanseer to intervene, if only for the sake of the people of the Bay District, who had no one else to rely on. Slamming his palm on the table, the man growled that he would not allow the healer to do whatever he wanted. Langs was glad that his plan was working, because he was not only naive, but when he got angry, he would start swinging his fists without understanding the situation. The next morning, Kanseer was already standing on the doorstep of Layman's clinic, scaring Hansen to death. Layman, seeing that his opponent was recognized as a fool, asked with a sincere smile what exactly was bothering him. For him, this bald man was like a big bear, and now the boy sincerely did not understand what exactly could have brought him to the clinic. However, hearing the words that he needed to get out of here, the healer awkwardly fell silent. The head of the Blue Moon Guild reached out and grabbed the boy's shoulder. With one clear movement, he pushed him aside. At the same time, Kanseer threatened that if he did not leave, he would simply grind him to dust along with the clinic. Layman said quietly that at this rate he would be heavily in debt, but his apprentice reminded him that money was the last thing to think about right now. Realizing that he had to do something, the healer stepped forward a little, covering his student with his body. One of the patients looked at Kanseer in surprise, not expecting to see him here. However, the man was more surprised that the patient asked him why he was so angry, clarifying whether Sir Layman had done something wrong. Pointing at the healer, the head of the Blue Moon Guild shouted that he was using his patients as test subjects. This news immediately interested the woman who was standing nearby, and the patient who approached him looked at Kanseer in shock. Turning to face the people of the Bay Quarter, the man said, keeping his finger on the healer, that he had come to try his healing methods. However, Layman wasted no time, and putting his hand to his heart, shouted assuring everyone that it was a lie. Immediately after that, a notification appeared in front of the boy that he had an additional quest, namely to cure a patient of Durbitsol. After thinking about it, the healer said that if the quest had already appeared, then the person was also a patient, and it would be easy to deal with him. He looked at the head of the Blue Moon Guild and assured him that the healing methods were approved by the king himself, and the healing tower recognized him as a healer, and he was slandered because his prices are cheaper. Hearing this, Kanseer was surprised to decide on the boy. He remembered how Langs himself also took a lot of money from those he treated, besides mocking the poor. He also took a large amount from the Blue Moon. Angry at the fact that he had been tricked, the guild leader said that there had been a misunderstanding, and he would return as soon as he found out the whole truth. However, Layman detained him, thinking that he must have a lot of money, so with a smile he invited the man to speak before he left. Pushing the bewildered Kanseer to the entrance to a private office, the boy asked if there was anything bothering him. Pouring tea into small cups, the healer asked the patient if he did not feel some discomfort, or perhaps he had a disease that others could not cure. After thinking about it, the Blue Moon Guild leader replied that he had a disease that kept relapsing. Opening his mouth in surprise, realizing that he had hit the spot, Layman asked the man what kind of illness it was. Just burning with shame, the head of the guild said that his butt hurts, and his trips to the toilet are always accompanied by bleeding. Hearing that the pain subsided after healing, but the effect was short-lived, Layman stared at his new patient with wide eyes. Realizing that he simply had hemorrhoids, the healer suggested that he eliminate the root cause of the discomfort, and then the symptoms would disappear. Leaning his elbow on the table, Kanseer asked if there was a cure for this, to which the healer replied with a smile that it required a simple operation that would cure his problem once and for all. Hearing the unfamiliar word, the man wondered if the new healer wanted to conduct some kind of experiment on him. However, the smiling face of Langs with rat teeth appeared before his eyes, taking a lot of money from him, while the treatment did not help. Realizing that he had a great opportunity to get rid of the relapse, the Blue Moon Guild chairman timidly replied that he agreed to the treatment. Sometime later, while examining a new patient, Layman learned that he had an internal hemorrhoid of the 3rd degree, and therefore surgical intervention was necessary. After activating the surgeon's nimble hands skill, he got to work, picking up scissors and tweezers. Focusing on his actions, the healer thought that after anesthetizing the patient with herbs, it was necessary to pull out the knot and tie the vascular leg. First of all, nodes that had the most problematic areas were removed, and then the rest were removed. When he saw the notification that he had received a bonus level up and that the quest was complete, Layman smiled widely. After that, his gaze returned to the patient, who was surprised that everything had ended so quickly. Leaning over his face, the healer advised the man to take sitz baths, as he would be in some discomfort and pain for a few more days. Within days, the smiling head of the Blue Wolf Guild was thanking the healers for curing him of an illness that had plagued him for several years. Kanzir, with a big smile on his face, added to them that he would never forget their kindness, to which Layman thought that it was all nonsense and should just be paid. Keeping a broad smile on his face, he was already calculating in his mind how much money he could take from a happy and rich man. The head of the Blue Wolf Guild replied that the money alone would not be enough to repay the healers for their kindness, to which Layman reacted somewhat confused. Punching himself in the chest, Kanzir assured the healers that from today he will get rid of anyone who dares to slander their clinic. At the same time, keeping a broad smile on his face, he handed the boys a big bag of money. Opening it, they opened their mouths in shock, trying to understand how much was actually in this bag. Hearing the threatening voice of the Blue Wolf Guild leader, the healers turned their admiring glances to him as he said that he would not let Langs go just like that. They thanked and bowed as Kanzir headed for the door. Hansen was alarmed by the man's words about Langs, but Lamond didn't care because he was already thinking about how he was going to have beef for dinner. Meanwhile, Langs, the former head healer, sat among the scattered crates, covering his head and trying to justify himself to Kanzir. Clenching his fists, the head of the Blue Moon Guild said that he hated them from the first day they appeared on the block, but tolerated them because other healers wouldn't stumble here. After hearing the thugs' words that they had slandered a wonderful person, one of the local healers realized that they had lost this battle. The healers immediately began begging Kanzir for mercy, but within moments Langs was tearfully looking at his hand, where several teeth were. Towering over the boy, the Blue Wolf Guild leader added that if he saw his pike again in the Bay Area, he would knock out the rest of his teeth. It was after this incident that illegal healers were kicked out of the Bay Area, and no one saw them there again, just like in the capital. After all this, the Layman Clinic became very popular among the residents of the Bay Area. People were delighted with the young healer, and on the streets there were only conversations about his talent. Meanwhile, Layman did not stop accepting patients who were extremely grateful to him, thereby increasing his level and gaining additional points. The healer enthusiastically noticed that he was already at the 28th level, and accordingly, the 40th level was not so far away. However, realizing that he began to get very tired of the influx of customers, the guy decided to start investing in endurance after a certain number of points. And thus very soon he expected to become the best healer, which would give him the opportunity to bathe in luxury and enjoy expensive wine. However, all his dreams were interrupted by Kanzir, who stormed into his clinic, shouting that they had a big problem. Seeing the frightened big man, Layman asked what happened, but he answered that he had to leave urgently. He reported that a patient who had been with the Reaper of Death was on his way to the healer, and accordingly, if the healer had stayed, he could also become infected and die. Hearing the words about the Reaper of Death, Hansen paled in fright, putting a hand to his face. Layman, scratching his chin, thought about the fact that the Reaper of Death was called smallpox, which was similar to the plague, but several patients could be cured. His apprentice immediately rushed to the teacher, trying to convince him to leave immediately. At one point, Layman wondered if maybe they really should get out of the Bay Area as soon as possible. The boy perfectly remembered the advice of the healer's tower that if smallpox and the plague were raging on the street, it was necessary to get out immediately so as not to get infected and die. Kanzir growled that there were rumors that they wanted to burn all the sick, fervently begging the healer and his apprentice to leave. Suddenly, the man turned his head in surprise and lashed out at the girl who approached him, asking if the disease was indeed the Reaper of Death. Putting her hand forward, she reminded them that their disease was called a curse, but Lamond was able to prove everyone wrong. In addition, she recalled that it had been a long time since the last recorded outbreak of smallpox in the Kingdom of Houston. A large bead of sweat rolled down Layman's face as he wondered if it really could not be smallpox. Hearing his question about the patient's symptoms, the Blue Moon Guild head and another man looked at each other in surprise, trying to remember them. One of the villagers said that everyone had a fever and a rash all over the body, and those who have already encountered the Reaper said that the symptoms are exactly the same as before. When he heard the symptoms, Layman smiled widely. as he understood that many diseases besides smallpox had these symptoms. He wondered aloud whether he would be able to tell for sure if he looked with his own eyes, but he knew very well that it was dangerous. His student noticed that there was nothing to think about, and it was necessary to get out immediately. Crossing his arms over his chest, Layman noticed that if it wasn't smallpox, then all the possible patients they saved would simply be burned alive. The healer looked at Consir and his apprentice, thinking that he could use a little confidence in his decision now. Having read in the notice that many people were threatened with an unjust death, the boy chuckled, realizing that it was not smallpox after all. At his words that he would not go anywhere, the head of the Blue Wolf Guild and the apprentice shouted loudly, trying to reach him. However, in the head of Layman himself, it was spinning that in fact it was not smallpox, and he could save many people with his knowledge. He perfectly remembered that smallpox, like many other infectious diseases, is transmitted by airborne droplets, through nasal secretions or coughing. Putting his hand to his chin, the boy thought that if the disease was spread by airborne droplets, then it was necessary to find a way around it. Layman turned to his apprentice, ordering him to bring a thick cloth to use in place of the mask, as well as gloves and a robe. He was frightened and asked him what exactly he was planning to do. Pointing to himself, Layman replied that he was going to personally meet the patients and examine them. In the meantime, a crowd of people gathered on the street near one of the houses, and from the house itself, the cry of a woman was heard, asking not to touch her child. One of the men said he was sorry, but added that he did not want to die because of them. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard from behind, and the crowd turned to look at the one who dared to come so close. There they saw healer Layman, who was wrapped in bandages from head to toe, and a cloak was over his body. Not understanding who was in front of him, the man with the torch growled fiercely, asking him who he was. After hearing the answer, he wondered why the prince was dressed like that, and tried to assure him that it was not dangerous here, since the children of the family were infected by the Reaper of Death. At these words, the healer reacted with shocked eyes and asked how they were able to tell that it was a Death Reaper without the healer's help. Hearing this question, those present became silent, talking about a high temperature and a rash all over the body. Frowning, Layman noted that many diseases also have similar symptoms, and they probably didn't know anything. Hearing that he was going to the house to check for himself what kind of disease it was, the townspeople recoiled in shock, reminding him that he could be infected. However, the boy, smiling, added that there is no need to worry about him, as he knows how to avoid such a fate. On the approach to the house, he went to the store and bought the shield skill, which will help him defend himself. Layman understood that the effect of the shield was quite short-lived, but even that could help prevent infection from entering the respiratory tract. Looking down at his bandaged, gloved hand, the healer thought that combined with the protective suit, it should have provided decent protection. Raising his head, the boy tightened the knot from the improvised mask on the back of his head. All the villagers who came to burn the house watched with admiration and fear as their only healer entered the place where smallpox was raging. Cupping his hands over his mouth, Hansen thought in shock that his teacher had just used shield magic. In the house, Layman found a mother who was holding her 3 frightened, crying children. Raising her head and seeing the stranger, the woman with tears in the night asked who he was. With a smile on his face that his eyes gave off, the boy replied that he was a healer. Hearing this, the children immediately rushed to him, begging him to save them, because they did not want to die. Dropping to one knee, he reminded them that he was not a prince, but a healer, asking permission to examine them, and asking the boy to lift his shirt. His attentive gaze ran from one point to another, carefully studying the boy's condition. The red spots on the body indicated smallpox, as they were very similar to it. However, he also noticed that similar spots were also near the eyes, so he asked the boy to open his mouth wide. Turning back to the little patient's mother, the healer noted with a smile that she might not worry since it wasn't a Death Reaper. Hearing that the rash was not deep enough, and the feet and palms were clean, the woman carefully examined her hand, on which the healer diagnosed chickenpox. He also added with a smile that it would all go away naturally if she just left the rash alone. Pointing to the door, Layman promised to explain all this to the people outside. Wasting no time, the boy went out into the yard to where people were already lighting torches to burn down the house. A few days later, when he visited this house again, perfectly healthy children were reaching out to him, looking at him with big purple eyes. The woman answered him with a smile that the children were completely cured, while thanking the boy. But he replied that he did not help much. Holding the little pup to her, The woman replied that he saved their lives, and she would never forget what he did for them. Hansen told his teacher with a smile that everything came back very well, as he was really worried that it would be a Death Reaper. A man was already waiting for him on the street, who at that time was running with a torch, at the same time fervently thanking the boy for not letting him kill innocent people. Afterwards, Layman received a notification that he had completed the quest and received the achievement, "The Only One Who Lives for Patience." The boy thought that at such a moment he felt happy as if it was the first time. Residents surrounded their healer, saying that thanks to him, they could finally live like normal people. Everyone was interested in the question of how long the healer planned to stay with them. At that time, in the royal palace, the prime minister convinced the king that a war with the kingdom of Droton could soon begin. He added that he didn't know what kind of trouble the Bay Area residents would cause, and following Prince Limerton's advice, it was best to get rid of them now. King Houston covered his face with his hand, thinking deeply about his friend's words. Sensing the aroma of meat from the kitchen, Layman looked into where Hansen was cooking dinner, explaining that the mother of the rescued children paid for the treatment with meat. Looking at the mouth-watering kebabs, Layman added that beef helps boost immunity and they should eat it for their health. While enjoying the protein product, the boy thought about the fact that he was level 29 and the people of the Bay Area were very friendly. In his mind, he had already reached level 40 and was finally able to get rid of the rank of novice resident, which would allow him to treat people better. However, he was pulled out of his happy dreams by Hansen's voice, who softly called out to his teacher. Tasting a barbecue with tomatoes and mushrooms, the boy asked in surprise if the mentor used shield magic, to which an embarrassed Layman explained that it wasn't ancient magic, but just another ability he got purely by accident. At this, the student noticed that he has a limited time to use it since he has little mana. In their world, mana was the source of miracles such as healing, magic, and aura. It was she who was used by healers to treat people. Magicians, in turn, used mana to cast spells on enemies, and the knights used mana, channeling it into their blades and creating an aura. Layman had mana because he was a healer, but if he looked at it as his stat, then it would just be 1. Hansen, meanwhile, suggested that if he could raise his mana, it would greatly help in treating patients. And although all castes used the same mana, their abilities differed. For example, knights used the lowest energy core. Magicians, in turn, used the middle energy core for their spells, which was called the Heart of Mana. But the healer caste used the highest core in their activities, and therefore of all 3 classes it was the hardest for them to accumulate mana. As he chewed on a portion of barbecue, Layman thought about the fact that only being born gifted would have enough mana, which made it impossible for him to rise above F rank. However, in the next moment, the boy opened his eyes in surprise, thinking about how he could use magic in such a case. The healer perfectly understood that it is impossible to alternate cores. Therefore, healers used only the upper one and only healed. Magicians used the middle ones and only cast spells, and knights used the lower ones and only created an aura. But he himself managed to use magic even though he never accumulated mana in the heart area. Looking at his hand, Layman thought to himself that he had never given it any importance, only thinking about how to improve his playing ability. Suddenly, their meal was interrupted by a loud scream coming from outside. Realizing that they had a patient, Layman quickly sprang to his feet, throwing over his shoulder to his student that they should hurry. The boys went out into the yard and knelt down next to the man who was lying on the ground, while his wife wailed that he had fallen off the roof and couldn't breathe. Dragging him into the ward, Layman ordered Hansen to perform artificial respiration, which his student immediately did. At this time, King Houston arrived in the Bay Area with Hallman. The man asked the ruler whether it was necessary to go to the Bay District so secretly. He reminded that Prince Liberton had been seriously injured last time, so it was very dangerous to be here. However, His Majesty replied that he was a master of the sword, and therefore nothing threatened him unless the military appeared in the area. At his friend's timid remonstrance, the king looked at him coldly and said that they were in a place inhabited by men, and he could not get rid of him just because his son had some presumption. Moving on, His Majesty suggested that his associate go into the tavern and see what was happening there. Having settled down at one of the tables and made an order, the men continued to look at the tavern filled with people. Out of the corner of their ears, they heard 2 men talking about someone dying at the Layman clinic today. They said that he did some kind of breathing there for an hour, and the patient still died, to which his friend said that even Layman is not omnipotent. In their conversation, the men did not forget to pass over those rumors that circulated about Lamond, who wanted to use patience in his experiments. After hearing the words of one of them that people of high status perceive the Bay Area and its people as an empty place, Hallman pounded on the table. A woman suddenly approached the men and began to loudly assure them that Sir Lamond was not like that, with an expression of sorrow on her face. The woman said that she herself had seen a patient whom other healers would have given up on, and how Lamond himself had tried to save that patient. And the girl added that she personally saw how the healer, when nothing worked for him, cried. Tears streamed down the boy's face as he talked about losing a patient and not being able to save him. He perfectly understood that a doctor grows when he learns from mistakes, and this is what modern medicine taught him. But the cry of the patient's family was still in his ears when he left the ward to tell them that their father and husband were gone. With tears in his eyes, Lamond apologized to them without looking up at them. Looking at the burned woman who was holding her child close to her, he said that he was sorry. At the same time, he thought about the fact that he did not want to come again because of something like this. The woman wept as she recounted this, saying that she had never seen anyone who was so sincere with her patients. The woman spoke with great fervor to those in the tavern at the time, telling them that Lamond had been heaven sent to the Bay Area. One of the men added with a smile that the healer saved his son, and the other added that he saved his wife from a serious illness. The king and Hallman watched as the men raised their mugs aloft and clinked them, wishing long life to Prince Lamond, who had been dubbed the Prince of Ruin. At this time, a sullen Lamond looked at the notification that spoke of the new title, remembering that he had been a vile bastard from the beginning. After reading that his status was now defined as Robin Hood, the boy smiled happily, his eyes shining. As he accepted another patient, the healer thought that he would now be able to earn a lot of money as his reputation grew. The king, leaving the tavern with the prime minister, said that Lamond's reputation had become better than he had expected. Hallman, on the other hand, noticed that he knew that the boy would be able to survive in such an area, but his thoughts were interrupted by the king's loud cough. This greatly alarmed the prime minister, as he knew that the king was coughing constantly and his condition was only getting worse. So His Majesty let out a loud breath, saying that he only had a common cold. Immediately after that, he offered to return to the palace, to which Hallman happily agreed, considering it the best decision. However, their conversation was interrupted by the loud cry of someone asking for help. Without thinking for a long time, the men rushed into one of the dark alleys that were not far from where the screams were heard. There they met two men who rudely told them not to look here but to just go on. In their hands was a young girl who, with tears in her eyes, asked strangers to help her. Drawing his sword, the king sternly asked Hallman to withdraw, to which he responded with immediate submission. His Majesty's sword immediately lit up with a mysterious purple glow. Noticing this, the robbers backed away in fear, trying to tell the king not to approach, but did not let go of their victim. But the king was not so easily frightened, so he swung his sword and charged forward at the bandits. The frightened girl crouched, covering her head with her hands, while her savior slashed her attackers with his sword. In a few seconds, when the fight was over, the man asked the girl if she was okay. However, she looked up at him fiercely, full of hatred, and a blade flashed with a blue glow in her hands. Not expecting this, His Majesty swung his sword to attack the girl when she rushed at him with a blade in her hands. However, his reaction was insufficient, and in a moment, he saw that a deep gash had formed on his hand, surrounded by dark magic. Seeing this, King Houston realized that he was being hunted by a hired killer. Killer stopped in fright, staring at the wound on her shoulder that the king had managed to inflict on her. His Majesty's gaze expressed determination as he stared coldly at the girl who had tried to kill him. She raised the dagger again, whispering some ancient incantation in an unknown language. Immediately after that, the king saw smoke and fog rising around the girl, guessing that it was a smokescreen. Raising his sword, His Majesty growled that if she wanted to escape, she would not succeed. However, he coughed, covering his mouth with his hand, and realized that the smoke had a bad effect on the respiratory tract of a person who guessed and knew about his cough. Looking down at the sword, he saw in the mirror image the girl rushing at him from behind. However, she stopped abruptly when she saw a large hole in her chest. Meanwhile, Hallman was already rushing to the king, asking if everything was all right with him. His Majesty replied that he was fine, but the Prime Minister noticed that the area around the cut was turning blue. The king said indifferently that the swordsman would not die from such injuries, but Halman added that he urgently needed treatment because he might lose his arm. The ruler reminded that there was Hellion in the palace, who was an A-rank healer and was able to deal with poisons, but Halman was more worried that the poison would spread throughout the body. Lifting the limb, His Majesty assessed the extent of the wound, realizing that necrosis had already begun, so it was really possible that he would lose his arm. However, hearing from Halman that Layman's clinic was nearby, the king stared in front of him in fear. His Majesty looked sternly at his friend, but he added sternly that he could at least seek first aid. At the same time, the Prime Minister added that the boy spent 5 years in the Belland clinic, so he will be able to provide the necessary first aid. Putting his hand to his chin, the king thought that there was some rationality in his friend's words. When they entered, the healer personally greeted them with a big smile on his face. Trying not to give themselves away, the king and his friend covered their faces with masks and pulled on hoods. Layman immediately noticed that one of the men had traces of blood on his mask, so he guessed that they had been involved in a fight. Noticing the wound on the man's hand, the boy pointed to the chair with a smile, offering him to sit down. However, the next second the smile slipped from his face when he heard the man's voice saying that the wound was poisoned and that first aid was needed. The healer immediately thought that these were bandits who did not want to reveal their identity, but still rushed to examine the wounded man. After the first glance, the boy understood that things were really very bad, but first of all it was necessary to find out what kind of poison was used. Layman asked if anything was bothering the man besides the arm, suggesting it might be a pounding heart, dizziness, or a headache. The patient said he felt lightheaded and had a slight headache, and the healer himself thought that the man's voice was very familiar. The guy said that his hand was in bad shape and his pulse was abnormal, so he could have been poisoned with neurotoxins and hemotoxins. Holding the mask on his face with his fingers, the man coughed and asked him to prevent the poison from spreading. However, Layman immediately passionately assured the patient that he would be able to cure him himself. The patient's companion frowned, not understanding what he was talking about. To his question, Layman replied that the man had been poisoned with the poison of 3 white snakes, which had been mixed with the extract of the alpine rose. The man knew full well that it took too much time to identify the poison, so he asked if he knew this with his medical techniques. However, the healer replied with a smile that he studied poisons when he was a student, adding that he had a C rank in herbology. With his knowledge of various fields of medicine, he tried to somehow compensate for the lack of his healing talent, but Hansen was delighted with the level of his knowledge. Covering his mouth, Layman said that they had an antidote at the clinic, but there was one small problem. He explained to the patient's companion that the poison used was an improved version of the poison of the 3 white snakes, and the usual antidote would not be very effective. When the men asked what to do now, he said that it is possible to use a method that can maximally enhance the effect of the antidote. Such a method could become a method in which the antidote was not drunk, but injected into a vein with the help of a needle. The patient's companion, hearing this suggestion, immediately rushed to the rescue, saying that he had never heard of such a method of treatment. Layman didn't judge him, as he understood that no one on Liepentime had ever heard of a syringe, so their reaction was not surprising. The patient's companion continued to say that this person was so important that even words cannot describe it. Looking sternly at the healer, the patient asked him if it was true that a patient had recently died here. Hearing this, Layman shrank in fright and turned pale. His Majesty recalled a conversation between 2 men in a tavern who were discussing the subject of experiments on patients. A light purple aura began to rise around him as he sternly warned that if he was really experimenting on humans, there would be no mercy for him. Realizing that a swordmaster was in front of him, Layman closed his eyes in fear, realizing that he was scared. However, in the next moment, a notification appeared in front of his face that the Steel Heart skill was activated, and the patient was no longer afraid of him. Halman, who was watching Layman in the meantime, was surprised to notice that he was no longer afraid of the aura of His Majesty. Having read in a new notification that the interlocutor is identified as a slob, the boy smiled timidly. Turning to face the patient again, Layman assured him that he understood his concern. The Prime Minister thought with admiration that the boy was just as kind, despite the fact that they tried to intimidate him. Layman, meanwhile, took the patient's hands in his own and swore by his mother's name that there was no other way to cure the poison. He looked intently at the man with his green eyes and asked him to trust him. The king sadly remembered the red-haired girl whose family name his son had just sworn into. After thinking for a moment, the man did give his consent to the treatment offered by the healer. A few minutes later, seeing an unknown thing in the boy's hands, the king warily asked what it was. Layman warned that it was a syringe with which he would inject the antidote, warning that it would hurt a bit, and asked him not to be afraid. The king closed one eye as he carefully watched the unknown object approach his injured hand. Clamping the vein with a piece of bandage, Layman guided the needle under the skin and pressed the plunger. Hallman immediately rushed to the king, asking if he did not feel anything strange. His Majesty replied that he did not feel it, but in the next moment he moaned loudly, lowering his head on his hand. Layman watched in horror at what was happening, thinking that he had never used a syringe before. However, in the next second, the king replied that the dizziness and headache were going away. Looking at his hand and wondering how his condition could have improved so quickly, he replied that he felt much better. He was well aware that the effect of the antidote usually took some time to take effect, but he did not understand how it could happen so quickly. Layman thought the result was much better than he expected, and this meant that tomorrow they could eat meat. When the patient asked whether his wound was healing by itself, the healer replied that the damaged skin should have regenerated naturally. His Majesty thought that if he was really stubborn and insisted on going to the palace, he would most likely be left without an arm. Hansen entered the study, who was surprised that a patient had come to them while he was gone, but the teacher reassured him that he had already finished treatment. The king looked at the healer and his student and said that he owed him a lot, so he asked if there was anything he wanted. To which Layman replied that he would like the money, much to His Majesty's surprise. To the surprised question, the boy explained that he had not done anything to be in debt to the patient, so it was worth just paying for the treatment. The healer thought that since the patient possessed an aura, he could not occupy a low rank, so he informed the patient that the treatment would be a little more expensive. Hallman asked if the money would really be enough, adding that he could not be shy in his requests. Placing his hand on his heart, Layman added that healing people is a normal thing for him, as he is a healer. And since he did not expect that the patients would be in his debt, then a small payment for the treatment would be quite enough. The king's companion thought that Layman behaved like this even outside the royal palace, and His Majesty inquired how much the treatment would cost. Thinking that the bill would be the biggest he had run up since opening the clinic, the boy said the treatment would cost 500 pence. Hansen, hearing the price that his teacher named, tried to tell him in a whisper that it was a very large amount, on which a commoner could live for 6 months. However, Lamond in turn understood that he could not compromise, as this was the only chance to get out of the red. Covering his mouth with his hand, the king coughed, trying to force out his thoughts about the price, but the healer said that the price would be just that. The king's companion actually thought that 500 pennies was very cheap, since an A-rank healer charged at least 1,000, and everyone could be here. Now the man understood why the people of the Bay District liked such a healer. He was really only interested in treating patients and nothing else. The king, in turn, said that he wanted to ask the healer something, to which the boy expressed his readiness to answer the question. His Majesty asked why such a competent healer was inventing difficulties for himself, since he could earn more if he opened a clinic in another place. Scratching the back of his head, Layman sheepishly replied that his actions were aimed at a goal in his head, mentally glad that he didn't care about the cost of the treatment. Looking carefully at his son, His Majesty thought that such a goal could be to live his life for the sake of patients. But his companion was more surprised by the fact that an illegitimate child who had been mistreated could grow up to be like this, and at the same time, he wondered what was in the king's mind. He said that he understood everything, lowering his gaze and exhaling loudly. Hallman rushed to him asking how he was feeling now, to which he, rubbing his hand, replied that he was feeling much better now. Layman kept his broad smile on his face when he heard that the patient didn't have any cash with him, but in his mind he made up his mind in surprise. The king put a small ring on his hand, ordering him to sell it and take the proceeds as payment for his treatment. Looking at the award in his hands, Layman thought that the ring looked quite expensive. Hansen, looking at the ring, said that the pearl in the center was called the Mermaid's Tear, and such a piece of jewelry cost more than 10,000 pence. Already standing at the door of the clinic, the patient threw over his shoulder that this would not be enough to pay. Hearing his words, Layman looked at him in fear, not understanding what he meant. Not taking his eyes off the healer's gray, cold eyes, His Majesty added that he would return here. At the same time, he warned that he will look forward to how the boy's clinic will change before his next visit. Layman did not understand exactly what the man was waiting for, but he did not care, as he had already made a lot of money. The healer and his student greeted the news that they would have beef for dinner tonight with loud cheers. Already on the street, Hallman lowered his mask and thought with a smile that he wanted to see how Lamon's clinic would develop further. In addition, the boy turned out to be the only one of his sons who worked in an area that no one managed to stabilize. He was interrupted by the harsh voice of the king, who said that it was time to find the person responsible for the attack on him. To the surprised question of the companion, His Majesty replied that yesterday the murderer knew where to look for him, so he must have had an informant in the palace. Returning to his friend, the king ordered him to find the same informant. Hallman thought deeply about the fact that difficult and bloody days were waiting for the palace. Meanwhile, in the palace, where an unknown person was looking at the magic ball, thinking that the assassination of the king had failed. Picking up the dagger on the table, the man thought that it was sad, but it was okay, as they would still have many opportunities. He threw the knife at the wall where the large map of the kingdom hung, and saw how it stuck in the place where the Bay Area was depicted. The healing of the king indicated that there was a highly skilled healer in the area who could disrupt his plans. A voice was heard from the magic ball, asking whether it would be worthwhile to find out who it was and get rid of him, but the unknown person said that it was not worth worrying about. Propping his head with his hand, he added that no matter how strong the healer was, he would not be able to interfere with his future plans. He ordered whoever was on the other side of the orb to make sure everything went well, giving him a month to complete the plan. Raising a glass of red wine, the unknown toasted to the fact that the day is approaching when the kingdom of Houston will be wiped off the face of the earth. At this time, in his clinic, Layman offered his student a plate of meat, recommending to eat more. When asked why he suddenly mentioned immunity, Hansen replied that he himself said that beef strengthens immunity. With a big smile at the thought of eating meat simply because it tasted good, Layman suggested that they eat as much as possible for their health. While eating delicious meat, the boys thought that they were glad that they had become a healer. Their happy meal was interrupted by a knock on the door and a loud shout asking if anyone was in the clinic. Opening the door, the healer fearfully asked the men behind them why they had come. When he went outside, he saw that there were many more men than two. One of them, clenching his fists, asked if his name was Layman, answering that it was indeed him, and despite Hansen's fright, the healer thought that something might have happened to the patient he was treating. However, a voice was heard from behind the large ambuls, who laughed gently, telling his wards that they were scaring the healer with their tone. The green-haired man bowed, introducing himself as Toms, who was the owner of a small business in Landreim. A large bead of sweat ran down Layman's face, for he had heard of Toms as the Lord Tyrant of the amusement district. And he also heard that his guild was the biggest criminal group in the Bay Area because he was the head of the Dark Blade. Keeping his eyes on the healer, the man said he had come because he had something important to tell him, asking permission to step inside for a moment. Frowning, Layman thought about what business this man could have with him. Together with his student, he watched as bandits entered their clinic. Extending his hands, the man assessed the situation on the table, concluding that they had started dinner. On receiving an affirmative answer, he pointed his finger at the meat they were eating, asking how they could eat such an abomination. He pointed his fingers at the plate, and in the next moment it shattered into small fragments right in front of the shocked healers. Watching this, Hansen explained to the teacher that Toms came from a family of knights. Waving his hand, Toms himself offered his guards to throw the disgusting meat away. As he watched his dream dinner fly across the room, Layman wondered why he was behaving so terribly. For a moment, the boy received a notification that bullies had entered his clinic and that the steel heart skill was activated. Feeling the fear recede. Realizing that they behave cruelly towards the weak, the boy thought that he should be strong. Stepping forward despite the student's attempts to stop him, Layman asked why they had come to the clinic, offering to treat them if anything was bothering them. Toms raised his eyebrows in surprise, looking at the healer and realizing that he was not afraid of him, not expecting this at all. Turning to one of his guards, he smiled widely and said that there must have been some misunderstanding. He continued that he only came to congratulate the healer who had done a great job for the benefit of the Bay Area. Not understanding anything, Layman looked scared at one of the guards who came closer. In the next second, the boy already had a bag in his hands with the letter G drawn on it. The healers were surprised by this, because they understood that there was money there, and there were about 1,000 pennies. But they did not understand why they were given so much money. Tom's responded by saying that it was simply a gift from him personally, as a token of appreciation for someone who worked for the good of the Bay Area. However, immediately after that, without wasting time, he slyly added that he also had one request. Keeping his eyes on the guest, Layman understood that this request was the reason for their appearance, but he asked what they wanted. One of Tom's guards sternly observed that from now on they were asking to refrain from treating those who oppose the Dark Blade Guild. When Lamond asked in surprise whether they wanted him not to treat patients, the guild leader replied that he was putting them in a strange position. The healer tried to deny that for him all patients are equal, but Tom's noticed that things were different in the Bay Area. In the next second, the king's illegitimate son saw a dagger blade stuck in the door near his head. Approaching the healer closer, the head of the Dark Blade Guild noticed that the fact that he was a bastard of a king would not help to keep him alive. Getting up close and personal with the hidden prince, Tom's warned him that if he wanted to live a long life as a healer, he'd better remember his words. Without answering, Layman turned his gaze to the blade of the dagger that was beside him. The green-haired man let out a loud breath and hid the daggers in the inside pocket of his coat. He put his hand on the healer's shoulder and said that he hoped to see a smile on his face at the next meeting. On his way to the exit, Tom's turned and wished him luck. As soon as the thugs left the clinic, Hansen rushed to the teacher asking the mentor if everything was okay. The frightened boy thought about what they should do now, since the members of the Dark Blade were the most feared people in the area. However, Layman had already thought about the fact that it would be worth learning the skill of self-defense. But in the next notification, the boy read that he did not have enough stamina for this, and Tom's belonged to a knightly family of high-ranking mana users. However, he also understood very well that he could not simply give up treating patients because he did not know what to do. Looking carefully at the notice that said he should heal the patient regardless of the threat, the boy cursed, thinking that not paying attention was easier said than done. The next moment, he and Hansen were startled by a loud knock on the door that came from outside. There were two men there, one of whom was carrying a girl with red hair on his shoulders. They asked for help and, after assessing her condition, the boy asked if there had been a fight somewhere. In response to his question, one of the men covered his eyes, saying that they had not paid the guild tax on time and had beaten the girl because of it. Hearing the name of the guild responsible for the girl's condition, the healers turned on the newcomers in fright. Meanwhile, the men put the girl on the bed, saying that she could not breathe properly and begging the boys to save her. Layman realized that the broken ribs had damaged the lungs, and the situation could become life-threatening if they did not intervene. The healer ignored his students' fervent reminders of what Tom's had recently told them. For himself, the boy decided that he would think about the consequences later, since he had to save his patient first. Bending over the girl, the healer felt that her breathing sounded very muffled, which could mean that her lungs were filled with blood. Realizing that there was no time to waste, he ordered Hansen to bring a scalpel and a tube, and to the student's objections he sternly replied that it was necessary to move quickly if he did not want the patient to die. For a moment the journeyman froze, and a shadow of doubt appeared on his face. However, a second later he rushed into the next room, doing his teacher's bidding. After some time, the healer in mass and surgical clothes came out to the men who brought the patient. To their anxious question how everything went, he answered with a smile that now everything will be fine. They cried, fervently thanking the healer in between sobs. A frightened Hansen watched all this with anxiety in his eyes. When the two of them were left alone, he approached the mentor and called him, surprising him a little. The journeyman asked him what they would do if the guild responded to their actions, suggesting that they ask Kansir for help. However, he, remembering the bald big man, thought that the Blue Moon Guild could not compare with the Dark Blade Guild, so they would lose very quickly. This might have meant it was time for him to pack up and run, but the debts were mounting, and the money from the sale of the ring still wasn't enough to pay off the loan. And even if he can escape Tom's and the Dark Blade Guild, the creditors will find him in any hell. In the next notification received, he now has additional skill points and also received a hidden bonus. The words about the hidden bonus made Layman somewhat wary, as he didn't know what to expect from them, so he eyed them suspiciously. After seeing the notification that he could upgrade his skills to level A, he remembered that they were currently somewhere around level D. Realizing that he could increase his skills and defeat the Dark Blade, the boy's face became covered in sweat. He covered his face with his hand for a moment, thinking that if he ran, the collector would capture him, making him his healer slave and regretting this life. The boy wondered if increasing his skill rank would help him in this matter, wondering if he should increase his magic skill. A significant increase in magic level could help him defeat Toms in one blow. However, the problem was that he could lose because increasing his magic level did not increase the amount of mana he had. Layman went to his room, deciding that leveling up their magic wasn't going to help them at this point. Thinking about what other skill he could use against the Toms gang, he raised his head and shouted loudly. Wanting to carry out his idea as quickly as possible, the healer ran to the table, telling Hansen to deliver the letter to Kansir as he went. In response to his student's question, Layman said that he had no intention of running away now. The journeyman tried to convince his master that the boys from the guild were quite dangerous, but he said that he still couldn't just pick up the tale. Hansen said he understood he was worried about the locals, but it was too dangerous. Carefully reading the letter he had just written, the healer replied that he had a plan, asking the disciple to trust him. Handing the message into his hands, he warned that it was too important, so he asked him to personally make sure that the letter was received. Placing a hand to his forehead, Hansen assured him loudly that he understood everything, and that he would deliver the letter even if it cost him his life. Tears welled up in his eyes as he turned and started for the door, but Layman didn't see it. Left alone, the healer exhaled loudly, closing his eyes. He perfectly understood that there was one skill that was absolutely necessary for the implementation of his plan. In a moment, he received a notification that the Steel Heart skill could now work continuously, and its mastery was increased by 24 hours. Feeling a completely different feeling than in D rank, the boy thought that now he was not afraid of anything at all. Glancing at the healer's suitcase, he decided he could now move forward. In the entertainment area, the head of the Dark Blade Guild was surprised to see healer Layman at the door of his office. He said that he was surprised that he himself came to him, because he was just about to invite him for a conversation. Layman thought the conversation would be about that girl he had saved when she was wounded by Darkblade's men. However, he wasn't afraid of anything at all right now, as the Steel Heart skill was A rank, so he smiled widely. Without taking his eyes off Tom's, Layman said he had come because he had something to say. In the next moment, he bowed and said he was sorry, asking for forgiveness and assuring him that it had only happened once. After these words of the healer, Tom's, together with the guards, looked at him with a bored look. The green-haired man smiled and asked why he did what he regretted. Without looking up, Layman said that he would not make the same mistakes again, as this incident had made him think. Finally raising his tearful eyes, the boy said that from today he wanted to serve the Dark Blade with faith and truth. With a big smile, he said that if there was a war between the guilds, they would need a healer, and his skills were legalized by the king himself. Upon hearing his offer to become a personal physician, the head of the Dark Blade Guild laughed out loud. Raising an eyebrow, he looked at the guest and said that he had heard something else about him and thought that he wanted to serve the people of the ruins. Seeing the boy getting closer to the boss, one of the guards rushed to stop him, but Tom's raised his hand to say it was okay. Getting close to the head of the guild, Layman whispered that he was really only interested in money, and since no one wanted to hire him, he had to move to the Bay Area. His eyes filled with delight as he said that now that he had met such a great man as Tom's, he could stay with him. Layman said to himself that he could sneak up on anyone now, and out loud he told Tom's that he was offering him his loyalty. The head of the Dark Blade Guild said that greed is in the blood of people, to which Layman asked his permission to examine him at least once. Such a request somewhat puzzled Tom's, and he asked the radiant healer if he had heard correctly. The guy explained that a procedure called a medical examination is done in order to detect diseases that may appear in the future. Putting his hand to his mouth, he whispered that only he could afford to know this secret technique. Hearing this, Tom's put his hand to his chin, thinking that he could not miss such a chance, so he happily agreed to the procedure. Leaning over the guild leader's ear again, Layman whispered that she needed to ask the rest to leave the office temporarily. In response, Tom's held out his hand to the guards, ordering them to leave the room and not enter until he called them. They rushed out of the office, leaving their leader alone with the enraptured healer. Tom's lay down on the couch in his study, and Layman, taking his suitcase, said he would first examine his stomach. After palpating his body, he took the stethoscope in his hands and said that now he would listen to his heart. To the wary question of the head of the Dark Blade Guild, the healer explained that this is an ancient artifact that allows you to learn about deviations in the work of the heart. Although in reality, it was just an item he had ordered from the dwarven workshop and had spent a lot of money on. With a focused look on his face, Layman began listening to the patient's heart. In a moment, his eyes widened in fright, and a drop of sweat rolled down his face. Seeing this expression on the healer's face, Toms raised himself on his elbows, asking what was wrong, to which he heard the answer that he must have some problems. To put Darkblade's mind at ease, Layman smiled and said that it was actually very easy to treat. Watching the thug's actions, the healer thought that so far everything was going according to the plan he had in mind. But he only had one more try. In the next moment, the boy sent a powerful bolt of lightning through Tom's body. A second later, Layman was standing with his fists clenched in a heap, staring at Tom's lifeless body. After receiving the notification that he had managed to tame the villain and received a new achievement, the boy thought with shining eyes that he had succeeded. As a healer, Layman was well aware that no matter how strong the head of the Darkblade Guild was, he would not be easily electrocuted in the heart. Opening his suitcase, the healer thought it was time to act as quickly as possible. With a big smile on his face, he proceeded to tie Toms up with a rope. Finished, Layman thought that now all he had to do was wait for Cancer to come to his rescue. As he approached the door, he thought that while the guild leader was being held hostage, they had a chance against the Dark Blade. After all, it was Toms who made this guild the strongest in the entertainment district. Putting his ear to the door, the boy listened to what was happening behind it, and realized that the Posipaks had no idea about anything. At the same time, he was thinking about Cancer coming on time. Layman turned and scanned the office with a careful eye. He thought that he should now be afraid of what was happening and what he was doing, but his thoughts only revolved around guesses about whether there was a safe here. He understood that he must be somewhere in the office, so he took Tom's coat in his hands to find the key to the safe. In a moment, the boy had a large ring in his hands, on which 3 metal keys were hanging. Having found something to open the safe, Layman began to look for the safe itself, rushing from one point of the office to another. Suddenly, something fell on his head and he cried out loudly, putting his hand to the lump on his head. Turning his head there, the healer saw a small chest under the table, on which a block hung. Thinking that luck had now turned his face, the boy picked up the chest and laughed loudly. However, when he opened it, he was a little disappointed because there was no money there. He looked over a decent stack of scrap papers, wondering where Toms had stuffed the money. For some reason, Layman froze, reading the text written on the leaves. However, he immediately realized that the documents he had in his hand were secret accounting books, where all the detailed information about the guild's crimes, as well as the list of bribed nobles, were laid out. Layman was carefully reading the papers, looking for the right information, when he heard an indignant shout from behind him. Turning his head, the healer saw Toms lifting his head on the couch. The guild leader had a predatory glare on his face as he kept his eyes on Layman. However, he only mentally twitched, disappointed by such a quick awakening, and ordered Toms not to twitch. Realizing that the steel heart is doing its job and the bandit is no longer scary, Layman threatened to keep him quiet, or else he would be killed. But the head of the Dark Blade only stretched his lips in a wide smile, hearing the words that he was bound. Adding that it was only a rope, the man directed mana at it, and in a moment it began to untie. Layman paled as he watched Toms knead his hands. Realizing that something had to be done, the healer immediately apologized, trying to explain that binding was one of the methods of treatment. However, the bandit frowned and barked at him to shut up. Glancing at the notification, Layman tried to figure out if he could escape if he boosted one of the stats. Assessing his chances of raising stats, the healer added 2 points to stamina. However, he was quite disappointed that his stamina and perception only increased by a few points, as he was well aware that there was a mana user in front of him. Meanwhile, Toms, surrounded by darkness, was already reaching out to him, threatening to kill him. Closing his eyes tightly, Layman thought that he couldn't just die because he wanted to enjoy fame and fortune for once. Putting his hand to his chest, the boy realized that he should be shaking with fear, but he had an A-rank heart of steel, so he was ready for anything. Carrying the stick, he shouted loudly, swinging at the opponent. He laughed and said that all his efforts were in vain, but in the next moment he froze, staring at something in front of him in fear. In a few seconds, the head of the Dark Blade Guild fell unconscious at the healer's feet. Layman clutched his stick tighter as he stared at Tom's lifeless body. He didn't understand what had happened, because even if it was really bad, He couldn't lose consciousness from one blow. As he read the notice, Layman thought that the effects of the electric shock might be more severe than he expected. Taking the new rope in his hands, he thought about how it happened, but decided to tie the bandit first. Hearing a noise outside the window, the boy looked outside and noticed with a smile that Kansir was finally here. However, Layman was concerned that the Blue Wolf Guild was being too noisy. In the window, the boy saw a whole crowd and was surprised that there were so many people in the guild. Kansir raised his fist and shouted that since the prince stood up for them, they should support him too. Pale Layman looked at the notification and, turning pale, tried to understand who all these people were. An hour before, Hansen had been sitting in the guild thinking about delivering the letter as Layman had asked, but he wasn't sure it would be enough. The boy still couldn't believe that his teacher went to the Blade Guild alone to save the locals from violence. Looking up determinedly from his brown eyes, Hansen said that since he was doing so much for the patients, he himself could not sit still. The boy went to the center of the square and called out to the people of the Bay Area to help him. Hearing that Sir Lamond was now fighting for them, the villagers stared at the apprentice in surprise. One of the men said that Prince Lamond had gone to find out about the relationship with the Darkblade. Speaking of how terrible the Darkblade Guild was, they had to save Sir Lamond. The villagers rushed after Hansen, brandishing their tools. And now the journeyman along with Cancer were raising people to save Prince Lamond and defeat the Blade. In the window they noticed the figure of the healer, which they immediately pointed to. Cancer and Hansen's faces showed anxiety. With his mouth wide open, Lamond watched the crowd come to his rescue. Hansen asked him if he was fighting Toms right now, and Cancer said that they would save him now. However, the healer himself rushed to the window, passionately asserting that he had hit himself while looking for the safe. The head of the Blue Wolf Guild had already climbed up to the second floor just along the outer wall. Grabbing the unconscious body of Toms, Layman told everyone to calm down, and that he had already managed to neutralize the thug. Looking at the body of the Dark Blade Guild leader, Cancer smiled while Hansen stared at the teacher with wide eyes. Exhaling tiredly, Layman wiped his face and thought that maybe now people would calm down a little. The healer was knocking on the window, while everyone thought about him fighting for the people of the Bay Area and risking his life for them. Layman tried to convince them that everything was not as it seemed, but people thought that he was waving at them from the window. Finally smiling, the boy thought that he would just have to put up with it. He didn't even have an idea of how he looked in the eyes of the people of the Bay District when he stood calmly and waved to them. Someone in the crowd asked if illegitimate children could be called princes, but Cancer shut him up, saying that was the only prince the Bay Area recognized. Meanwhile, in the castle, upon hearing that Lamond had defeated the Dark Blade, Halman was surprised to ask how he did it. Hearing that the boy had carefully thought out a plan and personally neutralized Toms in the office, the man put his fingers to his chin and smiled. Halman knew very well that Toms was one of the high-ranking knights and was also strong enough. The secretary added that there were rumors that Layman did it for the sake of the locals, because he couldn't take the guild's abuse of them anymore. Frowning, Halman thought about the fact that all these years he was wrong at the expense of a timid child. He remembered the first time he realized it in the clinic, when he saw eyes full of dedication. The man asked the receptionist if everything was okay with the boy, and she replied that he had a small injury on his forehead. Glancing down at the report, Halman said Lemon should be rewarded. Hearing this, the secretary said that defeating the Dark Blade was not the main feat of the healer. Handing the chief another large stack of papers, the girl said that Lamond had found a secret ledger in which all the crimes were recorded. He carefully began to read the list until the secretary said that these documents also had a list of names of nobles who had dealings with the guild. Frowning, Halman asked her if she was sure of what she was saying. After hearing that these documents were actually very strong evidence, the man quietly added that if they were exposed, there would be a very big scandal. Meanwhile, in the royal prison, Tom sat on the ground and thought about how Lamond had dared to deceive him, promising that the first thing he would do would be a showdown with the healer himself. He was already imagining bringing the sword over his head, and the boy himself cries and asks to be spared. However, in the next moment, the moment of impact appeared in his memories, and the man thought about the fact that he was too strong. The head of the Dark Blade Guild understood very well that the movements were very similar to an inexperienced warrior, but the village was diametrically opposed. Seeing a figure in the darkness of the dungeon, Tom smiled as he understood that they had finally come to free him. However, when the figures came to light, it became clear that they were several royal knights. In a few seconds, the head of the Dark Blade Guild was sitting, tied by his hands and feet to the chair. His face became covered with sweat when he noticed the knights who had come were lighting a big brand. After hearing the words of the captive that the bribed nobles would not leave it like that, one of the knights said that they had already been taken to the dungeon. Holding the brand closer to the man, the knight added that he would not leave the room until he told everything about the guild. After several days of questioning, Tom surrendered all the nobles who received the deserved punishment, and thus the Dark Blade Guild was destroyed. Looking at the notification that appeared next to him, Lamond realized that he somehow managed to become a hero. He smiled, thinking that he just wanted things to go well for him. Hansen burst into the room and handed the teacher a plate of beef with a smile, saying that he had bought some with the money they had saved for yesterday's treatment. Seeing how the student rushed to the kitchen or to cook meat on the grill, the healer smiled. Hearing the request that he prepare the meat as usual, the apprentice replied that he could not cook it as usual now, as he was preparing it for his teacher. Putting on an apron, he said that he would do everything possible to cook the beef in such a way that it would strengthen their immunity as much as possible. Looking at the steam coming out of the kitchen, Lamond thought that his student was getting weirder by the day. As he tried another culinary masterpiece from his apprentice, Lamond thought that if his reputation increased, he would have more patience, and his involvement in the incident with the Dark Blade Guild made him famous even outside the Bay Area. Looking at the satisfied teacher, Hansen said that he heard that there was a reward waiting for him in the palace. The next morning, a rich carriage was already standing at the door of their clinic, whose footman opened the door and said he would take Lamond to the palace. And while the apprentice waved his master away, the healer himself thought that the day had finally come when the servants spoke to them with respect. Looking at the rich decoration of the carriage in which he was riding, the boy thought about the fact that he had been treated like dirt before. When he lived in the palace, even the servants mocked him, often forgetting to bring food, and they specially gave him dirty clothes and made him sleep in a cold room. Looking out the window of his transport, the healer noticed the people of the Bay Area seeing him off. The crowd chanted various words of approval in his direction, calling him a Bay Area hero. He mentally promised to return, thinking that he was now Sir Lamond, who had dealt with the Dark Blade Guild and the corruption among the nobility. Waving to the people of the Bay District, Lamond suddenly wiped the smile off his face and turned pale. Behind the happy crowd that saw off his hero, he noticed two figures sitting in the shadows. The healer hovered anxiously watching them. Lamond looked at the smiling boy who was waving at him as he lay in his mother's arms. After assessing the size of his stomach, the healer realized that diagnosis was unnecessary here, as it was obvious that he was not getting enough nutrition. The boy sadly thought about the fact that there were many such broken children, despite all the good things that happened. After all, no matter what good things happened now, the people of the Bay Area still lived in poverty. Clenching his hands into fists, Lamond thought that a simple healer shouldn't worry about something like this. Such matters were usually handled by high-ranking people, such as the king, or his prime minister could do something similar. The guy thought about the fact that working as an ordinary healer here, he does enough for people. He tried to focus on the reward, covering his face with his hand, but the smiling face of the thin boy appeared before his eyes again. "You'll see a notification saying he has an extra quest." Lamond tiredly closed his eyes and thought that the quests were useless since he just wanted to take the money. When upon his arrival he walked through the corridors of the castle, all the courtiers watched him in surprise. Behind his back, the boy continued to hear words about the fact that it was unclear why the dirty bastard had reappeared in the castle. The servants also discussed that he had gone to work in the Bay Area because another clinic would not take him. Staring grimly before him, Lamond thought he had forgotten that he was still a dirty bastard to people outside the Bay Area. Clenching his teeth tightly, the boy scolded those present on what the world stood for, saying that he did not want to be an illegitimate son. He wanted to remember everyone in his face, so that when he became the best healer, they would ask him for treatment for any money. Suddenly everyone whispered in surprise, and Lamond turned his head back as he heard one of the servants ask Her Highness what she was doing here. In front of him, the boy saw his sister, Sophia, who was looking at him with big purple eyes. Crossing her arms over her chest, the girl angrily looked at the servants who were bowing next to her. She coldly observed that since they were not doing anything, they had already finished their work, which could be checked. The servants did not understand why she was clinging to them for no reason, but they knew perfectly well that it would not be easy for them if they angered her. Lamond thought that his sister was a little too hostile today, but she hadn't been too kind the other days either. Enraged, Princess Sophia snapped at the servants that if she saw them doing nothing, a simple warning would not deter them. When she ordered everyone to return to their workplaces, the servants rushed in different directions like rats from a sinking ship. At some point, the healer realized that he was left alone with the princess. She kept her eyes on him as he bowed his respects. The boy was interested in why the princess did not leave, after which he wondered why she had come to him. However, as if reading his thoughts, the girl coldly replied that she was just passing by. He asked with a smile why emphasize that she was definitely not going to him, why they sent him to mind his own business. Turning his face away from his sister, Layman thought about the fact that her character remained as terrible as it was. He moved forward but stopped when he heard his sister quietly asking him to stay. Looking at her brother's back, Sophia said that since they had already met by chance, she wanted to ask him something. Saying out loud that she could ask anything, Lamon mentally wondered why she kept stressing about a random encounter. Princess Sophia was interested in what reward the boy was going to ask for his feat. However, without even letting him answer, she haughtily told him to think carefully before answering. Turning her back on him, the princess added that today's award could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and everything would depend solely on his choice. Not knowing how to respond to that, Layman raised one eyebrow in surprise. He resolutely decided to go to the throne room, where a lot of people had already gathered. Everyone present was surprised that the king would attend the ceremony in person, as well as Prime Minister Hallman. Also, the principal of Karen and Limerton did not miss a similar event. After expressing his respect for the ruler, Layman reflected on the fact that he had not been warned that he would have an audience with the king. Hearing the greeting of the illegitimate brother, the princes looked at each other with sly smiles. Limerton thought that he couldn't believe that he could attract such an operation. And so far, the Bay Area has been very problematic as all the princes, including him, have struggled to cope with the local population. Limerton thought that Layman would not succeed either, but he managed to win the hearts of the local residents. Karen approached his younger brother and asked him if he was surprised that Layman had achieved anything. However, Limerton replied that the population of Bay and their brother had a special connection, but the boy was not recognized anywhere, so it was better for him to stay where he was. Placing his hand over his mouth, the third prince said that he might consider supporting him, since as a claimant to the throne, he could help him in many ways. However, Karen held up a finger and smiled widely, saying that as the first in line for the throne, he advised him to forget about Layman. Crossing his arms over his chest, the second prince added that what their illegitimate brother was doing looked very cute. Limerton frowned when he heard that his older brother wanted to see Layman by his side. Meanwhile, the king, in a stern voice, ordered the healer of the Bay District to come closer to him. As he followed his majesty's command, Layman thought that he would now turn gray with fear. The king recalled that he not only defeated the criminal group, but also betrayed all those involved in it, which was worth the reward. The boy was about to ask for money, but he remembered his older sister's words that the award could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And now he really thought that with such an opportunity, money would hardly be the right choice, since he had a chance to get a little more. Remembering those he had already saved in the Bay Area, the healer wondered if there was a way to get both money and something else. Again, a boy appeared in front of his eyes, waving to him while lying in his mother's arms. Realizing what could be asked of his majesty, Layman smiled and said that there was one thing he really wanted. Hearing these words, the king sternly asked what the matter was. Lamond thought with sadness that, looking into the king's eyes, he understood how strange he was to him. Clenching his hands into fists, the boy added in his mind that he hated the king very much, and that made him very angry. However, closing his eyes and exhaling, the healer thought that it was not worth thinking about now, as it did not matter. When he was informed that he had chosen the path of the doctor, Layman thought that he had not chosen anything. He had only made a decision dictated by his greed. Remembering the mother hugging her healthy child, he thought how could he change society if he didn't even know how to heal, so he needed an award that would bring the most benefit to him and the people of the Bay Area. Layman looked up and said he would like some money. Hearing this, the king frowned and chuckled softly. Despite the condemning whispers that echoed through the crowd of courtiers, the healer added that he wanted money for the Bay Area. Frowning, he looked at the king again and said that he had heard that a large amount had been returned after all that had happened. So, if possible, he would like to see the money used for the Bay Area. Hearing their brother's request, the second and third princes frowned and looked at him. The prime minister opened his eyes wide in surprise, as did the king. Meanwhile, the healer explained that the Darkblade Guild's wealth had been acquired at the expense of the locals, as had some of the bribes that had been given to the nobles. And that is why the boy believed that using money for the benefit of the people of Bay was the only correct decision. The Prime Minister thought with a smile that the timid boy he had been in the past was now making demands on others, which showed that he was a real prince. The healer himself was already thinking that now he could help the Bay Area while also benefiting himself. He perfectly understood that in order to manage the budget correctly, it is necessary to consult with someone who knows the area well, like himself. In this way, he could highlight the poor living conditions and get a subsidy for herbs and treatment, which would give more money than he would ask for himself personally. Besides, if his request is given publicity, he will become more famous. Lamond alone also understood that he was the illegitimate son of a king who practiced medicine in a world where healing was traditional. So rich people could not put up with such measures. He needed to attract more and more customers if he wanted to spread his method, and for this, fame was needed. Since he is now speaking in front of the king, rumors will surely spread throughout the country. His Majesty looked intently at his illegitimate son, never taking his gray eyes off him. He quietly asked what exactly the money the healer was asking for should be used for. Not expecting such a question, Layman looked at his father, puzzled, thinking that he would have to figure it out himself. However, with a frown, the boy firmly said that the first task that needed to be improved was the environment, as the Bay Area was very dirty. Drinking water was contaminated due to lack of management, and rats and insects that carried diseases ran through the streets. In his opinion, the improvement of ecology will significantly reduce the number of deaths due to diseases. The king and the prime minister agreed that this was indeed necessary, but it would not be enough. So they asked the healer what he thought should be done to raise the standard of living in the Bay. Hallman thought that the beautification of the Bay Area was something the king could not dare to do during his entire reign. And now he was surprised that he was asking Layman's opinion. The prime minister understood very well that the three other sons could not stabilize the situation in the area, which must have greatly upset the king. Layman himself frowned, not understanding why the king would ask such questions to the healer if it was the king's prerogative. He had an idea in his head about how it could be done, but he wasn't sure he could say something like that. Limerton took the floor and invited his father to answer on behalf of the healer. The third prince thought that his father sympathized with the inhabitants of the ruins, and his offer to get rid of them caused him to lose his condescension. The prince added with a smile that the main problem of the Bay Area was poverty, so it was necessary to deal with hunger, for which it was worth regularly supplying grain. Hallman appreciated such a proposal, looking at the king, realizing that it would calm the hearts of the poor and increase their loyalty. However, putting his fingers to his chin, the prime minister understood that a simple supply of food would not solve the problem of poverty. The second prince added with a smile that he considered such a gesture too great for goodwill, and he did not think that such a thing would be easily accomplished financially. However, Limerton pushed his brother and said it was necessary to stabilize the Bay Area, to which Karen replied that he doubted there was any need to worry about the Bay District, which he felt didn't contribute anything to the kingdom, so they should just be kept under control. Placing a hand to his head, the king let out a weary breath as he heard his sons and asked Layman if he had any other suggestions. The courtiers said behind the healer's back that even the second and third princes couldn't solve the problem, so the bastard couldn't have any good ideas. Sighing at the fact that his idea could be ridiculed, Layman said that the first thing to do is to improve the environment. The king let out a frustrated sigh that this alone would not be enough. Layman looked down, wondering why the king was so disappointed, as if he had placed his hopes on him. The boy also added that he would recommend widening the streets so that horse carriages could move freely, and in his opinion, rooting out shady organizations and reducing legal activity could make the Bay Area a commercial center. The prime minister replied that developing it as a trade center is not a good idea, as there is zero traffic there and the guy should know about it. Layman agreed, but added that the area has certain advantages that could help it become a commercial center. The first thing that came to the healer's mind was the Alpine Road, to which the Bay Area was closer, and instead of going to the northwestern gate that was near the block, merchants entered through the eastern gate. Increasing the security of the Bay Area could make it so that merchants would not have to take long to get to the east gate. Another advantage for Lamond was the Lantrum Entertainment District. Of course, the healer understood that the nobles considered this place unworthy of their nobility, but every noble visited it. Currently, Lantrum was filled with gambling, crime, and drugs, but if all of that was thrown away, the area could be transformed into something new. It is after the change of Lantrum that people will be able to spend time there at any time of the day and night, and merchants will be attracted there. Everyone present thought that in this case, the Bay Area could really become a commercial center, and since the Dark Blade Guild was no longer there, it made it much easier to restore order there. The Prime Minister mentally added that this will not only help the district itself, but also promote the development of trade. In his opinion, it was much better than the ideas of the princes which should satisfy the king. As if to confirm his thoughts, he stretched his lips in a slight smile. Raising his hand, His Majesty ordered the minister to contact the administration to discuss the issues raised. Hearing this, Layman looked at the ruler in surprise, as he usually thought things through carefully. The boy thought about the fact that he had never received praise from his father, so it was very strange to feel his recognition. Without looking up, the boy bowed and quietly thanked His Majesty. King Auden added that his request was for the Bay Area, and since there was nothing there personally for him, he will give him an additional reward. Hearing these words, Layman raised his head in surprise and glared at his father. His Majesty added that from today he confers on him the title of Junior Baronet. For a moment the boy froze, his eyes fixed on the king. He did not expect to receive such a high award today. Now he had a noble title, and it didn't matter that he was the last in the hierarchy. Of course, it did not give the right to land in the kingdom, but at the same time it was much higher than a knighthood. Bowing, Layman said that he did not deserve such a high award, to which the king asked if he thought the award was too high. The boy smiled, thinking back that he was just very grateful to the king. His Majesty rose from the throne and walked towards the healer, saying that he had calmed the people of the Bay District and destroyed the criminal gang. And he also betrayed the corrupt and gave a hint on how to improve life in the district, so in the opinion of the king himself, he deserved a similar award. Drawing his sword, King Odin asked his son what surname he wanted to bear. Layman looked at his father and replied that he wanted to carry his mother's surname, Pennine. Hearing this, for a moment His Majesty looked shocked at the illegitimate son. However, exhaling, he loudly asked him if he was ready to serve the kingdom of Houston with faith and truth. Without raising his head, Layman put his hand to his chest and swore in his name that he would serve His Majesty. Upon this, Auden announced that he would accept Houston's name as his fealty and give him the title of baronet, and henceforth he would be called Baron Pennine. The unknown, sitting in his office, asked in surprise if the same unknown healer had just become a baronet. Putting his hand to his chin, the man thought with a smile that the king's illegitimate son turned out to be the doctor. He asked what rank was given to the boy who had only recently managed to become a healer. The man thought about the fact that he managed to rid Odin of the poison even with a low skill score, and he was also very famous in the Bay Area. He knew that the boy was using unknown ancient medical techniques, but he himself perceived them as some kind of heresy. The unknown asked his interlocutor whether the boy was staying in the bay, to which he received an affirmative answer. When asked if there was any chance that Layman would use his techniques to interfere with their plot, the man heard that he was unlikely to succeed. The interlocutor explained that he should not only be able to treat patients, but also have extensive knowledge in order to stand in their way. And Layman couldn't possibly have enough knowledge to interfere with their plan, so he wasn't worth worrying about. To which the unknown man stretched his lips in a smile, and noticed that the long-awaited day was soon to come. In response to an affirmative answer, the man clarified whether he had covered his tracks well, so that no one would find out. Recalling the bodies abandoned in the secret city, the interlocutor replied that he cleaned up well. The man praised him, ordering him to continue in the same spirit. Dangling a glass of red wine, he murmured Layman's name softly. Taking a sip, the stranger thought that even the boy's eyes were a hellish emerald color. Such eyes were a symbol of the family he knew, and of which Layman himself belonged. The boy's young face appeared again. However, the man pushed away such thoughts, convincing himself that it was just a coincidence. In the Bay Area, meanwhile, everyone was discussing the latest news that Prince Layman had once again favored their area. For local residents, the boy was already something like an angel, and one woman added that she was ready to cry out of gratitude to him. After receiving a flurry of new title change notices, Layman stood by the students, forcing the enraptured Hansen to repeat his new title over and over again. The healer noted in his mind that the increase in level and game title was good, but it was nothing compared to the baronet title he received. He also mentally danced on the occasion of becoming a real nobleman. He didn't care at all that it was the lowest level and the only one that didn't have the right to its own lands. He liked the feeling anyway, so he had the student repeat his new title over and over again. Placing his hands on his shoulder, the healer expressed his admiration for the apprentice, who was sincerely happy for him. Glancing at the notification, Layman saw that in 3 levels he could lose his rank as a rookie resident. Placing his hand on his chin, he thought about moving out of the Bay Area as soon as he reached level 40. Meanwhile, a rich carriage pulled by 2 horses drove along the forest road. A tall young man named Rao Kaplan sat in it, his back straight. He was the first son of a count family, which was famous for martial arts, and also the youngest graduate of the academy. The guy had quite noticeable successes in the field of administrative management, and after he completed the academy in 3 years, Prime Minister Hallman handed him an appointment to manage the Bay District. At the same time, the man with a smile advised him to contact Layman if there were any problems. Slumping on the sofa he was sitting on, Rao thought furiously why he should consult with someone like Layman. He was outraged by such a proposal, since the boy counted himself among the elite, and he was only a bastard. However, putting his hand to his chin, Rao reflected that he was an educated elite, so he had to judge a person by their status. Putting his hand to his head, the boy thought that Layman had not chosen to be born out of wedlock, and to condemn him was to condemn the king. However, in reality, Rao did not want to recognize him for the reason that he was a healer, and all healers were mercantile people, greedy for money. Clenching his hand into a fist, he wondered how an honest administrative official could listen to the advice of such a man. Although Rao admitted that he should not judge people in advance and the healer could turn out to be a really special person. Therefore, at first, the boy decided to get to know him in order to decide whether he was worthy of his recognition. Rao decided that if Layman was not as noble as the whole world knew him to be, then he would bring him to light. Meanwhile, the carriage of the new manager had already entered the Bay District, where life was bustling on the street. Looking out the window, Rao thought that it was much better than he had imagined. The Bay Area appeared in the imagination of society as a den of demons in the capital, and when he and his friends visited Lantrum, the place seemed gloomy. The coachman, hearing the words that the area looked different, explained with a smile that it was all thanks to their prince. Seeing the passenger's surprised face, the man explained that that was what they called Layman, to which Rao asked what exactly he had done. Keeping a broad smile on his face, the coachman began to tell about the merits of the illegitimate prince. As he told new details of everything that had happened in the bay since Layman's arrival, the manager's face became more and more covered with sweat. Finally, unable to bear it, Rao said that they had arrived, to which he heard with annoyance that the coachman had not had time to tell everything, but added that he was the best. After getting out of the carriage, the manager put his hands to his sides and exhaled loudly. He wanted to know what the rest of the Bay Area residents thought of Layman. They said that such a person still needs to be found, because without him they would suffer from diseases and heathens. Thanks to the prince, they have a chance to do better, and the Bay Area can become a great place to live. Rao, looking down at his notes, thought that everyone he asked about Layman was praising him like fanatics under the spell of illusion. The manager wondered if Baronet Pennon might be up to something, deceiving people. In his opinion, the fact that the healer did not think about himself and only cared about others looked like complete nonsense. Deciding to check things out for himself, Rao approached the building where Layman's clinic was located. While he was treating the patient, he suddenly received a notification that a mid-level Durbetzala had been spotted. Hearing the guest's voice behind him, Layman turned his head and looked at him. Crossing his arms over his chest, Rao introduced himself to the new Bay Area manager, adding that he wanted to ask him a few questions. However, the healer, without taking his eyes off the patient, asked permission to speak later as he was a bit busy at the moment. Facing himself, Layman thought he shouldn't pay any attention to him, as the manager looked like a guy who wanted to start a fight. After thinking about it, the healer thought that the Kaplan family was now less influential than it once was. Rao frowned when Layman said that treating the patients was a priority, so he would appreciate it if he would wait. Unfolding the newspaper, the manager began to wait for the reception to end. Layman, meanwhile, was examining the red-haired boy. Observing his actions carefully, Rao thought that the healer was exactly as he was described. When the inspection was complete, one of the women reached into her bag to pull out the payment. The manager immediately noticed the greedy glint in Layman's eyes, which he immediately recognized. The boy was sure that he was not mistaken in his observations, and Layman was actually deceiving people by pretending to be good. According to Kaplan, a healer needed money or reputation. Layman himself thought with a smile that the friendlier he was, the more people would come to him, and he would earn a lot of money. Feeling that someone was burning a hole in his back, the boy turned to his guest, who got up from the chair and announced that he was leaving. Looking at his notes, Rao thought that he didn't have enough evidence to punish the healer by law. However, it was worth holding. He couldn't believe that he would have to manage the Bay Area with such a mercenary person. In the meantime, an alarmed peasant flew into Layman's clinic, carrying a body on his back, demanding the help of a healer. Hansen, seeing this, immediately ordered him to go to the treatment room, asking what happened. As Layman bent over the patient, the man explained that he worked together, and he found him unconscious. Meanwhile, the healer opened the eyes of the unconscious patient with his fingers and began a detailed examination. Shining it into his eyes, Layman concluded that he was really unconscious, since there was no reaction of the pupil to the light. Realizing that the patient was in a coma, the boy thought about why he fell into it so suddenly. Layman realized that the cause could be a brain hemorrhage, and even if he could be saved, it would have fatal consequences. The boy was well aware that he could not help the patient with his abilities, as he lacked practice for this. Without turning his head to the man who brought his colleague, Layman gloomily announced that, unfortunately, his friend was gone. Hansen immediately rushed to comfort the man, who let out a loud breath and cried. Layman thought about the fact that he still could not get used to the feeling of losing a patient. He was troubled by what happened to the man, since he was young enough and there were no visible injuries. Returning to the visitor, the healer asked him if nothing had happened the previous evening, and if the patient had not received a head injury. However, he replied that yesterday he was perfectly fine. The only thing his friend complained about was being tired, but that was normal at work. Layman immediately remembered that he had seen a petechial rash on the dead patient, which indicated a complicated hemorrhage. Realizing that the hemorrhage could have caused the decrease in the number of platelets, the healer thought about the reasons for their decrease. He approached the patient's colleague and told him not to be upset, as he himself was not involved. Seeing the sad teacher, Hansen quietly called his name. 3 days later, the foreman burst into the office, saying that they had found a dead person again. Hearing this, the healer raised his head in fright, wondering at such a coincidence. The patient turned out to be a young girl who was now lying in her bed, and her mother was kneeling next to him. After hearing how Layman burst into the room, she explained that her daughter felt sick, and then she vomited blood. The guy noticed that the new patient also had a similar rash due to a low platelet count. Looking at the young girl's body, Layman tried to understand what the hell was happening in Bay. He perfectly understood that the only reason for the fact that there were already several identical cases of death could only be an epidemic. Right now, a virus is walking the streets of the Bay District, which has drastically reduced the number of platelets in the blood of the residents. On the street, everyone was already actively discussing the unexpected plague that was walking among them, remembering the first patient as well. Some of the locals have already considered leaving the Bay Area to avoid the same fate. The manager suddenly appeared in front of them, saying with a smile that it was not a problem for him. He wanted to say that the cause had to be found out first, but one of the men snapped that they had already started an epidemic with 2 victims. According to the townspeople, a boy like him could not do anything because he had little experience. Raising his hands, Rao smiled and asked everyone to calm down. However, the villagers did not listen to him, telling him not to panic because they had their prince. The rest supported his opinion and said that he would definitely be able to save them, and all the villagers turned their backs to the manager. Rao looked after the townspeople as they strode quickly toward Layman and kicked up a cloud of dust. In a few minutes, they were standing under Layman's clinic, begging to be saved. The healer himself, closing himself inside and covering his ears with his hands, thought about why the townspeople trusted him so much, if he could not guarantee them anything. There were many diseases and bacteria in the world, but the epidemics that were on Lipentime were different from those on Earth. Many of them were beyond medical knowledge, so he had no idea why people were so confident that he could stop the epidemic. Closing his eyes tightly, Layman cried out in a panic, trying to find an answer to the question of what to do. Flooding with tears, the boy looked at the notification, realizing that he would have to look for a cure for an unknown disease. Rising to his feet, Layman thought that since he had to do this, he had to be positive. After adjusting the mantle, the healer thought that in the capital they would not be able to ignore someone who is fighting the epidemic alone. He planned to seize the opportunity and build a path to a commoner area where he could make money. The guy was so engrossed in his plans that he didn't even notice the guest standing in front of him. Opening his eyes, Layman saw in front of him the stern face of the manager, who crossed his arms over his chest. Fixing the monocle on his eye, he coldly said that the healer would not be able to fool him. Layman stared at him in surprise, not understanding what kind of delusion this man was carrying. Pointing a finger at the healer, Rao replied that he could clearly see how he was fooling the local residents. Layman frowned at how he could have bitten him, but quickly remembered that he was the best student in the course. The manager continued, ordering the boy to do nothing about the epidemic and to sit quietly in his medical office. In the next moment, the door slammed shut in front of the healer. Turning his back to them, he mentally wished Rao luck, adding that he would be glad if Rao could solve this problem. Layman liked to have all the work done for him. Walking deep into the study, the boy thought about the fact that he would not be able to maintain the magic of the shield all day. The boy would like to say that Rao would be up to the task, but he knew very well that he was not even familiar with the basics of epidemiology. Epidemiology was a medical science that dealt with identifying the causes of epidemics through the nature of their spread and symptoms. Putting his hand to his chin, Layman understood that without knowledge in this field, it would be very difficult to find. And since Lipentime's healers did not have basic knowledge in medicine, he would still have to intervene. Realizing that despite his low level of knowledge, the boy understood that he had to do something, so he decisively called Hansen. Peeking into the next room, the healer asked the apprentice to check the surroundings of the recently deceased to check for the sick. After some time, he returned, finding the teacher covered with books, and with a smile informed that there were no sick people in the area, to which he asked him to order the contact people to stay at home. He added that if blue dots appeared on the body, they should immediately consult a doctor, to which the journeyman agreed. Layman perfectly understood that infections transmitted from person to person are the most dangerous, because they are transmitted most quickly. However, now the boy could not understand what exactly is the source of the infection. In addition to humans, Lipentime was inhabited by demi-humans and demons, whose pathogenic bacteria can cause infectious diseases. The healer who analyzed the symptoms suspected that the people might be suffering from some kind of fever right now. However, he did not understand where such a fever had come from in the Bay Area, as there had never been anything like this in their kingdom. Layman spent whole days and nights looking for the answer to the question. At one point, lying with his head on one of the books, the boy thought that he had no idea where this infection came from. Suddenly, he was pulled out of his thoughts by the loud voice of a man who flew into the room. When asked who he was, he answered that he was a servant of Count Kaplan. Hearing that he was in charge of Mr. Rao, Layman warily asked what brought him here. In response, Khan fell on his knees in front of him and, lowering his head, asked the healer to save the young manager. Hearing that he had suddenly fallen ill while he was investigating the causes of the epidemic, Layman recoiled in fright. Meanwhile, in his house, Rao lay unconscious in bed while a maid brought out a basin of water. Bursting into the room, the healer asked Khan what exactly had happened to the young man. Looking at how the open face of the manager was covered with large drops of sweat, he replied that he suddenly had a high temperature. Examining Rao's hand, which was covered with red spots, Layman realized that there was no bleeding in the brain, but that he passed out due to a high temperature. Hearing his student whisper that the rash was similar to the first victim's, Layman let out a weary breath, realizing that he was indeed infected. Not understanding why the man turned to them, the boy asked why he didn't call one of the other healers, to which Han replied that they went to the Maple Clinic, which was one of the best, but their treatment was too expensive. The man explained that as soon as they found out about the earldom there, they issued a bill for 200 pence, and they simply did not have that amount. Khan added that Mr. Rao was desperately studying to become a manager and save his family from bankruptcy. Lowering his head sullenly, Layman sadly thought that the boy who appeared to be an arrogant nobleman was actually as poor as the healer himself. Suddenly, everyone sighed loudly when they saw how the manager's hand moved, and he said, barely able to utter the words, that he did not need a doctor. Getting up on the bed, the boy pushed Layman away from him, adding that he shouldn't touch him, as he doesn't want to be treated by a swindler. Throwing a wet towel at the healer, Rao ordered Khan to throw the swindler out of his house. With a predatory grin, Layman looked determinedly at his patient and advised him to calm down. Khan immediately rushed to the young master, trying to restrain him while he rushed at the healer. He tried to convince the boy that Sir Pennon was the only healer they could afford. Layman's face turned red, but he thought that he didn't wish the warden dead because he didn't think he was a bad person. The boy understood that he might not have the money to pay for the treatment, but he could take something else from him that would be useful. Trying to stop the manager, Lamont sharply grabbed his hands in his own. Rao looked at the boy carefully, not understanding what he was going to do. The healer asked the manager to look into his eyes and say if he saw any evil intentions in them. He added that they did not know each other and he should not care. However, the fact that he was here testified that he had come for him. Rao wondered why Pennon's voice sounded so sincere, and how such honest eyes could not belong to a rogue. Layman smiled slyly in his mind, thinking that the manager would never be able to bite into his game. With a big smile, the boy added that the only thing he wanted now was to heal his patient. Rao even thought that he really wanted to cure him just like that, and not because of money. However, he immediately pushed the healer's hand away from him, driving away such thoughts and growling that he would not be able to deceive him. Lamond thought with annoyance that the eloquence skill had failed because Rao was too intelligent. However, Han intervened in the conversation and ordered the young master not to accuse the healer without reason, reminding him how the people of the Bay Area praised him. Shaking the boy by the shoulders, the man ordered him to think about his family if he was planning to die in doubt. Measuring Pennon with a careful eye, Rao thought that his intuition told him not to trust the healer, but that his death would be difficult for the family. Asked somberly if he could be cured, Lamond confidently replied with a broad smile that he could. Raising his finger up, the boy explained that the cause of the disease was a lack of platelets, so it was necessary to replenish their number. The healer thought that although he did not know where the infection came from, he knew its pathogen and therefore could cure it. He looked at the patient and said that it was necessary to inject someone else's blood into his vein. This surprised Khan, and the manager himself shouted that he refused such methods of treatment. At this, Layman thought that such a reaction was quite expected, since such a treatment method was common on Earth, not with them. Holding his hands up, the healer tried to reassure Rao that he understood his surprise, but that this was the only cure. In response, he began to drive the boy away again, thinking that he was a swindler after all. Realizing it was time to put Plan B into action, Layman said he thought the manager was different because he was the smartest person in the academy. Hearing that he was no different from ignorant people, Rao froze and turned pale. Clenching his teeth, he mentally resented that they dared to call him ignorant, even though he was the best in the class. Although thinking that he could prove Lamont's fraud on his body, the boy agreed to his method. Stopping Khan's objections, the manager warned that if anything went wrong during the treatment, he would be punished accordingly. Sir Pennon, however, answered this, that if all went well, he would have to be rewarded. To the words that they will do everything necessary, if it is about money, the healer replied with a smile that money is of no use here. A few minutes later, when Lamond and the student were preparing for the transfusion, Han offered to take his blood. Sir Pennon agreed to this, as the man's blood was a perfect match in the cross-blood test. In the next second, the boy looked surprised at the patient, who asked if he would have to suck blood through the bite like a vampire. He watched in surprise as Khan snapped the manager's neck, to which he replied that he had no desire to bite the neck of a middle-aged man. Rao turned his head to the healer as he somewhat angrily assured the men that no one's neck was to be bitten. Lamond added with a smile that he just wanted to separate the platelets from the blood, not inject the whole blood into the body. Blood transfusions were rarely used on Earth nowadays because they had many side effects. Therefore, such a treatment method as transfusion of certain blood components became widely used. For Lamond, the problem now was that he needed to separate the necessary components, and he did not have the modern equipment to do this. Earth was a world of science, and Lipentime was a world of magic. Remembering this, the boy opened a skill shop to buy wind magic. He took Khan's blood and poured it into a flask, which he had previously filled with chemical reagents. After that, the boy put the flask in the machine, which he ordered from the dwarven craftsman. Stretching out his hand, the boy released the energy, blowing the wind. Lamond understood that although he had a level of intelligence far above what was necessary for a D rank, he would not be able to sustain magic for long. He tried to concentrate it in a narrow point, but he could feel his mana gradually running out. Mentally, the healer resented that he could not see a way to increase his mana, despite having already mastered 4 types of magic. Immediately after that, a notification appeared in front of his nose that he had gained 1 additional characteristic, and the question mark changed to Manu. Lamond immediately thought of all the places where he could accumulate mana, thinking that he couldn't do it in any of them. However, immediately after that, the boy received a notification that another place of accumulation of mana appeared, namely in the veins. Noticing this, the healer mentally cursed, thinking that this was the first time he had heard of such a storage place. Thinking that as long as he could accumulate mana, he didn't care where it happened, he exchanged the extra points for 5 units of mana, feeling an incredible surge of strength afterwards. Reaching out, Layman released his wind magic again. He knew very well that erythrocytes will fall down like sediment, leukocytes will remain in the center, and the necessary platelets will float to the top. Pulling the test tube out of the apparatus, the boy noted with a smile that he had finally succeeded. Looking carefully at the layers of color in the vessel, Layman thought that he could heal Rao with it. A few days later, the smiling healer, looking at the papers, informed the manager that the temperature had subsided. Hemorrhaging was much less likely now, indicating that he was on the mend. Rao exchanged a silent glance with Khan, who was standing next to him. Hansen, arms crossed, stood behind his teacher, who, with a broad smile on his face, asked the manager if he had anything to say to him. Rising from his chair, Rao bowed and quietly thanked the healer. With a big smile on his face, Layman said he had bad hearing, asking the angry manager to repeat it again. However, immediately after that, he cleared his throat and added that he was actually glad that he felt better. Rao replied that he had not forgotten his promise, so he asked the healer what he wanted, hearing the offer to treat him as an elder. At such a proposal, the manager looked at the interlocutor in shock. However, he added that this was the least he could do in response to his slander. Clenching his fists tightly, Rao reflected that he had no choice as he doubted it, succumbing to the majority opinion. He wanted to call Lamond the elder, but he waved his hand with a smile, saying that it was just a joke. Rao, mouth wide open, stared dumbfounded at the healer as the healer added that he was just glad he was able to heal the manager. When he said that he did not need anything, the Count himself began to think that he was an angel. While the boy was rubbing his eye, Layman said that he heals people, and the main thing for him is that they get better. After these words, Rao thought that Pennin really was what they said he was. Smiling broadly, Layman waited impatiently for the manager to be on the hook. He thought that such an influential person as a manager would be quite useful for a bright future. Squinting, Rao realized that he was not mistaken about the healer, as he could see a hidden motive in his eyes. Hansen jumped up to the table and said that since his teacher had already cured someone who had accused him without evidence, the patient should at least apologize. Turning his head towards the apprentice, Pennin reminded him that a healer should not heal expecting something in return. After hearing that the words of favor were only meant to get him to accept the treatment, Rao lashed out at the healer. Looking down, the manager thought that he had misunderstood Layman. Looking at the boy, Rao thought that he was trying to slander out of jealousy the one whom Prime Minister Hallman had so praised. He became very ashamed, and the boy had no idea how to apologize for himself. Getting to his feet, the administrator bowed low and apologized to the healer, adding that he now treats him with due respect. He vowed that he would now treat Pennin as his elder for the rest of his life. Layman started to wave his hands, trying to say that it wasn't necessary, but mentally he was glad that his plan was working. Rao took charge of the Bay District, sorting through the paperwork. Patients arrived, but there were no more deaths, because those, trusting Layman and Rao, calmly agreed to blood transfusions. The unknowns gathered in the dark office, realizing that the panic in the area had not started because Baron Pennin was in control of the situation. One of the men asked how such a disease could be cured if the patients only got worse after using the cure. The leader pounded the table, barking that according to the plan, the capital should have plunged into chaos, but the royal bastard ruined everything. However, he was quickly reassured that the epidemic was only in its initial stage, and very soon the number of patients should increase. However, the rest did not share such peace, thinking about whether it was worth removing a new healer. Meanwhile, Layman was busy treating patients with an unknown disease. Hansen and the manager helped him in this. The healer tried to find the cause of the epidemic, realizing that its source was somewhere in the Bay Area. He understood that there was a pathogen that lowered platelet levels, but it could have been anything. Pennin thought about the fact that there had never been any such diseases in the capital, but his thoughts were interrupted by the shout of Rao, who noticed the rat. The healer turned his head in the direction of the manager, who screamed in fright. However, in a moment, having collected himself, he cleared his throat and noticed that there were many rats here, to which Lamond replied that they were in the ruins. He asked Rao if they could be carriers of the disease, to which he replied that there were usually no rats where he lived. The healer smiled when he heard him call him elder. Clearing his throat, Pennon asked the manager where he went before he got sick, to which he replied that he was just walking around the city, since he was appointed manager for the first time. After the rain that fell, the roads turned to mush, and no one cleaned the streets, so he came home completely dirty. Suddenly, Rao's attention was drawn to a puddle that had spilled on the floor, signifying the unreliability of their shack. The healer, meanwhile, began to think that perhaps the rats in the water were spreading a disease known as leptospirosis. It was transmitted through water contaminated with rat waste, and it was this that caused the fatal bleeding. I immediately remembered Pastor's illness, which at one time played out in the Duchy of Michelin, and this happened in every rainy season. It started with a rash and ended with hemorrhaging, but Lamond had no idea where it had come from in Houston. Pastor's disease was transmitted exclusively by a certain species of rat, and he had never heard of it spreading beyond the duchy. In a moment, a thought appeared in the doctor's head, because of which he abruptly turned to the manager, asked if he had seen a strange rat. Scratching his neck, Rao remembered seeing a white rat with stripes on its back that was unlike any other. At that moment, Lamond realized that he was right, because according to the description, it was Pastor's rat. But it remained a mystery how such rats got into the territory of their kingdom. Their appearance would not be surprising if they lived in a city where active trade was conducted. And the only reason they ended up in Houston, which wasn't the center of the trade, was because somebody brought them here on purpose. Lamond realized that someone was spreading the epidemic on purpose, but the manager's voice brought him out of his thoughts. Realizing that being an ordinary healer, he would not be able to solve the problem on his own, the boy put his hand on Rao's shoulder. Pennon was sure that he would be able to help him and deal with it at a higher level. Therefore, he ordered the manager to go to the king and inform him about the pastor's illness, but asked him not to mention him. Hearing this, Rao opened his mouth in fear, thinking that he wanted to hang everything on him. Lamond understood very well that if there were already conspirators in the kingdom, then he could become a decent stick in their ass. Looking at the manager with wide eyes, the healer said that he no longer wanted to speak in front of people, as he was just a doctor. In his mind, Lamond was already saying goodbye to the reward he wanted for solving the epidemic problem. And Rao at this time was thinking about the fact that he had once again failed to understand the noble man's thoughts. Exhaling, he said that he would do whatever was required of him, thinking that he would inform the world of his nobility. In a few days, Rao was standing before the king, who could not believe that the disease from Michelin had spread to the Bay Area. At the same time, His Majesty doubted the veracity of the words of the new manager. However, he, not believing that he had personally managed to address the king, assured that everything was so. The courtiers wondered how the infection could get there, and one of the men proposed to close the area for quarantine and destroy everyone who lived there. The other also tried to support his neighbor, saying that they did not need them, but he was interrupted by the stern voice of the king. Raising his hand, His Majesty recalled that the disease was spread by rats, asking if they would demand the closure of the capital if the animals reached them. Without giving them a chance to justify themselves, the king, surprised that fear spoke instead of the kingdom's advisors, asked the Rao to propose a solution. When asked how many people have already died from the disease, the administrator said that too. At this, the king remembered the boy's words that the disease was very dangerous and serious. Putting his hand to his chest, Rao replied that the low death rate in the area was entirely due to Baron Pennine. Thinking that he could not take all the glory, the boy said that he had healed every patient, including the manager himself. After smoothing his beard, His Majesty inquired whether Lamond had also discovered the disease. Looking at the manager's determined gaze, Hallman thought that Lamond had managed to find the disease, stop it, and offer a solution in a short period of time. The Prime Minister thought with a smile that he had done the right thing in advising Rao to stay close to the healer. Meanwhile, the king accepted the offer to get rid of the rats, asking if they could do it. One of the counselors again suggested setting the Bay Area on fire. However, I immediately heard a question about what to do with the people who live there and in case the rats run away. The fourth Prince Saitil asked his father to give him knights, with which he would exterminate all the rats. The king turned his eyes to the younger son, asking if he wanted to deal with the rats with the help of the soldiers, to which he replied that it would be much easier to catch rats with the help of soldiers, especially for him, who was a master swordsman. The prince himself mentally cursed his illegitimate brother for what the world stood on, since one of those caught with the Dark Blade Guild was his subject. Even with the help of Viscount Casper, the boy was lagging behind his older brothers in the fight for the throne, and now the situation has become even worse. Now he wanted to do something grand by taking care of the bastard for the last time. The king, in response to his son's proposal, replied that he would inform Sir Bolton of the royal guards with whom the prince was to go. The prime minister was worried about the question of whether they could attract soldiers for this case, to which he heard that there was no other way out. The king added that otherwise the rats could reach the capital, so they had to do everything in their power. For a while, sitting under an umbrella on the roof of one of the houses, Seitel commanded the army that came after him. They looked at the prince, listening to him say that they could not even catch a mouse. The soldiers, looking at the stern face of the younger prince, tried to understand what the prince wanted from them, if they were not cats. The villagers, looking at the army, thought about how much longer they would hang around in their quarter. The villagers understood that it was possible to simply set traps, and Laymond, hiding in the alley, thought that it would not be possible to catch the rats at such a rate. The healer perfectly understood that they not only do not catch rats, but also help them reproduce. Rats could soon overrun the entire district from inactivity, and this could lead to the closure of his clinic. He didn't want to do anything to avoid being killed, but Seitel's stupidity wouldn't lead to anything good. Hearing a request from the clinic to provide him with a kitchen, Rao was very surprised, but asked what the healer was doing it for. The baronet explained that he wanted to make a parson's cheese pie, which was filled with a smelly cheese that the rats liked. Hearing that it was necessary to prepare a foul-smelling pie, the manager objected, saying that he would not allow such a dish in the kitchen. However, the healer raised his finger and warned that with such a pie he would be able to exterminate all the rats. After a while, Laymond was mentally cursing everyone because he wanted to give the work to them and leave, and now he was kneading the dough for a pie by himself. Covering his nose with handkerchiefs, the healer thought about the fact that no one could prepare it properly. Placing the cake in the oven, Laymond read a notification that the perception score also applied to cooking. Suddenly the boy heard Seitel's voice, who asked what he was doing. Looking doomed at his brother, the baronet thought that nothing would be possible without this fool. Thinking that he should be ignored, Laymond replied that he was going to finish off the rats. Looking in surprise at the cake in his hands, the prince skeptically asked if this would be the remedy. However, after that he grimaced disdainfully, adding that even rats wouldn't eat something like that. Suddenly, a thin squeal was heard near his leg, and lowering his head, the boy saw small white rats. The fourth prince backed away, and Laymond placed the pie on the floor, attracting a horde of rats. Watching them pounce on the cake, Seitel said that while they were catching pests, they couldn't find any. The knights, seeing that the rats sighed just after eating the pie, assumed that there was white rat poison inside. Passing around his brother, Pennon thought he was a jerk, and that was why he wasn't getting anything done, but he apologized aloud as he planned to set more traps. Watching the healer, the squad leader ordered everyone to follow the baronet's orders. Seitel snarled to himself as he listened to the soldiers cursing that they had done a lot of extra work to begin with. Looking at Laymond walking between the people praising him, the fourth prince frowned. Unable to hold back, he growled at the crowd that they dare not call Laymond a prince, as they might be condemned for insulting the royal family. Seeing an angry Seitel, the townspeople agreed that they should not have done this. However, in the next moment, the fourth prince watched in bewilderment as the townspeople began to praise Baron Pennine. Looking at his smiling brother, the redhead thought about why his father had given him such a title. Staring at the soldiers who had come with him, Seitel announced that he was returning to the castle. However, when they looked at him, they only said that it would be better without him, furious because they were chasing rats on his orders. Joining in the praise of the baronet, the soldiers asked him if there was anything else they could do. Watching this picture, the unknown thought that the healer was now protected by the guard, and they could have problems with the royal family. Realizing that they had no choice, the men decided to retreat temporarily. The head of the guards, keeping his eyes on the bastard, thought that the fourth prince's method was ineffective, unlike the healer's method. While he was thinking about this, he noticed Laymond holding a sword in his hands. A crazy idea appeared in the knight's head when he saw the concentrated face of the healer. The man thought with a smile that the position he was standing in was quite durable, and the body looked quite strong. Basically, Laymond looked like he was a strong, trained knight. One of the soldiers, who brought him a rolled-up letter, brought the squad leader out of his thoughts. Hearing that the palace was planning to reward the baronet, the healer smiled there with interest. Arriving at the palace, The boy immediately reminded the manager that he asked not to tell the king about him. He thought that he did not want to get involved in the conspiracy, but Rao replied that the world should know about a man like him. The king, sitting on his throne and keeping his eyes fixed on his illegitimate son, asked him if there was anything he wanted. Thinking that it was too late to back down, Layman thought he could at least make some money. His Majesty was surprised at such a modest reward for the great work that had been done. However, the boy explained that it was more than enough for him because he was just doing what he had to do. Layman himself did not want any prestigious awards to be talked about on the streets. And because of his treatment of the poor, the boy not only did not pay off his debts, but also acquired new ones. One of the court ladies noticed that he was more noble than many nobles, suspecting that it was because of the king's blood in his veins. Having received the king's consent to reward him with money, Pennin smiled and bowed gratefully to the ruler. The prime minister thought with a smile that Layman looked like a true healer who deserved more than money. Raising his hand, Halman said that he considered such an award insufficient, offering to award the healer with the Order of the Rod of Light. Hearing the prime minister's words, the young baronet looked at the man in shock. The Rod of Light once belonged to St. Alex, who was an X-rank healer, and such an order was something that the healer could be proud of all his life, and was also considered a family heirloom. Recalling that Layman stopped the spread of a terrible epidemic, Halman added that he considered him worthy of such an award. Hearing that the king approved such a proposal, the healer could not believe that someone like him had received the Rod of Light. He bowed, thanking the king, who added that he would pay him 10,000 pennies while ordering everyone to leave the hall. Hearing the amount of the reward, the young baronet smiled, rejoicing at such a sum. He understood that it would not be enough to pay off the debt, but now he would be able to rest. Looking at the notification that appeared in front of his eyes, Layman thought that he couldn't wait to reach level 40. He was torn from his thoughts by the harsh voice of the king, who asked him to stay to discuss something. Looking at his serious face, the boy thought about what exactly his father wanted to discuss with him. The prime minister also froze, not understanding what exactly his majesty wanted from the healer. Odin wondered if he had any ideas where in their kingdom the infection from the distant duchy might have come from. Layman stared at his father in fascination as he said he would like to hear his opinion. Lowering his head, the baronet wondered if the king had also thought about the plot in Houston. Realizing that he had a chance to blame everything on the king, the healer said that he suspected the epidemic was being deliberately spread. To the objection that it could have happened by accident if the rat had climbed into the carriage, the boy replied that the commercial districts would have been affected, not the ruins. While Halman whispered something to the king, Pennin considered leaving the conspiracies to the higher ranks and returning to treating the patients himself. However, his majesty turned to his son in the next second and asked if he had any suspects. With a smile on his face, the boy thought about why he was asking him. At the same time, he replied that since the epidemic almost touched the capital, then it is necessary to look for someone who would be in the profit. Someone who was too smart or had too much power could become an unknown criminal, because it was quite difficult to transport the infection from Micklin to the bay without anyone noticing. Closing his eyes, the king thanked the boy for his thoughts and said he could go. Layman bowed, but when he heard the king call him by name, his eyes widened. The king personally thanked him for the work he had done. Looking up at his father, the healer thought that the king rarely thanked him in person, so this was better than the other rewards. He bowed once more, thinking that this was the first time he had actually heard words of thanks from his father. Leaving the throne room, Layman wondered why he had become so sentimental lately. He had never called the king father before, but now he expressed his gratitude as a king. Just as he was about to return, the boy heard notifications start to appear. Reading about his promotion to the rank of senior resident, Layman smiled widely. He strode confidently down the carpet, reading the new skill notifications. At that time in the throne room, Halman asked the king what he thought about the boy's words, to which Odin noticed that they were not devoid of meaning, to which the prime minister agreed that everything was said extremely aptly. Halman reflected that Layman was much smarter in many areas besides healing, and now the man was interested in whether the ruler himself would recognize his merits, both as a king and as a father. However, Odin was more concerned about the prime minister's opinion about whom he suspects of conspiracy. The only suspects in Halman's opinion who really benefited from wreaking havoc in Houston were the Droton kingdom. They have been aggressive towards their state for several hundred years and have been victorious in battles more than once. Hallman also assumed that the attempt was organized by the neighbors, but His Majesty replied that a detailed investigation was needed. In the Maple Clinic, meanwhile, the latest news related to Lamond was being discussed briskly. The head of the board of the clinic was indignant that the wand of light was given to a person who used unconventional methods in treatment. The rest exclaimed that they had to do something since the area where their clinic was located was not far from the Bay Area. Suddenly, their panic was interrupted by a stern voice who inquired since when they had been discussing others behind their backs in the meeting. Lady Christina, who belonged to the Raybjorn family, was one of the strongest healers and one whose level was defined as B rank. She asked those present whether it was necessary to wash Baronet Pennon's bones right now. Leaving the office, the girl said that she did not have time for this, expressing the hope that the rest would soon stop clapping their tongues. Christina thought she spoke up because she couldn't stand those greedy jerks. She just couldn't let Lamond do whatever he wanted. The rest of the healers in the clinic were also actively discussing Pennon's methods, thinking that they were recognized by the king. Baron Canton, who was the director of the Maple Clinic, said they would force the guy to give up his license. Saluting the healers with a glass, he reminded them of the mandatory class for all healers in which they could help Lamond with his disqualification. Those who looked sadly at the director noticed that all those who went against him were quickly leaving the lime area. The Baron smiled, thinking that thanks to him the Maple Clinic was able to monopolize lime, and everyone knew very well that if they didn't get rid of Lamond, they would get out of here very quickly. Looking over the baronet's and his apprentice's files, Canton thought that it would be easy for him to overwhelm the boy. This pleased the healers, who thought that if everything worked out, he would no longer be able to heal people. The Baron recalled that he was a student for 5 years, imagining how miserable the boy would look when he failed the exam. At his clinic, after receiving the exam notification, Lamond swore, which somewhat surprised Rao. Frowning, the boy thought about the fact that everyone whose rank was below B should be present there. Hansen suddenly burst into the office and announced that the teacher should not take that exam. Trying to catch his breath, the journeyman explained that he had just met some acquaintances from the Maple Clinic, who said they wanted to knock him out. Looking up angrily, the boy added that they were mocking the fact that Lamond was bound to get a bad grade. After these words, Rao also angrily added that Baron Canton, who was a very mean man, was behind it all. However, Lamond conciliatorily raised his hands, trying to calm his colleagues and announcing that he would still go to the exam. He asked them with a smile if they were so insecure that he could get a bad grade. At this, both assistants fell silent, drilling the healer with a careful look. Checking the status window, the baronet thought that he was no longer a rookie recently. After he became a senior resident, his knowledge and skill increased markedly. He could become a worthy opponent, and since there would be no one above B level in the exam, only low-level healers could become his opponents. Looking at his colleagues, Lamond said that he intends to achieve high results. Besides, he has a goal. Without explaining anything, the healer looked at the notification, which said that he should get an excellent result in the lesson. However, he wanted to take first place in order to receive the prize of 1,000 pennies. Gazing at the teacher in admiration, Hansen wondered if he was going to teach a lesson to the healers who had slandered him. However, after hearing objections, the apprentice assumed that the teacher wanted to remove such healers for the benefit of the patients. Rao noticed that other healers remained stubborn supporters of the old treatment. He admitted that when he heard him asking for money as a reward, for a moment he doubted the sincerity of his intentions. Seizing Lamont's hand sharply, the manager added that he was very ashamed of himself for mistaking him for such a greedy man. Together with Hansen, they held Lamond's hands, talking about what a great man he was. He smiled widely, thinking that he had completely different motives. However, he decided to surrender, saying that upon his return they would be able to have meat for dinner. Both wished him luck, saying that he should take first place. After some time, all those who came for the exam gathered in the hall of the Royal Academy named after Alex. The Baron greeted all the new healers with a smile, introducing himself as the person in charge of the exam this year. With a smile, Lamond told Hansen that he heard the event was more of a social event. Baron Canton said that he was happy to welcome many great healers, but added that there was also a very ordinary one among them. At these words, Hansen glanced at the teacher, who froze with a cookie in his hand. The boys did not pay attention to the boyish figure standing behind them and staring at them. Realizing that he was talking about Baronet Pennon, the boy opened his eyes in surprise. The steward tried to stop the Baron, saying that he might be misunderstood, but he continued to call Lamond a rat. Hearing him asking not to take offense at him, the healer turned his gaze to him. Looking at the men on the balcony, the boy thought that such an outburst was nothing compared to the humiliation he had endured for 23 years. And he himself was far from the kind of boy who quietly and silently bore such insults to himself. With a broad smile, the baronet replied that it might just seem so, but he noticed that such hallucinations were a bad bell. Hearing him talk about the possibility of early dementia, Canton turned pale, not knowing what to say. With the sly smile of a winner, Layman advised him to get checked out as soon as possible. Realizing that something had to be done, the Baron asked those present to take their places. The boy standing behind looked at the figures of Layman and his student in shock. Approaching the brunette, he invited him to sit together, pointing to the vacant seats nearby. However, he immediately felt a hand on his shoulder, and someone told him that only real healers can sit there. Pointing a finger at the boys, one of those present clarified that healers are only those who use the gift of healing. Hansen was outraged by such words addressed to his teacher. However, while he was thinking about what to do next, Layman was already walking towards Linden and the unknown healer. With a big smile on his face, he showed him the Order of the Rod of Light and said that true healers should show him respect. Linden watched as the boy holding her shoulder began to stutter and agree with Layman. He immediately congratulated the boy on receiving such an order, and Hansen tried to shame the healers who had just laughed at his teacher. However, their quarrel was interrupted by the Baron, who said that he was adding a new rule, according to which the main method of healing should be the gift of the healer. Now such tests will account for about 50%, and a score below 60 points will deprive the license. Hearing this, Hansen froze in fear, realizing how such a rule could turn out for his mentor. The Baron added in his mind that he didn't know how he got promoted, but this time the boy wouldn't succeed. The journeyman approached Layman, asking what they should do now, to which he put his hand to his chin in thought. Holding up a finger, he asked if there would be extra points for someone who had increased their rank. Not understanding what the teacher was talking about, Hansen asked him in surprise what he meant. The Baron smiled slyly, realizing that such a question could only be asked by someone who did not know the rules of the exam. He replied that they would not be greedy and would indeed give extra points to those who could do it. After hearing an affirmative answer, Layman smiled widely, looking at him with big, green eyes. Linden understood that rank cannot be raised by hard work. Therefore, staring at the back of Lamon's head, he did not understand why he asked such a question. With a smile, the boy thought about the fact that it was very difficult to determine what was really on his mind. As the Baron approached him, he stretched his arms forward, summoning his strength. To this, Canton happily replied that he had a D rank and gave him a score. In the next moment, the Baron approached Layman himself, carefully drilling him with his gaze. The boy's face remained indifferent as the man asked him to use his healing power. The healer agreed, stretching his arms forward. However, right after that, he asked if he had forgotten that he had promised extra points to whoever managed to raise his healer rank. The Baron replied that he had not forgotten, but asked why he was asking him about it. The next moment, the man and Linden were looking at Layman's hands in shock, not understanding how this could be. The Baron wasted no time in saying that until now, it was impossible to raise the rank of healing by work. The healer thought that he had gained the skill after awakening the mana veins, so now he could use it for more than just magic. And he also increases the number of mana units, and now he had as many as 7 of them. In a moment, everyone present in the hall gasped in surprise, looking at the light coming from the boy. He looked intently at his hands, from which rose a green and yellow glow. Baron Canton stared at the picture, thinking that such powers were worthy of a C rank. Clenching his fingers into fists, Layman thought about the fact that he had reached approximately this level. The pale Baron asked the happy boy how he managed to raise his level. At this, the Baronet thought that the figure was 7.5, and so far he couldn't say for sure that it would be C rank. Linden said that was really impossible, but Layman replied that he just didn't care enough about his patients. Watching his smiling face, he thought that Baronet Pennon had turned out to be different and was able to enhance an innate skill. With despair, the boy thought about the fact that he was also born with a D rank, so no matter how hard he tried, his limit did not grow. After some time, the healer read a letter in which it was written that he received the highest score. According to the test schedule, the next test should be in written form, namely a test of knowledge of the anatomy of treatment methods and herbology. Realizing this, Layman smiled as he had studied all of this back when he was a student. Picking up a pen, The boy was sure that by combining the knowledge he had from these sciences and the knowledge of medicine, he would receive a high grade. The baronet understood very well that increasing the intelligence score did not make him smarter, but it allowed him to use knowledge with greater efficiency. After reading his written work, Baron Canton gave him an indifferent look. Layman smiled, anticipating the quick end of the test. All the other healers who had also come for the exam pointed at the boy, not understanding how he could have the highest score. Meanwhile, the healer thought about the fact that everyone present slept less than 4 hours a day, but there were still only a few C ranks among them. Baron Canton watched the boy with obvious distaste. His arms crossed over his chest. After some time, he brought a cart covered with a sheet into the great hall. Watching Layman talk to Hansen, the man thought he had to do something to get the blonde disqualified. According to his plan, the bastard had to receive a healing wound so strong that no one would be able to cope with it. Removing the sheet from the cart, the Baron added that the last test would be practical. Everyone present sighed in fear, covering their mouths with their hands. A huge orc lay bound by the arms and chained to the cart by the neck. Hansen hid behind the teacher, hoping that the monster would not be able to harm them. Dipping his hand into the inner pocket of his coat, the Baron replied that the orc had killed a lot of people, but now he would be a patient. Pulling out the dagger, he warned the students not to worry, as the monster had been fed herbs that had a pain-relieving effect before being tied up. He added that now they would just have to heal his wound and Layman would go first. With a completely indifferent expression on his face, the boy met the challenge that Canton threw at him. As he raised the dagger, Canton thought about the fact that he would inflict such a wound that he would never be able to heal. The sight of the Baron plunging a dagger into the orc's chest caused many students to turn away or squint, trying to cover their faces. However, he did not have time to do this, because the next moment he raised his head, looking at the tall figure of the monster. The orc sat in the cart, glaring with red eyes at the Baron who dared to attack him. In a moment, the creature opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and let out a loud growl. The next thing Baron Canton saw was an orc's fist flying right into his face. Someone in the crowd screamed loudly, scared for the Baron and demanding that the monster be put to sleep. When the healers came to take away the wounded man, they noticed that his shoulder was dislocated and his front tooth was knocked out. Layman watched as everyone gathered around Canton, completely forgetting about himself. He perfectly remembered that healing does not work for dislocations, because there it was necessary to simply adjust the shoulder. There were cases when healing helped, but such a process was quite long and painful. Exhaling loudly, the baronet thought that Canton should not have acted like a fool. He wanted to spite him so much that he fell into his own trap. Turning his head to the other side, Layman thought about what he deserved. But immediately after that, he heard a loud scream. While the boy was thinking about whether to heal the Baron, he pushed Linden away from him, saying that the toga was only D rank. He understood that he was looked down upon since he had a low level of healing. Watching this picture, Pennon thought that he had no desire to help the Baron. However, realizing that he had no right to choose whom to treat and whom not to, he stepped forward and asked permission to try. Linden looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he was going to do. Seeing Lamond, Canton immediately started screaming that he would not let him near him. With a wide smile on his face, Pennon thought to himself that he expected a similar reaction. However, thoughts immediately popped into his head. How can he be called a healer if he refuses the patient? Because he is a fool. Exhaling loudly, Layman decided he should try to convince Canton. Looking at his look, full of hatred, the boy replied that he was very sorry for such a decision. Putting his hand to his chest, he added that he knew a way that could cure the Baron very quickly. Leaning closer to the man, Layman noticed with a serious face that it would take an hour for the A-rank healer to get here. The pale man glared at the healer, trying to find words to describe him. Raising a finger, Pennon noticed that an hour meant another 3,600 seconds of pain. The rest of the healers asked what he was up to, as they understood that the Baron's condition was deteriorating due to agitation. Ignoring them, the baronet continued the countdown, adding that if he had been allowed to heal the Baron, he wouldn't have had to wait so long. The next moment, Canton passed out, as one of his colleagues reproachfully informed Lamond. Looking at the unconscious Baron, the boy breathed out that now everything was ready for treatment. Linden was shocked to realize that he had deliberately made the Baron nervous so that he would pass out. Without wasting time, Pennon proceeded to examine the nobleman, grabbing his hand. He raised his hand 30 degrees and gripped his shoulder as hard as he could. After that, he turned his hand sharply against the time hand. Looking at the Baron, Layman said that he should be taken to the hospital now. He would have a good rest. The rest of the healers looked at each other, amazed at how quickly the boy healed his dislocated shoulder. Linden thought that such injuries were usually treated by A-rank healers, not understanding how Pennon could handle him. Deciding that he could not lose the opportunity, the baronet drew the attention of those present to the fact that his techniques were not just empty manipulations. He said he uses formal techniques that were used in ancient civilizations, and he was ready to prove it to anyone who came to his clinic in the Bay Area. Linden wondered if he would be able to make progress if he came to his clinic. The administrator, observing this picture, said that the compulsory lesson was completed and its results would not be taken into account when calculating the results. Looking at Layman, who had a big smile on his face, the man said that the winner was obvious. A few days later, the wall of his clinic was already decorated with a large poster which said that Layman had received the best result. Being notified that he had gained a better reputation among the healers, Pennon smiled in satisfaction. He hoped that the poster would attract the attention of customers and help spread the word about him. Hearing that they came to him, the boy raised his head and looked at the door. A boy and a girl were standing there asking him for medical advice. With a broad smile, he replied that he would consult them. Looking at new patients, Layman could already sense the money he could make. However, after a few days, the healer realized that it would not be as easy as he first thought. The commoners, like the inhabitants of the ruins, were extremely poor people who had no money for medical treatment. Slamming his forehead on the table, the boy thought about the fact that his debts were growing little by little. Looking at the piece of paper lying next to him, Layman tried to find a way out of the situation. He thought about whether it is worth showing credit obligations to those who come to him for treatment. However, he immediately rejected such an idea, deciding that it would be a last-ditch plan. Resting his hands on the table, the healer thought about what he should do to dramatically improve his reputation. Meanwhile, the Baron sat in the clinic, his dislocated arm bandaged, talking to an unknown man. He had a predatory grin on his face as he asked Canton what exactly he should do with Layman. Remembering the baronet's smile, the director of the clinic thought that he would take revenge on him in such a way that no one would think about him. He asked the unknown person to send patients who could not be cured to the Pennine Clinic. Having understood the plan, he smiled, narrowing his eyes. The next step in the Baron's plan was to spread rumors that he had killed them with his unconventional healing methods. A morning on Bay Street began with a man running headlong into the Layman Clinic holding a child in his arms. Panic flashed in his eyes as the boy in his arms did not move. An hour ago, the manager at the Maple Clinic refused him treatment because he had no money. However, the man asked to be allowed to speak to Lady Christine, completely ignoring the clinic director. Hearing the Baron's voice asking what had happened, the girl shuddered in fright. The man who was with Canton came up to her and whispered something in her ear. As he reached the clinic, the frightened father thought that the director of the clinic had recommended another healer to him. Looking down at his son, the man mentally begged him to hold on a little longer. At this time, in the clinic itself, Hansen told Linden that he should remember his pride, since he was the second student in the clinic. He closed his eyes and answered that he understood everything. After the required class, he decided to become Layman's student, deciding that he could succeed by studying medicine. Having already tried on the role of a mentor, the senior apprentice warned that a teacher's good attitude can be lost with just one mistake. Hansen put his hands on the newcomer's shoulders and said that their teacher lived exclusively for the sake of patients. Keeping his eyes on Linden, he added that when he saw the operation, he would understand that he was not exaggerating. Smiling, the younger journeyman agreed, thinking maybe he should run away. The boy's conversation was interrupted by the alarmed cry of the father, who burst into the clinic, asking to save his son. He looked at them anxiously, holding the boy's small body close to him. Examining the child, the healer realized that he was in a critical condition. Even if these two had made it to his clinic earlier, it wouldn't have helped much. It was with great sadness that the baronet had to admit that the boy had a high chance of dying. Hansen brought his father a hot drink, and the healer thought that he was waiting for the necessary amount to be collected to pay the Maple Clinic. Now the boy could die if he was not treated, and even if treatment was started. Bowing before the healer, the man assured him that he would definitely pay, begging him to do at least something. Frowning, the healer decided that he could not let the child die, so something had to be done. Immediately after that, he received a notification which said that there was an unexpected reward for completing the quest. Suddenly, Rao burst into the office, who announced that Baron Canton was grinding his teeth on Layman. The apprentices stood outside the door and listened as he said that if something happened, he wouldn't just let it go. The healer understood that the manager's worries were well-founded. After all, Canton did not just recommend the Lamond clinic to the boy's father. The baronet was worried about what would happen if the child was not born, and rumors about it would spread throughout the district. His clinic would then be closed, and that would be the end of everything. According to the healer, it was foolish to take risks in such a situation, since the boy's chances of survival were quite small. Meanwhile, Hansen put a finger to his lips, motioning for the younger apprentice to stand silently. However, the face of a man, crushed by grief and worry for his child, fell into my memory. Raising his head at him, the healer said firmly that he would try to help his son. Linden could not stand it, and jumping out of the door, warned that the Baron was actually a very mean person. However, Hansen, who came up from behind, replied that the teacher never gives up on patients. Rao also shot a proud look at Lamond, confirming the senior apprentice's words. The healer himself thought that he would be able to become famous after curing the sent patient. In some time, the operating theater was fully ready for work, together with the doctors. Frowning, Lamond began the operation to remove the intussusception. Such a problem often arose in childhood, due to which intestinal obstruction developed. Ignoring the watchful gaze of the junior apprentice, the healer thought that if there was necrosis inside, then he would be powerless. In order to see the full picture, Lamond began making an incision in the right lower abdomen, where up to 90% of such cases occurred. Hansen's face remained calm at this, but Linden, unable to bear such a sight, turned away. After carefully examining the boy's intestines, the healer noticed with relief that necrosis had not yet begun, which ruled out the worst-case scenario. On the one hand, the treatment looked simple, as it was only necessary to release the pinched part of the intestine, but in reality, everything was more complicated. Looking down at his bloody hand, Lamond thought that with such swelling, any careless movement could cause it to tear. Clenching his fingers tightly into a fist, he resolutely thought about being as careful as possible. Deciding that it was time to shake like an aspen leaf, the boy activated the surgeon's dexterous hand skill. Frowning, the healer knew perfectly well that his mistake would mean the end of everything. After some time, the operation was successfully completed. Linden watched this, realizing that treating such a disease with healing would require a great deal of strength. The boy timidly approached the teacher, asking if that was all, but heard a negative answer. Lamond wondered if he should go ahead with the operation. Looking at the unconscious boy, the healer thought that the intestine might start to fester from the middle. He cannot simply cut out a part of the organ, but if the process of suppuration has begun, then it was necessary. Frowning, Lamond thought about whether or not he should do this. Hansen watched the teacher torn apart by his dilemma. In a moment, an idea appeared in the healer's head that could help in this situation. He remembered seeing a skill in the store that would fit perfectly now. Seeing that the skill purchase would cost 150 points, Pennon pressed the button with a smile. Immediately after that, the baronet activated Hawkeye and looked at the boy. He could now see the fine details and all the bottlenecks, and he was very keenly aware of his surroundings. When the mana ran out, Lamond squinted, realizing that he had seen the beginning stages of necrosis. The senior apprentice rushed to the teacher, worried about his condition, but he assured them that they could continue. Having received a clean scalpel in his hand, the healer decided that the dying must be removed immediately. Realizing that inaction would lead to serious blood contamination, the boys continued the operation. Lamond was well aware that if he had immediately stitched up the boy's wounds, he would not have survived. Linden watched in shock at the skillful manipulations of the teacher and senior apprentice. He was shocked that the healer sewed up the intestine after cutting it open. The boy was not sure that he would ever be able to master this technique, and he still did not understand how he managed not to worry. After a while, raising his hands and exhaling, Lamond announced that the operation was complete. At this time, the Baron, folding his hands in front of him, asked his interlocutor whether he had done everything as it should. He assured with a smile that Lamond will now become for people a charlatan who killed his patient. Canton already had a newspaper in his mind, the front page of which had a photo of Lamond and the news that he was a con artist. Hearing that someone was running to the door, the Baron sat contentedly waiting for news. Bowing, the messenger reported, trying to catch his breath, that the child had survived. Hearing this, the Baron and his colleague looked at the boy in surprise. The accomplice slapped the dispatcher on the back, asking if he was sure. Unfolding the newspaper, the Baron read that Lamond had saved a child who was on the verge of death. Grabbing the boy's jacket, Canton's partner quietly ordered him to stop spreading the rumors. He timidly replied that he had tried to do it, but he did not succeed, arguing that it was the work of the boy's father. Not far from the clinic stood a man holding a harp. He was deeply immersed in his thoughts, and judging by the expression on his face, they were very unhappy. The man remembered how, with tears in his eyes, he gave money to the healer for saving his son. Layman looked sullenly at the bag of money in his hands. He didn't even think that the man would pay, so he wondered where he suddenly got such a large amount of money, to which he replied that he had sold his lyre, as he worked as a bard, and it was the only thing of value he had. Layman was lost in thought again, remembering the happy laugh of the boy he had cured. The healer understood that if he took the money, the man's family might die of hunger, and his son had to eat well. Hearing that the doctor would have a request for him in return, the man listened to him in surprise. He assured with a smile that he could ask him anything he wanted. Clearing his throat and scowling, Layman asked the man to spread good rumors about his clinic while he was at work. He explained that despite his efforts, some people were quite prejudiced against him. Hearing this, the man assured with a smile that he would rectify this situation. Frowning, the bard thought that he had then vowed to do good for the rest of his days. Tugging at the strings, the man mentally told the baronet that he could count on him. Hearing the playing of the lyre, the passers-by stopped in surprise, not understanding what was happening here. Seeing the large number of the audience, the bard said that he wanted to tell about the events that had recently happened to him. He said that his child was rejected at Maple Clinic, but he met a good healer. After hearing the name of the clinic, one of the women added that the service there is really bad. People listened to the song about the great layman to know who the bard met next. The musician in turn noticed with satisfaction that there were more and more people around. A satisfied smile spread across his face as he realized the healer's plan was coming into effect. One girl in the crowd was writing down the information she heard in a notebook, thinking that she had only heard about the young baronet recently. The journalist thought that very soon people could say that bastards are better than princes. After some time, a note appeared in the local newspaper about a healer who lives for the sake of his patients. Seeing her, Layman smiled, and his face was covered with a blush. Rolling up the newspaper, the healer exhaled with a smile, realizing what unexpected luck the notification was about. At the same time, the healer of the Maple Clinic was sitting in her room with a cup of tea, carefully studying the note about the baronet. She thought about the fact that his reputation continued to grow, and it worried her, despite the fact that nothing bad had happened. The girl threw the newspaper on the table, thinking that she could not allow him to continue in the same spirit. Getting up from the sofa, the healer understood that sooner or later someone would suffer from his practices. That is why she could no longer turn a blind eye to the existence of the Pennine Clinic. A maid came into the room and announced that it was almost time for breakfast with the Duke. Smiling, the healer told her to start the preparation. In a while, she was already sitting in the blue dress, thinking that the Duke would talk about the wedding again, and that she would one day become queen. However, she did not share the wild desire to become a queen next to the second prince. Her sisters asked her with smiles when she would quit her job as a healer, informing her that she had been a laughingstock for a long time. One of the brothers also winked at her and told her that she was too old to play games. Placing a smile on her face, the healer saw their concern at her foolish actions. She added that now she will hang out at banquets or immerse herself in the world of gambling. The brother and sisters froze, not understanding if she was joking or serious. However, Christina angrily noticed that she sneezes to make fun of her, but she will not allow her to belittle the healing of people. She turned her back to her relatives, and her brother tried to remind her that her father would soon arrive. When asked by the boy where she was going, Christina answered with a smile that she was going on a trip. Lamond, in his clinic, rejoiced that finally they could allow the treatment of patients who could pay more than the cost of the service. To the man whose leg the healer was then bandaging, the healer announced the cost at 15 pence. Suddenly the baronet saw a notification that told of the approach of the squire. Realizing that it would be necessary to communicate with another moron, he asked the patient to wait a moment. Looking out the window, Layman noticed with surprise that a girl was approaching the clinic. As the figure came closer, the healer recognized it as Lady Christine. Hiding behind the wall, the baronet thought about why she had come to his clinic. Layman knew from his own experience that if the system recognized someone as a high-level jerk, they wanted to start a fight. Hearing that Lady Christina had entered the clinic, the healer remembered that she was known for her principles, so his words might not have affected her. Hansen, who was in the reception room with Linden, told the teacher that they had a guest. However, He ordered the boy to ask the girl to wait a little. To the student's objection, the healer said that he was currently busy with a patient, so there was no question of any guests. Hansen looked at the teacher admiringly, then ordered Linden to make fun of the healer's behavior. Watching the apprentices, Lehman thought that they got along well with each other, so it would be nice to take on another apprentice. His experience allowed him to have 3 students at once with whom they could exchange experience. The problem in his mind now was that he couldn't afford to pay them for their work. However, smiling at the patient he was treating at the time, Lehman thought he would deal with that after Christina. Ignoring the healer's hope that she would pick herself up, the girl patiently waited for him in the waiting room with her arms crossed. Hansen kept his eyes on her, admiring her beauty. However, he immediately closed his eyes tightly and shook his head, dispelling such thoughts and not wanting to embarrass the teacher. Approaching the guest, the journeyman cleared his throat to get her attention and informed her that during the treatment, the journeyman does not distract himself from the guests. Lady Christina, hearing this, was surprised that Lehman already had students. To her surprise, that he was ashamed of his status as a student, the boy explained that his skill was still too far from that of a teacher. The healer thought that both students and patients gave positive feedback to the clinic, but this would not reduce the harm from the treatment. After finishing with the patient, Lehman went to the waiting room, where he found a sweet conversation between Hansen and Christina. Realizing that the girl had not gone anywhere, the healer swore that he would have to talk to her. Realizing that the girl came to him as a healer, and not as the daughter of a duke, the boy thought that he could feel himself equal to her. Casting a green-eyed glance at his guest, Lehman greeted her, introducing himself as Baronet Pennon. However, she, keeping her deep blue eyes on him, offered to get down to business, explaining that she was concerned about his medical techniques. After hearing her accuse him of harming his patients, the healer asked if she had ever seen his techniques with her own eyes. After that, there was silence between them, and there was a strong tension in the air. Christina asked Lehman to give her 3 days to deal with the matter. With a smile, the doctor replied that he wouldn't let her do that, thinking that he shouldn't let Kyrina's unofficial fiancé hang around. However, at the same time, he added that he would allow her to see once how the treatment of those who are not helped by healing is going on. She wanted to answer something, but in a moment she was silent, clenching her teeth. Clutching her chest, the girl cursed at the fact that her illness had manifested itself just now. Seeing how the guest grabbed her head, Lehman rushed to her in alarm, but Christina replied that it was from overwork. When asked by the healer about what was bothering her, the girl replied that she had a disease of accelerated pulse, which would go away if she rested a little. Looking at the guest, Pennon tried to understand what disease she was talking about. This was one of the manifestations of arrhythmia, and considering that it happened often, there could be reasons. The guy understood that the treatment was more important than the fact that the girl came with complaints. Besides, she would not leave him alone, so he began to treat her. Looking at him with her blue eyes, Christina thanked him for his concern, but reminded her that her illness was incurable. Taking her hand in his, Lehman replied that it was impossible to cure her with healing, but that his practices could help. Feeling his fingers on her pulse, the girl anxiously asked what he was doing, but he only asked to wait. After taking her pulse, Lehman realized that she had an irregular heartbeat of 180 beats per minute. Realizing that the patient had tachycardia, the healer ordered her to throw her head back. Christina carefully watched his hand, reaching for her neck, while the boy said that he saw himself in front of her. When his fingers touched her neck, the girl thought that he wanted to strangle her. However, as soon as she thought about the fact that he would not kill her because of her words, she felt a sharp pain in her neck. Immediately after that, Christina jumped up, kicking the healer in the chest and pushing him away. Both apprentices looked in shock at the picture unfolding before them. Raising his hand, Lehman calmly asked the girl if her illness had left her. Seeing the angry look of the guest, the boy asked whether her heart had calmed down. Putting her hand to her chest, Lady Christina realized that Lehman was right and felt much better. She was surprised that the disease had subsided from the baronet's strangling of her. He explained with a smile that he simply pressed on the carotid artery and stimulated the lost nerve. With a big smile on his face, Lehman explained that this is exactly what is called an ancient medical technique. Realizing what had just happened, the girl froze, lashing out at the healer. Without saying anything, she turned and headed for the door, but the healer stopped her. Turning sharply to face him, the girl asked what exactly she had forgotten. Smiling broadly, Lehman replied that she had forgotten to pay him for the treatment. Seeing how she crossed her arms over her chest, the boy suspected that he had asked for too much. Lady Christina wondered what technique he used to cure a disease that other healers couldn't handle, and the desire to look at them from the side swirled in her thoughts. But she understood that she had already been denied this. After repeating her position, Lamond warned that the money would not be returned, but the girl asked to take her as a temporary student. Backing away from her, the boy surprisedly asked her if she was joking. However, she looked at him with her deep blue eyes, waiting for his decision. The baronet thought that she was a B-rank healer, and people said that she really thought about her patients. Hearing how the teacher refused the lady to study, Hansen turned on him in fear. Upon hearing the rejection, Lady Christina wondered why she had been rejected if the healer had recently advertised for an apprentice. Lehman replied that she was worried about his technique, which he demonstrated, and which did not harm her at all. Lady Christina reminded that she has a high healing rank, but there are many people that even she cannot help. The girl said that she wants to learn medical techniques to become the best healer and be able to heal everyone. Lehman lashed out at the guest, and the eyes of his apprentices flashed with real admiration. The healer understood that the girl had the same goal as him, but unlike her, his desire was dictated by earnings and fame. Christina added that she wants to work with someone who cares about her patients the same way. When she heard that their clinic was having funding problems and wouldn't be able to pay her, the girl crossed her arms over her chest and said she didn't care. Instead, she offered to pay him for private lessons at 500 pence each month. Lehman immediately calculated in his mind that this would significantly increase the monthly earnings of his clinic. In addition, she did not pressure him with her status and had her own patients, so everything should be fine. While he weighed all the pros and cons, Christina bit by bit raised the cost of education. Hearing the price of 700 pence, Lehman shook the lady's hand, welcoming her to their family. Behind them, now 2 senior apprentices clapped their hands joyfully. In the royal castle, Hallman reported to the king that Baronet Pennon's guess was correct, and that they had succeeded in attacking the trail of those responsible for the epidemic. The Prime Minister confirmed that the source was the kingdom of Droton itself. His Majesty puzzled the hired killer, thinking that this was also the work of the neighbors, and that it was not known how everything could have ended, if it had not been for Lehman. After being ordered to remain silent until they had enough evidence, Hallman bowed and agreed. The king was well aware that if they did nothing, they would be able to get a lot of evidence to pin down Duke Beard. The Prime Minister thought that the Duke was the man pulling the neighboring king's strings, so it was worth preparing for war. Hallman praised Pennon, offering to give him an award, to which the king replied that the situation was not over yet, but an unofficial reward could be issued. Looking out the window, His Majesty suggested visiting the illegitimate son's clinic in the near future. A few days later, Lehman held an appointment at a packed clinic. He smiled widely, thinking that he would soon be able to get rich. Lyndon wearily thought that there were a lot of customers, but the smile did not leave the teacher's face. When asked when he would be able to reach the same level, Hansen replied that it is difficult to reach that level. Watching Lehman, Christina thought about how you can be so happy when you heal people. In a few days of training, the girl realized that medical techniques have great potential, and the healer himself felt the joy of communicating with patients. In addition to the students, the baronet was also watched by the quartermaster Bay. He thought about why he thought the doctor was happy that he was making money. Pennon himself was looking at the notification that reported the increase in experience. Examining another patient, the boy thought about how good a doctor he was now. However, what worried him most was when the title of vile bastard would finally disappear. He read that at level 70 he would be promoted to specialist. His students watched as a predatory smile appeared on his face. Hearing the teacher suggest that they eat beef again, Lyndon timidly noticed that they had only eaten it yesterday. However, hearing from Hansen that meat strengthens the immune system, the boy ran to the market together with Christina, which made the mentor smile. Suddenly, Lehman saw a notification that said a dangerous situation and a new quest. Not understanding anything, he clicked on the message to find out what it was all about. Having read that a patient with bad intentions was coming to him, the baronet took hold of his head. He raised his head and looked at the waiting room filled with people. Realizing that one of these patients was plotting something bad against him, the boy turned pale. At this time, Baron Canton and his accomplice were wondering if their patient had arrived at Lehman's clinic. The gray-haired man replied that he should not be pushed, as the quality of the role played will depend on how the actor prepares. Sticking a piece of meat on a fork, the Baron agreed that he should be trusted. since he was the best in the kingdom. There were legends about the fraudulent skills of the man he hired in Houston. Canton hired him to act as a side effect from Lehman's treatment. At the same time, the Baron handed him a glass with poison. Looking at the green liquid, the man warily questioned why he needed the poison, but Canton convinced him that his clinic would cure the man later. The gray-haired man asked if he really planned to neutralize the effects of the poison in the actor's body later, to which the Baron replied that the answer was obvious, and the swindler must die. In his opinion, this would increase the dramatic effect and give Pennine more trouble, to which his accomplice smiled, rejoicing that they would remove the actor and get rid of the evidence. Celebrating his victory, Canton uncorked a bottle of champagne, pouring it into glasses. Raising the filled dishes, they toasted Lehman's failure with the boy. When the sun was already setting behind the horizon, the gray-haired man was already lying on the table, clutching the stem of the glass in his fist. The Baron, on the other hand, waited with a smile for them to report to him about the baronet's problems. Hearing a sharp knock, the man asked who had come to him, allowing the guests to enter. 2 knights appeared on the threshold of the dining room. Their faces did not show any emotions. When they started twisting his hands, he tried to say that they had confused him with someone. Hearing his suggestion that they had mistaken the address, the knights looked at each other in silence. Moments later, however, they informed the Baron that he had been arrested for conspiracy and attempted murder. Trying to fend off the guards, Canton shouted that they were out of their minds, but they turned their attention to the one who entered the room. Seeing the guest, the Baron froze, turning pale because he understood that he was nuts. Staring sternly at the handcuffed man, Lehman said they would soon learn how absurd the accusation was. To Canton's question about what he was doing here, one of the knights replied that he was going through a case in which he was a witness. The Baron asked the boy if he was trying to set him up, but a familiar voice was heard behind the door. Seeing the hired actor in front of him, Canton clenched his teeth and growled softly. Without taking his eyes off the nobleman, he reminded how he was hired, telling what needed to be done. Not long before that, Lehman had locked himself in the kitchen, lost in his thoughts. He exhaled tiredly, realizing what great trouble was in store for him. He would never have thought of that, had he never thought of that particular patient. At the time when everything happened, the guy was starting to examine another patient. Suddenly, someone's scream caught his attention, and the healer rushed to the sound. Running up to one woman who was squatting next to the man's body, he asked what had happened. He was lying on the floor, breathing heavily, and an empty glass was lying next to his head. Lehman remembered that he had given him antipyretics for a few minutes, but he had no breathing problems. Seeing the empty bottle, the doctor realized that the patient had drunk poison. While giving him the antidote, Lehman realized who exactly was the patient who was planning something bad. When he regained consciousness, he explained to the healer who was behind all this. And now the baronet could breathe a sigh of relief, realizing how badly he had been framed. The patient then hit him at the feet and assured that if he had known the power of the poison, he would not have started drinking it under any circumstances, adding at the same time that he wanted revenge. Hearing this, Pennon's eyes lit up and a plan began to form in his head. When they arrived at the manor, the man reported that the Baron was jealous of Lamont's clinic and therefore asked him to drink poison. And no matter how much Canton tried to deny his involvement, the baronet mentally advised him to prepare for prison food. The knights, meanwhile, said they had evidence of his guilt, as his accomplice had recently bought poison on the black market. When the Baron asked how they knew this, the knights answered that they had an informant. Lehman thought he was the informant because there was a guild in the Bay Area with criminal connections, and its members were willing to help him. As the knights dragged Canton to the exit, he began to struggle and scream. Turning, the man spat a curse in the healer's face, to which he calmly replied that he should live according to his conscience. Seeing the man's incomprehension, Lamont added that he hoped he would repent in prison. The boy understood very well that quite a few people had actually suffered because of the Baron. Already sitting in prison, the Baron could not believe that he would receive a life sentence. Mentioning his co-conspirator Pierre with an evil word, Canton cursed that he had given everything without even questioning. The thought appeared in the Baron's head that he could use the bribes he received to try to reduce his term. However, he did not know that his case was personally handled by the Prime Minister and the King. Returning to his friend, His Majesty asked him to pay particular attention to Baron Canton's case. The King was angered by how many crimes were committed by the Maple Clinic and how people suffered from it. Looking at the report, Hallman thought that if it weren't for Lehman, they still wouldn't know anything. However, he was worried that if the clinic were to close, they would not have enough space to treat people, to which the king replied that there was no need to worry about it, as new clinics would appear, and they could choose one and help it develop. When asked by the Prime Minister whether he was talking about royal support, His Majesty denied that there was no extra money for that. However, instead, the king offered to issue a plaque that would be a guarantor of quality, which Hallman was happy to meet. He immediately inquired whether the butt had any place, to which he heard that the king wished to avoid places like Maple. Taking off his cloak, His Majesty ordered everything to be prepared for the secret journey, as he wanted to see everything with his own eyes. Stretching wearily on a bench in the Bay Area, Hallman said Lehman's client base at the clinic has grown significantly, and the faces of his employees and patients simply shone. The king got up, putting his hood on his head, and said that it was high time for them to leave. When they returned to the castle, the court advisors tried to convince him that closing the Maple Clinic would have a bad effect on the people. The ruler understood very well that Canton had bribed many courtiers, data about which were entered in the accounting book. He warned the advisors that he had not yet opened it, but if they did not shut up, he would certainly do so, to which the courtiers quieted down a little. Banging on the beam of the throne, the king ordered them to apply only for appeals that would concern the people. When they left the hall, the king dropped his head wearily on his hand and breathed out that he was afraid to imagine what would happen after his death. At Hallman's words that he still had many years of reign ahead of him, His Majesty wondered if that was really the case. The man understood that the cough had subsided after treatment, but the condition was still worsening. He doubted that the princes would be able to keep the predatory nobles in check when he ascended the throne. The first Prince Peyton, who was the heir, died in an unexpected tragedy. The king's thoughts were brought out by the voice of the Prime Minister, who announced that the accreditation sign was ready. After some time, Hallman had already arrived in the Bay Area to present the plaque to the Lehman Clinic. The coat of arms of the royal family was engraved on the gold plate that the boy held in his hands. Bowing to the Prime Minister, the boy asked him to convey his gratitude to His Majesty. After hearing the request to work hard to help the people of the kingdom, the healer looked at the reward with sadness. Noticing this, Hallman asked him if everything was okay. The baronet was surprised that he was presented with only a plaque of merit, which was not accompanied by any practical award. The Prime Minister explained to the boy that there are still some problems in the kingdom, so they cannot provide much financial support. Having promised some help, the man left the clinic, slamming the door. Lehman showed the award to his students, who greeted it with happy looks. The healer understood that the kingdom of Houston, which had never been very rich, was now also preparing for war. However, looking at the joyful students, the boy thought that 10,000 would not be enough to raise his clinic. He hoped that the commoners would raise their incomes, but now, due to the influx of patients, they were forced to move. Raising his head, the boy noticed a large hole in the floor, which was caused by the fact that the house was not designed for a clinic. The Prime Minister told him that there are only public buildings left in the capital, which cannot be used as a clinic. The healer relied on Christine, who paid for his education. However, she informed him that she planned to pay him what she had earned in another clinic, but she simply had no money, and she was a white crow in the family. With a heavy heart, Lamont said that he would not charge her tuition money and pay her salary, because he could not force a person to work just like that. Resolutely looking in front of him, the boy thought that when he becomes the most famous healer, he will buy himself many buildings. Turning his head to the side, the boy read that he had received the status of a healer, recognized by the royal family. In the next notice, Lehman read that he had also received the status of being liked by the common people. For a moment, the healer was happy to receive a new title and a bonus level up, but immediately after that, he lowered his head glumly, realizing that it would not help him at this point. He was distracted from his sad thoughts by Rao, who broke into the clinic in search of Lehman. With shining eyes, the healer invited the manager to join the meal, but he said that he was not in the mood for meat right now. The baronet smiled, for he always refused, but he loved meat no less than he did. However, the next moment the smile slipped from the doctor's face when he heard that he had brought him an invitation from Solon. In the next moment, Lehman, together with the students and the manager, were sitting in the study and carefully reading the letter. They couldn't understand why Solon had decided to send them an invitation. Lehman thought so hard that his face became covered with sweat. Everyone present began to read into the words that he wanted to have an offer for them, guaranteeing the missing losses. Lehman knew that Solon had a reputation for fooling the gullible. and Christina said that a worse man could not be found. Hearing that the girl's family had suffered from him, the healer asked how exactly this happened. To this, the healer replied that her brother, who was an heir, lost a lot of money to him at one time. That is why Christina advised to burn this invitation as soon as possible. Rao was about to take her advice, but Layman raised his hand and stopped them. The manager tried to convey to the healer that Solon was clearly up to something. However, the baronet didn't even know what he was proposing, so he didn't understand what could go wrong if he listened to the man. Hansen suddenly intervened in the conversation, who said that those present simply did not understand what exactly the master wanted. Raising his fist, the boy said that he was not going to meet Solon for money. Layman looked appreciatively at his older student. However, he immediately replied that the teacher wanted to meet with Solon in order to take revenge for the patients who had once suffered from him. Hearing these words, the healer looked at the boy in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. Solon was a moneylender who looked for people who could not pay for treatment and gave them money for it. Everyone in the kingdom, including Layman, had heard that he placed very high interest and then exploited people. It was no secret in the kingdom that Solon was in a strong relationship with Baron Canton. Hansen looked carefully at the teacher, who was deep in thought. At the same time, the boy added that his master was thinking about how to help patients not to fall into such traps again. Hansen said with some reverence that he wanted to fill the lives of those affected with happiness. Having read in the notice that he had to deal with the debts of the victims, the healer thought that he could not do anything about his own. Scratching his head, Layman wondered how he could make Solon go bankrupt. In addition, he was worried about the difficulty of the quest, which was defined as average, since the quests of low difficulty were easy to complete. Remembering how he treated children for chickenpox, the healer thought that a little more effort should have been made at the medium level. But at a high level, you should just tear everything you can to complete the quest. The bonus reward for completing the quest was Solon's property. If everything worked out, Layman understood that he could become very rich. So, in his head, the determination to complete this quest collapsed, even if it costs his life. Wrapping his arms around the older apprentice's shoulders, the healer replied that he couldn't just stand by. Immediately afterwards, Christina, Linden, and Rao assured him that they would definitely help him. After that, the whole team began to implement a plan to deprive Solon of his property. After some time, when they were waiting to meet, Christina put her hand on his shoulder and advised him to stop the conversation as soon as he felt that something was going wrong. Looking at him sternly, she sternly warned the mentor against signing any contracts. However, all Layman's thoughts were occupied by the meat party that Hansen was preparing for at the clinic. Already sitting at the table in Selena's estate, the healer thought that everything on it looked quite appetizing. Opposite sat the owner of the house, carefully studying the guest with a sly smile on his face. To the doctor's question about why he invited him to his place, Solon replied that they would discuss everything over dinner. Layman was determined, because he understood that if the quest was successfully completed, he would be able to feed himself. Having received a notification that the skill of communication with the goof was activated, the healer guessed that he had bad intentions. Solon offered the boy a drink of wine, as he was very nervous before meeting him. While the waiter was pouring wine into the glass, the creditor said that he had invited him because he had a proposal for him. The lender began the conversation with the assumption that the guy had some financial difficulties when he started running his own clinic. So Solon had a loan offer with a very low interest rate than usual. Sending another piece of meat to his mouth, Layman wondered why he would suddenly have such privileges. The creditor replied that he was touched by the healer's noble actions, so he wanted his money to go to a noble cause. He was so tuned in to long negotiations that he didn't even immediately hear how Lamond agreed to his proposal. Having heard that he needed 100,000 pennies, Solon agreed to provide them with a silly smile on his face. The men raised their filled glasses in a toast to the Layman clinic. Taking a sip, the creditor thought that he would throw the guy out as soon as he was ripped to shreds, while offering the healer to play in his casino. Layman thought about such a proposal, but the owner of the estate assured that everyone there would wear masks, so the reputation would not suffer. Keeping his eyes on his guest, Solon asked what he thought about this. There were really a lot of people in the casino, and absolutely everyone wore masks on their faces. One of the croupiers approached the owner and answered his question that the guest was very enthusiastic about the game, at the same time asking what amount they should work with. To which Solon replied that he should work with all the 100,000 they promised him today. On the objection that the amount is quite serious, the creditor reassured the employee that he would not dare to tell about the loss in the casino. Meanwhile, Lamond watched the game process with enthusiasm, thinking that everything is very easy for him and he will still win. At the moment, his winnings were 30,000, so he even thought that he should have come here a long time ago. Suddenly, the boy flinched, feeling someone's attentive gaze on the back of his head. He turned to see a beautiful stranger watching him, covering her face with a fan. Looking into her eyes, Lamond couldn't understand why she was looking at him like that. A large drop of sweat rolled down the boy's face. Clutching his head, the healer returned to the table, telling him to concentrate. Suddenly, he heard someone's soft voice beside him addressing him using his title. One of the croupiers bowed to him and said that they have a game for VIP customers in the establishment, which has no limit on bets. Lamond was interested in an offer with which he could increase his winnings by 50 times. Hearing that luck might be on his side, the boy smiled as he looked at the casino worker. Without thinking long, he followed her to the next hall. Solon was already waiting for him on the second floor, who greeted the new player with a smile. Returning to his guard, the man ordered him to bring cards and chips. After that, he turned his gaze to the local croupier, giving him a sign imperceptible to the rest. Lamond sat down next to Solon at the gaming table with a big smile. Looking at the boy, the creditor thought that the ordinary-looking cards would be the downfall of the young healer. Speaking about the fact that he was glad to receive such a great person, the man asked how much he planned to put. For a moment, assessing the cards he had been dealt, Lamond considered the size of the bet. And in the next moment, the boy said that he was betting everything he had. In response to the creditor's clarifying question, the healer made it clear that he would not change the decision. Covering his mouth to hide his sly smile, Solon thought about how Lamond was a jerk. The croupier, keeping his eyes on the creditor, ordered the players to open their cards. However, the healer suddenly asked them to stop playing. He clarified whether he was told the truth about a 50-fold increase in his winnings in the event of winning the jackpot. Having received consent, the boy reminded the creditor that in case of fraud, they are obliged to pay the same money, according to the law on gambling. The shadow fell on Lamond's face so that his eyes appeared yellow. Still smiling, Solano asked him what he meant. At the same time, his hand reached for the cards he wanted to hide. However, noticing this, the baronet sharply grabbed him by the brush, trying to stop him. Holding the creditor tightly, Pennon shouted, drawing everyone's attention to the crook. However, the guards rushed to Solon's aid, trying to convince the healer that he was wrong. They slowly approached the boy, raising their hands and trying to calm him down. Christina and Rao, wearing masks, invisibly approached the scene of action. Lamond, meanwhile, grabbed the creditor and put him on the table, holding him. District Manager Bay stretched his hand forward and ordered the casino guards to stop. Removing his mask, the boy snarled that he had actually seen everything with his own eyes, and as a royal official, he could not stand aside. Ordering one of the men, Rao said to arrest the organizers and search the place. The men who had arrived with the manager smiled and noted that they finally understood why Rao had decided to go to the casino. Looking around, Lamond thought with a smile that the manager had called his colleagues from the administration with him. He was glad that now he had nothing to worry about. However, Solon decided to run away at that moment. Grabbing the cards on the table, the creditor thought about the fact that the managers appeared as soon as he tried to cheat. However, what worried him most was how they knew the cards were marked. Lamond then, at the table with joy, noticed Solon's sly glances in the direction of the croupier and realized that he had begun to act. He carefully watched how the creditor deftly shuffled the cards to himself. Watching him carefully, the healer thought that he was using the same card. With a broad smile, the baronet thought that everything was going well while Solon was holding him for a fool. At one point, the boy grabbed one of the cards, saying that there were some dots on the back. However, Solon immediately said that there was a slight misunderstanding, as he had never done anything like this. Trying to explain that the marks on the cards are such a shirt, the creditor called the accusations baseless. Hearing the words about the bastard, Lamond froze in shock and didn't even notice Christina approaching from behind. Coming closer to Solon, the girl pointed out sternly that they should not be considered fools. Removing her mask, she growled that they weren't going to believe his lying words. In addition, Christina added that the reason for her brother's loss was also her husband's cheating. Hearing Solon trying to justify her brother's exorbitantly high bid, the girl threatened him to shut up. While admiring the student, Lamond thought that it was not worth joking with her. When the handcuffs were already clamped on his wrists, Solon thought about how much money he had lost. With a broad smile on his face, the baronet thought that not everyone could be a victim of swindling, but it was too difficult to understand. In no time, he was already receiving many notifications about leveling up and receiving quest rewards. However, the joy of great enrichment changed the next morning, when the healer learned that Solon was bankrupt. The administration man who wore a dog mask at the dinner replied that this was not quite the correct definition, but he was just pretending to have a lot of money. His partner, who wore a pig mask, added that the auction was so big that there was practically nothing left of the property, so he decided to deceive the baronet. When asked by Rao how this happened, the dog mask replied that there were rumors that the creditor wanted to open a casino in the capital. Noticing Layman's slump, Rao approached him and said that Solon might have assets other than cash. Hearing this, the healer raised his head in surprise and looked at the manager. The guys explained that there were credit contracts that he concluded with commoners, which could give a good amount of interest. Layman felt all his dreams of a rich life shatter into tiny fragments. Meanwhile, in the pub, the men celebrated the fact that the baronet had managed to cover Solon's bench, at the same time freeing all the creditor's debtors. Sitting at the table, the men fell silent for a moment, then began calling Lamond His Majesty. Such a title was used in relation to the king or to those who enjoy great respect. He sat in his clinic with his head in his hands wearily and wept, chastising himself for helping to declare Solon bankrupt. Meanwhile, his students, not paying attention to this, rejoiced at the fact that no new casinos are expected in the near future. After hearing Hansen's words that they were able to get the building, the healer thought that he could at least sell it. Taking himself in his hands, the baronet rested his hands on the table and rose to his feet. Looking ahead with a smile, the boy thought that it was time to sell the casino and improve his own clinic. Meanwhile, the people on the street were discussing that they had never seen such an aristocrat from the royal family, offering him to take the throne. One of the women said it was impossible because he was an illegitimate child, but her friend advised her to keep her mouth shut. At that time in the royal palace, the princes discussed the situation that had developed among the people. Satil was indignant that there was nothing good and interesting in such conversations. Limerton, crossing his arms on his chest, noticed that their brother had done something incredible. Karen watched their altercation in silence, sipping his tea. Putting the cup on the saucer, the boy noticed that their puppy had changed a lot lately. With a predatory smile, the second prince noticed that he was previously unborn and inconspicuous. Watching his actions, Limerton noticed that the older brother was actually raging. Now he was not at all surprised that Lady Christina, who was to become his bride, had fled to Layman's clinic. However, the third prince noticed that by viewing the bastard as a competitor, Karen was putting himself on the same level as him. With a smile, the boy thought that he himself would not make such a mistake. Hearing his older brother say that he owed him a thank you at the next meeting, Limerton glared at him. Karen added that as the future king of Houston, he cannot ignore someone who has done so much for the kingdom. These words were not received positively by either the third or fourth princes, and Seitel even snorted indignantly. Limerton understood that if he had not been supported by the Duchy of Raybjorn, he would not have been so confident. However, the third prince understood that a war with the kingdom of Droton was coming, and he had studied tactics and strategy all his life. So now, given the political situation, he had every chance to return his father's good attitude. For a moment, all three princes were silent, sitting in the gazebo of the royal court. The second prince smiled gently as he addressed his younger brother. Shifting his gaze to him, Karen informed him that another brother might appear. Hearing the words that Layman could easily be recognized as part of the royal family, Satil clenched his teeth tightly in anger. Unable to resist, he growled at the second prince, ordering him not to talk nonsense. However, he replied that he had been trying very hard lately, so the fourth prince should have taken care of his brother. Seitil jumped up, banging on the table and saying that he wasn't going to listen to this. Turning around, he rushed out of the gazebo, breathing heavily from anger. Limerton returned to his elder brother and asked him why he was provoking Seitil. He added that in order for Lamond to be recognized as a legitimate prince, the permission of all the queens is needed. However, Karen replied with a big smile on his face that he was teasing his brother because it was fun. The third prince did not answer this, but looked at his brother with a condemning look. Resting his hands on the table, Karen reminded them that soon it would be National Day, where they would be able to see Layman and what he was capable of. Limerton looked at his brother with unblinking eyes, trying to understand what he was getting at. The same, in turn, added that watching the whims of their younger brother is twice as interesting. Meanwhile, in the palace itself, The two maids meekly lowered their heads, not daring to say anything to the fourth prince. He, standing by the window, remembered the words of his older brother, thinking that he knew very well about the impossibility of accepting Laymond into the royal family. However, he was angry that he dared to say something like that out loud, so he ordered one of the girls to call his uncle. A few minutes later, the head of the Tower of Healers entered the room, greeting his nephew. He approached, saying that he wanted to clarify something about Laymond. Taking a sip from his glass, the man assured his nephew with a smile that his illegitimate brother's fame was temporary. He raised one eyebrow in disbelief, unsure of such a statement. The uncle explained to the prince that the technique used by the bastard was not healing, but more like sorcery. They discussed this many times in the healing tower, and came to the conclusion that Laymond was not worth worrying about. Recalling the unknown status that was assigned to him, the man assured that his charlatanism would not last long. Slamming his fist on the table, Saitil said furiously that he wanted to make it so that it would never occur to him to make his way to the top. With a predatory grin, the head of the tower assured him that if it was the prince's wish, they would see to it that Laymond paid for his crimes. He added that the Tower of Healing could control its targets, so even if the king wanted to protect the bastard, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Meanwhile, Laymond himself was admiring the premises of the former casino, admiring its size and materials. The estate was located in the middle of the capital, in the district of the commoners, not far from the Bay district and the noble districts. The guy thought that if he could sell it, he would be able to get rich very quickly. However, there was one problem. One of the croupiers explained that the nobles would not buy such an estate, as it had the layout of a casino and was located in a not very good area. Hearing this, the healer froze for a moment, glaring at the man. So the only option that the baronet saw for himself now was to use the estate for a clinic. Looking resolutely in front of him, the boy thought about the fact that one day his clinic would grow so much that even in the estate there would be no room for his students. Walking through the offices, Laymond thought about the fact that he had never dreamed of living in such a luxurious house. However, he did not take into account one very important detail. The size of the building has increased significantly, and he did not hire new employees, so he had to clean it on his own. In addition, he once again spent a lot of money on cleaning and repairs. He could no longer borrow money from creditors, as he found himself in a very precarious position, and in the worst case, they could take this building from him. The students hid and watched their teacher, who was putting order in the new clinic. Lady Christina wondered why the master was so unconcerned when it came to patients, to which Hansen replied that he was giving them an example of what a true healer should be. Returning to Linden, the senior apprentice asked him who they were, to which he heard the answer that they were their master's apprentices. Crossing her arms over her chest, Christina smiled, adding that they had a long way to go, so she was going to study. Laymond watched with a smile as his students, raising a cloud of dust, rushed to their books. Seeing a new notification in front of him, the boy froze in surprise. He realized that he was leveling up much faster than he had initially expected. Adding all the points he gained to stamina, Laymond was determined to reach level 70. Now the healer expected the absence of any fatigue when working with patients. Suddenly, the boy's attention was drawn by a loud knock that sounded from the side of the door. A tall, red-haired boy in a white robe entered the clinic. He handed Laymond the letter, informing him that it was an official document from the healing tower. Running his eyes over the written lines, he read that if the healer harms the patient by an illegal method, he will be prosecuted. The messenger smiled and confirmed that this was a warning, as many in the pursuit of money began to engage in pseudo-healing. The baronet raised an eyebrow and looked at the boy carefully. The healer understood that in this way the tower pretended to care about the patients. However, in reality, this was how the tower authorities tried to eliminate anyone who encroached on their authority. That is why medicine did not develop on Lipentime as it did on Earth. He knew very well that anyone who tried to bring something new into their world was simply dismissed as a pseudo-healer. And Laymond knew that the purpose of this document was to inform that he was being watched. The boy had neither the strength, nor the desire, nor the resources to fight the tower. So putting his hand on the strong man's shoulder, he said that he was doing everything for the benefit of the patients. However, he furiously threw his hand off his shoulder and replied that his words sounded very presumptuous. As he watched the messenger leave his clinic, Laymond wondered what had taken him this time, but he couldn't let the tower shut down their clinic. In their kingdom, Raoul's clinic, which was located on the territory of a large, luxurious estate, was considered the best. There, by the big bed, sat the healer, and on the other side, with his head down, stood a man. Observing the actions of the doctor, he trembled slightly, standing in front of him. On the bed was a young woman who looked very tired and sick. Keeping his eyes on the patient, the healer asked the Baron for forgiveness. Lowering his head and closing his eyes, he warned him to prepare for the worst. The nobleman rushed to him, begging him to do at least something, promising any money for it. However, the doctor replied that the patient had a serious infectious disease, and all his actions could only worsen her condition. Hearing that the woman could no longer be saved since the A-rank healing here was powerless, the Baron let out a disappointed sigh. He exhaled tiredly, blaming himself for making her suffer all her life because of him. A noble title did not always mean huge fortunes, and Baron Smithen came from a bankrupt family. He worked hard all his life to achieve success in life, and his wife loyally supported him all his life, helping him in everything. And now the Baron stood looking at his sick wife and thought that this had happened just when they were able to live without worries. Hoping to find a cure for his beloved, the man asked if Viscount Rand could help them. However, he only treated the king or those above the earl, so only the Pennine Baronet remained. The healer tried to dissuade the Baron from the idea, but it didn't matter because he just wanted to heal his wife. Lamond, meanwhile, was standing in his clinic, thinking about the fact that he had a very unpleasant feeling. Suddenly his attention was drawn to the sound of the door, and turning around he saw a man on the threshold supporting a woman. Rushing to the visitors, the boy had no idea that this was the beginning of big problems. A few minutes later, the woman was lying on the operating table, with Lamond leaning over her in the company of Hansen. The healer saw that the patient was in serious condition, and the blood pressure medication was ineffective. He synthesized it from medicinal herbs, but it was not enough, and the doctor needed epinephrine. However, he could not perform the operation without increasing the pressure, because he knew that it could end fatally. Lamond could not take such a risk, since the death of the noble's wife would be a good means of influence for the healing tower. Looking at the notifications that appeared one after another, the baronet frowned, realizing that the difficulty of the quest was quite high. Closing his eyes, the boy tried to understand what exactly the system wanted from him. He was brought out of his thoughts by a baron who suddenly burst into the operating room. The healer lashed out at him, saying that he should not be here. To the husband's question about his wife's affairs, Lamond replied that, given the woman's condition, the operation would be quite difficult. Hearing this, the man lowered his head gloomily, exhaling heavily. However, the healer assured him that he would do everything in his power. Looking at the patient, Pennon understood that this was a great opportunity because Raoul's clinic refused her, and this chance could be the only one against the healing tower. In addition, he realized that he was the only hope for a woman. He opened a shop looking for a skill to buy, and he was looking for exactly this kind of magic that would be able to increase the pressure. A large bead of sweat rolled down his face as he realized that precious time was running out. Closing his eyes, the boy tried to find a solution for his future actions. He was brought out of his thoughts by the voice of Hansen, who called the teacher. The foreman reported that the patient's blood pressure was dropping and her pulse was slowing down. Having felt it, Lemon realized that she just had a heart attack. Suddenly, in the mind of the healer appeared a thought about magic that could be suitable for such a case. The notification showed that it is not possible to take the skill forever, so looking at his hands, the baronet wondered if this skill would be effective. However, he understood that he had no other choice, so he agreed to buy berserker magic. Pointing his hands at the patient, the boy frowned and channeled the energy of the curse. The woman's body was immediately surrounded by a light purple glow. For a moment, the healers froze, waiting to see if the curse would work as intended. In the next moment, Lamond looked at his assistant with a big smile on his face. They were surprised to notice that her blood pressure was rising, and her heart rate was now at the same level. The healer was pleased that his plan had worked, and the rabies had not been activated since the patient was in a coma. Now the baronet understood that he would be able to use berserk magic in relation to patients who were in a difficult condition. Exhaling, Lamond looked at his students and gave the order to begin the operation. He ordered Hansen to move the liver a little and ensure a clear view, which he immediately proceeded to do. Christine resolutely approached the patient when the teacher asked her to move her stomach slightly to the other side. After assessing the situation, Lamond realized that the patient had inflammation of the gallbladder, or cholecystitis. This meant that the path through which the bile passed was blocked by a gallstone. The healer knew that until they got rid of the stone, the patient's condition would not improve. Therefore, having activated the skills of dexterous hands and the experience of a surgeon, the boy began the operation. When he asked Lyndon for the tongs, the apprentice looked at him in fear. Noticing that he wasn't moving, Layman growled that it had to be done now. The main thing in the operation was not to damage the bile flow, so as not to cause peritonitis. A large drop of sweat rolled down the doctor's face, trying to perform the operation as carefully as possible. After some time, he dropped several small stones on the tray next to him. Looking at them, Layman thought that they were able to remove them without any problems. Above his head appeared a notification that the treatment was completed successfully. The healer looked at his students, proud of the coordinated work. Christina and Hansen were also happy to be able to take part in the operation. Leaving the operating room, Layman met the Baron, who fervently thanked him for saving his wife. The man added that he was in despair when he left the Raoul clinic, but the doctor replied that he was just doing all the work. To the words that he did not even know how to thank him, the healer replied that he should not worry. Looking at the Baron's confused face, the boy added that it was enough for him to simply heal people. Hearing Layman stop abruptly, the Baron looked at him questioningly. He asked the healer if anything was bothering him, promising all possible help from him. Pennon admitted that there was actually one thing that bothered him, as he handed him the envelope with the message from the tower. In fact, Baron Smithen was a man of great power and great wealth. However, the fools from the tower dared to send him a message without even worrying about anything. Layman knew that the Baron had something that other nobles did not have. The next morning, all the nobles who lived near the palace gathered around the notice board, reading the news. They were surprised that information about medicine, which they considered pseudoscience and magic, was posted there. On the board was a meaningful article written by Professor Smithen, which discussed whether medicine really belongs to magic. Several copies of the newspaper were also with the members of the board of the Tower of Healing, who were sitting in the consulting room. One of them pounded on the table and growled that they should file a counterclaim, to which I heard that they had already done so, but it did not help. Hearing that Baron Smithen's authorial abilities were better than theirs, a drop of sweat rolled down the man's face. Another man added that they are healers, so they have nowhere to take such talent. In the noble salon, the blonde with yellow eyes smiled and said that new things are first criticized, and then these things change the world. Her friends who were sitting nearby shook their heads and were surprised that medicine was better than healing. In the royal palace, Senthil was raging, asking his uncle how his plan could backfire like this. However, he tried to calm his nephew as calmly as possible, saying that the tower was already taking measures. With a predatory smile, the man added that if they didn't find a flaw in medicine, they would be able to invent it. A few days later, Layman was sitting in the clinic, scratching his head over the financial statements. He noticed with a smile that their clinic was finally operating at a profit. Their weekly earnings were 200 pence, but they still made a profit. He heard that among the nobles, his medicine is now one of the most discussed topics. And although no one came to him, he was already pleased that they showed interest. Layman knew they had to hold out a little longer until their clinic attracted more attention. The first enemy of the healer was the credit bureau, which for some reason had been silent lately. Enemy number 2 was the healing tower, which prevented him from doing his practices in peace. He understood that Baron Smithen's article had helped repel their last blow, but the tower was not going to leave him alone. Sitting in the library, the baronet thought that going against the healing tower was quite scary, but it was worth the effort. Layman was pulled out of his thoughts that he had to protect his property by Hansen, who broke into the office. Hearing that the healing tower had sent another official document, the healer turned around, asking what exactly was written there. With panic in his eyes, the senior apprentice replied that the tower wanted to send an inspector over to them. There were tears in the boy's eyes as he looked hopefully at his teacher. However, he simply exhaled tiredly and, covering his face with his hand, muttered so that the student would calm down. Looking at him decisively, Layman added that he didn't care and anyone could come. Rushing into the hospital wing, the healer added that there was no checkup date, so it was necessary to get to work. However, he himself thought that he should be more careful than usual. This was the only way he could do it, so that the representatives of the tower did not cling to anything. At the door of the clinic stood a young man who stammered and introduced himself as Ronald, adding that it was an honor for him to meet the baronet. Layman thought that he looked rather troubled, which might indicate a serious illness, so he asked what was the matter. Handing the doctor a bag of money, the boy replied that he had come to thank him. Ronald explained that he had recently cured a relative of his, but at the time, they could not pay him due to financial problems. Layman's eyes lit up as he looked at the money, but the boy began to refuse it. Ronald replied by shoving the bag in the doctor's face that it was nothing compared to his kindness. And while he was trying to say that he didn't even understand which Mary he was talking about, the visitor was already running headlong out of the clinic. Layman stood looking thoughtfully at the coins that had fallen out of the pouch and scattered across the floor. The healer frowned, calculating that he had been slipped as many as 300 pennies. Crossing his arms on his chest, the boy thought that since the man brought him the money himself, there should be no problems with it. As soon as he began to list them, he saw a notification about the quest that it is necessary to spend money wisely. Meanwhile, Ronald himself, bowing his head low, reported that the money had been delivered as intended. The boy closed his eyes, mentally begging the baronet to forgive him for such a despicable act. The head of the Healing Tower Commission rested his chin on his fist and smiled as he looked at the messenger. With a predatory smile, he threatened the boy not to retreat, advising him to think about his family. The man ordered Ronald to go to the Healing Tower the next morning and testify his story. He sighed, realizing that his nightmare was not over yet. The next morning, as he had been ordered, the boy, with tightly closed eyes, told the Healing Tower Commission that Baronet Pennon had demanded an unfair sum from him. The red-haired man watched with a smile as those present began to resent such behavior of the healer. Ronald was shaking, realizing that he had caused problems for Layman. The Queen's cousin listened with a smile to the indignation of his colleagues, who were dissatisfied with the bastard's policy. He slapped his hand on the table and said with a predatory smile that they were going to Layman's clinic. After a few minutes, after getting out of the carriage, the man looked around the premises, clarifying whether this was Pennon's clinic. Suddenly his attention was drawn to Ronald's head, which suddenly appeared nearby. The rest of the healers cursed, not understanding what was happening. Seeing a note on the door that no one was in the clinic, the members of the Healing Tower administration thought that they had just heard of their arrival. A shadow fell over Ronald's face as well, as he couldn't understand what was happening. Suddenly he felt someone's hand on his shoulder, which grabbed him tightly. With a smile, the redhead suggested they all go to Kent Street, as the note said the healer would be there. The Queen's cousin knew very well that she was not far from here. In the square itself, Lyndon called all those who wanted to receive free treatment, showing a sign with the name of the dean. The commission, which came to the square behind Layman, stood and watched in a daze what was happening. Hearing a familiar voice, they simultaneously looked to where it was coming from. Layman was standing there, putting on a new pair of medical gloves. His face was serious, and when he saw the new arrivals, he raised one eyebrow skeptically. Noticing the red-haired man, the healer thought that he was right to suspect the Healing Tower in the story with the money. Noticing the message that the skill to communicate with Durbatzals had been activated, the doctor smiled. Since the steel heart was already activated, he was not afraid to look the commission in the eye. The boy turned to them and asked if they liked their event. Activating his eloquent skill, Layman added that he organized such an event because Ronald had donated a large amount of money to them. At the same time, the baronet explained that he wanted to return the money, but could not find a patron, so he decided to organize a celebration near his house. Meanwhile, Ronald threw a frightened look at the Queen's brother, who was standing nearby, his teeth clenched tightly. Pennon, meanwhile, continued to say that the money did not belong to him, so he could not appropriate it. Furious at the thwarted plan, the redhead asked Ronald what the healer was talking about. Casting a devastating look at the boy, the man reminded him of his words that the baronet had made him pay. Caught between a rock and a hard place, and having no idea what to do next, he waved uncertainly. Closing his eyes tightly, Ronald mentally asked the healer for forgiveness again, because he could not tell the truth. A small girl with bright red hair suddenly approached Layman, who immediately grabbed his hand. The Queen's brother watched angrily as Ronald lashed out at the girl in shock, recognizing her voice. The girl, who was now standing next to the doctor, had a chronic disease, due to which she practically did not go outside. The guy could not believe that she got better after the treatment from Layman. At that moment, he was overcome with the understanding that what he was doing was completely wrong. Pennon, meanwhile, drawing our attention to him, put his hand to his mouth and exclaimed that he had used his money wisely. Pointing to the patients, the boy added that everyone present was very grateful to him. The villagers, whom he had just released after treatment, confirmed the doctor's words with a joyful smile. Another exclaimed in approval that he hadn't expected that from Ronald. They laughed, and the boy himself felt a strong grip of the redhead on his shoulder. Suddenly, the villagers froze when they heard the Queen's brother's menacing roar. He looked sternly at Ronald and asked him if it was true that the baronet demanded money from him. The boy narrowed his eyes, not daring to open his mouth. Throwing it to the ground, the red-haired cursed, saying that everything was confirmed without his words. Pointing the finger at the healer, the Queen's brother was already about to revoke Layman's license, according to the code of the Tower of Healers. The doctor listened to him with a calm face that did not show any emotions. However, the red-haired man was momentarily interrupted by a menacing voice that ordered him to stop. The villagers declared that their prince could not have done such a thing, suggesting that it was all planned and demanding that Ronald say something. Layman looked with admiration in his eyes at the townspeople who demanded proof of his guilt, assuring them that they would not believe it. Suddenly, Rao's voice was heard asking what was going on here. At his table was Christina, and both of them were accidental witnesses to the scandal. The Queen's brother conciliatorily raised his hand and said that it was the matter of the healing tower. However, he did not have time to negotiate, because Rao suddenly appeared above him, introducing himself as a high-ranking administrator from the kingdom. Christina, crossing her arms on her chest, mentioned the Duchy of Rybjorn in the presentation. They reminded the redhead that such cases were investigated by the royal investigators, and the tower had nothing to do with them. Realizing what could happen to him if Ronald was taken in for questioning, the man realized that he could not allow this to happen. He looked at Layman and saw a broad, pleased smile on his face. Assuming that this was exactly what his plan was all about, the red-haired man tried to deny, saying that that direction referred to the healing tower. Therefore, he strictly added that they can conduct an investigation on their own. He turned to Ronald, trying to prevent him from being taken away. However, in the next moment, the man felt the manager's firm grip on his shoulder. Rao warned that if he continued in the same vein, he would have to call the guards. The healers, meanwhile, grabbed Ronald, planning to take him to the administration. The smiling face of the neighbor's girl, who looked perfectly healthy, was still in front of his eyes, and the thought that it was Layman who was able to cure her was swirling in her mind. At some point, the boy exclaimed that he would not go anywhere else with the healers. Hearing this, the red-haired man shouted in front of him. He turned sharply towards Ronald and glared at him. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes as he exclaimed that everything he had said was a lie, and it was Earl Harrison who had forced him to do it with the promise of money. A shadow fell on Layman's stern face as Ronald asked for his forgiveness. Without turning his head in the direction of the crying boy, he quietly thanked him for telling the truth. Approaching the Count, the healer told him that he would talk to him later. Staring furiously before him, Harrison thought about what he needed to do to shut Ronald up. Drawing his sword, he rushed at the boy, who was still held by his colleagues, covering his mouth. Realizing that it was the end of him, Ronald lashed out at the attacking redhead in fear. Trying to somehow cover himself from the blow, he raised his hands and covered his face with them. However, in the next moment, the figure of Rao appeared in front of him and covered the boy with his sword. Looking sternly at the Count, the manager said that he was an important witness in the case, so he would go with them. Clenching his teeth, Harrison cursed quietly through them, glaring at Rao. Hiding his sword, the manager advised him to watch what he said, reminding him of his high birth. When he heard someone calling his name, Ronald winced, and his face was covered with sweat. Layman rushed to him, beckoning him to him. Grabbing his hand in his, the boy began to apologize fervently to him, promising to atone for his mistakes. After hearing the words of the healer that everything is in order, the boy looked at him incomprehendingly. He assured that he understood that he simply had no choice. In his opinion, the main thing now was to deal with Harrison. Putting his hand to his chest, the baronet said that he didn't blame him, as he was just a victim, so there was nothing to blame. The villagers who watched this picture wondered why Pennine was so good. Now all the hatred was directed at the healers and Earl Harrison, who tried to slander the wonderful man. Seeing the crowd advancing on him, the redhead cursed foully, trying to drive them away. However, in the next moment, Layman appeared in front of him, trying to stop the commoners, saying that they had no bad intentions. The villagers really stopped, listening carefully to every word of the healer. Harrison, lashing out at the doctor, tried to stop him, asking what he was doing. However, the baronet abruptly turned to him and asked if he did not agree with his words. Realizing that he had little choice, the Queen's brother gritted his teeth. With a big smile on his face, Layman replied that he was very worried that the healing tower wanted to get rid of him. Exhaling loudly, the healer remembered how he had been given a low grade on the qualifying exam. At the words about the warning document, Harrison growled softly, his jaws clenched against the pile. The baronet assumed that with all their actions, the Tower of Healers wanted to test him. Lowering his head, the redhead confirmed that they were always watching him as the boy had high hopes. Looking at the Count with wide eyes, the boy asked hopefully if he had passed the test. Pointing to himself, Layman added that he always works hard for the benefit of patients, and he would like the tower to recognize that. Without raising his head, the Queen's brother confirmed that they knew about his diligence. Already sitting in his office in the clinic, the healer reassured the senior apprentice, saying that the Count would not be able to harm them even if he wanted to. In the situation that happened today, there were a lot of witnesses, so in the near future, he will not appear in public due to shame. For now, the doctor wanted to gain as much influence as possible. He planned to take on more patients and become an important healer. Turning his head, Pennon saw a notification that he had received magnanimous status, guessing what Ronald's forgiveness was. With glowing eyes, he noticed that his level had increased by 3 units, realizing that at this rate, he would soon gain. Looking at the puzzled Hansen, Layman thought that since the clinic would be quiet for a while, it would be good to start teaching the students. He arranged a study in which there was a large desk, behind which students sat, taking notes from the lectures given by the doctor. While reading information about infectious diseases, Pennon thought about using theory and practice in teaching. During the day, his students treated people and helped perform operations, learning which medicine for which disease, and on other days, he provided them with basic theoretical knowledge. It was the theory that was the weak link in education, since many medical ideas simply did not exist in Liepentime, so it was difficult to explain and understand them. Fortunately, thanks to the research of the Magic Tower, fundamental science was quite developed. Layman's students, hearing the words about cells of the immune system and different types of lymphocytes, hopelessly turned on the master. Seeing this, he squeezed out a smile and said that he perfectly understood the difficulty of such a topic. After folding the book, he suggested with a smile that they take a short break. Holding the textbook in his hands, the baronet thought that if he had a better understanding of the basics, it would be easier to teach. Exhaling, Christina agrees that a break is needed, and Hansen looks at the teacher admiringly, praising him for his efforts. Layman looked after his students as they left the classroom, promising to return when they rested. When the door closed behind them, the healer's smile disappeared. He thought that he should teach them everything as soon as possible, so that they could earn money. In his mind, the boy wished his students to grow up quickly and bring money to their home. However, he immediately grabbed his head, realizing that for this he should explain the material better. Layman was pulled out of his thoughts by the scream of Hansen, who suddenly burst into the office. Raising the cup to his lips and glancing at the senior apprentice, the healer said they should rest longer. However, Hansen reported that Lady Rose from the county had come to visit them. Hearing this, Layman's mouth dropped open, causing the tea he had sipped to spill down his chin. Lady Rose was a mysterious girl, and many even had rumors that this name was not real. She had arrived 4 years ago and had become the owner of several businesses, so Layman wondered why she had come here now. Seeing Lady Rose enter the office, the healer recoiled in fright, while Hansen stared at the visitor, his mouth agape. Stammering, Baronet Pennon timidly greeted the girl. He was certain that the girl who was now greeting him with a beaming smile on her face was a threat to him, as she was the head of the healer's loan, and more terrifying than the devil. Being the hospitable healer that he was, Layman invited her to the table and served her tea and biscuits. After tasting the sweets, the girl covered her mouth with her hand, enraptured by its taste. The boy said that she could take all the cookies she had with her. He knew he should calm down, but Lady Rose was scaring him to the core. Looking at her cute face, Pennon thought that he wouldn't let himself be fooled. In fact, he remembered very well that this girl had turned many healers into debt slaves. Clasping his hands and placing them under his chin, the baronet asked his guest what brought her to him, to which he heard from Lady Rose that he was their honored client. Hearing that she had come to greet him to show her respect, the boy looked at her in surprise. Looking away, Lady Rose said that she had heard some rumors about him, expressing doubt that he would be able to repay the debt, since he was charging a minimal fee from his patients. Layman paled, trying to pull himself together and show his determination. Sitting straight, the healer assured with a smile that he was just beginning his journey. To her confusion, the boy added that these were only the first steps on the way to her dream of a clinic. Propping her head with her hand, Lady Rose smiled and said that he intrigued her. Keeping a smile on his face, Layman assured that he plans to make his clinic the best of the existing ones. Putting his hand to his chest, the baronet announced that he planned to become the best healer on the continent. Hearing these words, Lady Rose reached forward, loudly asking him if he understood what it meant. Closing his eyes, Layman replied that it meant being the best in the territory of Houston and other states of the mainland. All this time, the guest sat opposite, looking at the doctor with a shocked look. When he finished, she exhaled enthusiastically, calling his plan grandiose. Looking up at her, Layman assured her that the Penine Clinic was just the beginning, mentally begging her not to remind him of his debts. Resting her chin on her hand, Lady Rose asked him what all this was for, as she thought it was very rash. However, the baronet smiled and said that everything he does is dictated by the care of patients. Looking at the healer with shining eyes, the girl thanked him for the explanation, adding that she was glad to come and look at her VIP client. When Lady Rose stood up, Layman looked at him warily. With a big smile on her face, the girl admitted that she is his fan, and after a personal meeting she likes him even more. Surprised by these words, the baronet pondered whether his generosity was dictated by this reason. With a wink, Lady Rose said she supported his ambition and was willing to lend more money at a low rate of interest. However, the healer read between the lines of her words as a warning that she was watching him. In a few minutes after leaving the Penina clinic, the girl was walking along the streets of the city. A tall guy approached her, asking her opinion about Layman. Turning to face him, she asked him a counter-question about what he himself thought of the doctor. Hearing his words from Carl's that Layman should be removed because he was an idealist, Lady Rose thought. Sending a candy to her mouth, the girl ordered the butler to raise Penin's status to red and to issue loans at a low interest rate. Looking puzzled at the young lady, Carl's asked her if she had seen anything with her devil eye. With a smile, Lady Rose replied that the healer was actually not that stupid. She knew this very well, as she had the ability to see the true nature of her opponents. The girl saw a lot of ambition in him, but despite all this, she could not read his thoughts. And now that she had spoken to him in person, she could draw some conclusions. Lady Rose said that he was one of those who would change an entire continent for the sake of patients. But the butler warned that the boy's chances of failure were high. Raising her hand, the girl said that Layman was perfect for them with his absurd thoughts. She looked at the sunlight, reminding the interlocutor of how they ended up in the ruins after the exile. Sir Carlston bowed, answering that he remembered it well. Looking at her companion, Lady Rose added that if Lamond disappointed them after what they had done for him, he would have to be removed. After the creditor left, the healer could not fully concentrate on the lesson. Thinking about the fact that the amount of the loan is already 70,000, the guy spoke some kind of heresy, poking his pointer on the board. He panicked about the need to settle the debt as soon as possible. Remembering her look during the conversation, the boy hugged himself by the shoulders and shook, not knowing what she would throw out next time. Hansen and Linden appeared at the door of the office, who reported that ancient ruins had been found in the mountains, and several adventurers had gone there, but now the Royal Knights were heading there. After reading the information about it, the healer replied that they didn't have time for that. Hansen looked at the teacher admiringly, glad that he was still thinking about the patients. However, in the next moment, Penin thought that a trip to the ruins could bring a lot of money. Clearing his throat, the boy told the students that after thinking things over, he decided to go on a trip. They looked at him with joyful eyes, thinking that he was also worried about travelers. Looking up at the students, Layman confirmed that their guess was correct. While Hansen was enthusiastically explaining to Linden what a true healer should be like, Rao was listening to their conversation behind the wall. He thought about why it seemed to him that the baronet was going on a trip to the ruins for money. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Droton, an unknown man was sitting in a study, talking to someone in a magic orb. According to their plan, all who went to the ruins in the mountains were to suffer from the curse of an evil spirit that no healer could remove. The death of the knights will make the celebration of the founding of the nation no fun. Taking off the hood, the man asked if there was a possibility that the research would be successful. Hearing in response that it is almost impossible to survive the curse of an evil spirit, the man smiled. Duke Barad considered himself lucky to find the ruins that had been hidden in the kingdom before the war. His interlocutor said that when the panic started, he would send an emissary from the Peninsula Kingdom, to which the Baron reminded that their real goal is to plunge the kingdom of Houston into chaos. Barad reflected on the fact that they had many opportunities, but something always went wrong, and the cause of their previous failures was Baronet Pennin. Looking at the magic orb, the Baron wondered if the bastard was participating in the exploration of the ruins. Propping his head with his hand, the man said that this time they would be able to get rid of him too. On the day of the exploration of the ruins, many wagons, loaded to capacity, set off on a journey. Immediately after arriving at the camp, Layman saw a quest notification appear in front of his face. After reading that the reward depends on the results, the boy was a bit confused. At the words that someone might not return, the healer turned pale. He thought that the ruins turned out to be a pretty dangerous place if there was an option where no one would return. After reading the notification that one of the skills can be used for a day without restrictions, the boy realized that it would be really difficult. As he walked down the road, Layman thought that although he had come to collect the treasures, he had a bad feeling. He was brought out of his thoughts by a blow on the shoulder from someone who was walking next to him. Grabbing his shoulder, the baronet bumped into a tall man in a light healer's robes. The two boys, measuring him with a disdainful look, began to discuss his work. At their assumption that he was a carrier, Layman said that he was a healer, but one of the boys, crossing his arms over his chest, advised him to remember his place. Clenching his teeth, the baronet asked who he was. He pointed at himself with his hand, introducing himself as the royal healer Mason, who had come to support the researchers. A drop of sweat rolled down Pennon's face when he heard about the A rank and remembered the healer's fame. Placing his hands at his sides, Mason ordered him to obey him, promising not to give him difficult tasks. His partner, standing behind him, suggested that he instruct Layman to carry their bags. However, he, keeping a calm expression on his face, understood that Mason treated him this way because he did not recognize his practices. His lips stretched into a smile. Layman thought about the fact that he was so used to the insults that they didn't even bother him anymore. The image of the three hereditary princes, who were the main torturers of his childhood, immediately appeared in his memory. The boy thought that now he had a good opportunity to show himself. Folding his hands in front of him, Pennon quietly told the royal healer that he would have to leave the research group. To Mason's surprise, he added that Mason had just said they didn't need him. The system, meanwhile, recognized the royal healer as a fool. Layman put his hands over his mouth and shouted that he had joined the group because he was worried about those who might get hurt. The royal healer turned pale, trying to stop the baronet, but the baronet replied that he just wanted to get out of here. With a broad smile, Layman asked Mason to issue him a public apology. He perfectly understood that the royal healer would not apologize to him for anything, and he would have a wonderful excuse. Seeing that he was still silent, the baronet bowed and said goodbye, planning to leave any future problems to the A-rank healer. Hearing someone's harsh voice from the side, the boys turned their heads sharply at the sound and saw that the royal knights were heading towards them. They said Mason was wrong, forcing him to apologize and adding that he had offended Pennon, who had joined the march. Layman tried to convince them that everything was fine, but the head of the guards insisted on an apology. Clenching his teeth tightly, the royal healer slurred an apology through them. He added in his mind that all they had to do was enter the ruins, and he would show the bastard the power of an A-rank. Seeing the angry look, the baronet knew he was in for a lot of trouble. After some time, Layman was already walking with the squad through the corridors of the ancient ruins. The royal healer's partner said with a smile that it was thanks to him that they were able to enter the ruins without any problems, to which the royal healer replied that it was all just a small thing. The baronet looked at him, thinking that he was asking for praise. Spreading his lips in a wide smile, Pennon raised his thumbs up and shouted that he was well done. He, not understanding what was happening, turned back and looked at Layman. After some time, they continued on their way, but Layman was already walking ahead of the group. He wearily thought about what he had managed to do to the royal healer. Even walking with his back to him, he could feel his piercing gaze on the back of his head. He reminded the baronet of a small child who tried in every way to attract attention to himself. Pennon thought that he was running around like that because he wanted to show off his A-rank abilities. However, he was pleased that someone wanted to do it with such a great desire, while he himself hunted for treasures. Looking around, the boy remembered the rule that applied to all ancient ruins, namely about treasures and traps, and he also perfectly understood that only the owner of the hawk-eye could see them and find the treasure. Glad to have such a skill, Layman took a deep breath and activated it. The boy smiled, thinking that he could now use her without a 24-hour limit. Suddenly he lowered his head, looking down at his feet. With normal vision, Layman could only see a stone that was a little darker, but there were several such stones. But by applying the skill of Hawkeye, the healer was able to see that it was separated from the rest of the floor. Expecting to find a hiding place under a stone, the boy lightly pressed his foot on it. However, the next moment he recoiled in fright. Hearing a loud noise, seeing huge spikes in front of him, Layman realized that he had activated one of the traps. The guards, who immediately ran up to him, asked how he knew that there was a trap. Frightened, Layman turned his head and looked at the guards with eyes full of terror. Hearing that he was checking the information he had learned in advance, the knights exhaled in delight. They immediately remembered his words that he had joined the expedition for our sake. Giving a thumbs up, the baronet added that the best victory is one that comes without a fight, so he carefully examines the ruins. Everyone present looked at him admiringly, thinking that the boy had changed a lot. Suddenly, Layman heard a strange sound coming from one of the walls. There he saw two almond-shaped eyes and a large yellow beak protruding from the darkness. The head of the guard ordered the knights to come forward, taking the place of the healers. Looking up at him, Layman agreed with his order to stay behind. He stared into the darkness of the corridor in front of him, trying to see at least something in it. The boy was worried about whether something terrible would happen. The royal healer shared a chuckle with his partner, assuming that the baronet was very scared right now. With a condescending smile, the boy added that a true healer must fight his fear for the good of his patients. Mason exhaled, advising Layman not to worry about safety. The healer explained that Sir Balton was a mid-level swordsman and was considered gifted even among the royal knights. He continued to smile condescendingly as he talked about how Layman was different from him. However, in the next moment, one of the knights fell to the floor, and his sword flew out of his hands. The healers watched in horror, not understanding what was happening. Layman shivered, not understanding how this could happen. Mason tried to instruct the other healers, but he barely made it through several days. His partner tried to question what exactly they should do, but he was no longer in a position to drive. Layman watched in shock as the royal healer rushed forward at one point, ordering the knights to heal. He held out his hand, trying to stop Mason and tell him they couldn't just rush in there. However, he turned to face him, glared at the boy, and said that if he was scared, he could sit aside. Ignoring his partner's words, Mason rushed forward. He explained that judging by the way they all fell unconscious together, they were either cursed or poisoned. Baronet, remembering Mason's angry face, assumed that he was now very scared. He couldn't understand where he got it from, that it was poison or a curse, but he understood that he had no choice, since no one would listen to him. Wasting no time, he set off after the royal healers, hoping to protect Sir Balton. Looking around, Layman thought that Sir Balton couldn't lose a fight to just one animal. However, looking behind him, the boy realized that everyone but him was now unconscious, so he had no idea what to do. Remembering the glow of almond-shaped eyes, the baronet thought with horror that he did not want to die from the paws of an unknown creature. He had already turned around to run away from the accursed ruins. However, he stopped and thought when his eyes fell on the unconscious bodies of the knights of the royal guard. Keeping his eyes on them, the boy thought that if he left them here, they would all die. He closed his eyes and cursed, thinking that he was no longer sure of anything. Staring sternly in front of him, Layman activated the Hawkeye skill. Rushing to one of the knights, the boy decided to see if he could help them in the state they were in. He understood that if he could no longer help them with the knowledge he had, then sacrificing himself would be foolish. Having carefully examined the guard, the healer realized that he had hives. Looking for medicine in his bag, the baronet understood that if it was this particular disease, then he would be able to help the victims. While filling the syringe with medicine, the boy received a notification that he was risking his life for the patients, which activated the Steel Heart skill. Trying to calm the trembling in his hands, he mentally prayed that it was the illness he suspected. With these thoughts, Layman lowered the syringe and gave himself an injection. A few minutes ago, he noticed that everyone present was falling off their feet. Covering his nose and mouth with his hand, the boy realized that they were not hurt because of the curse, because he felt a sharp pain in his stomach and shortness of breath. Having understood the reason why everyone fainted, the healer removed a handkerchief from his belt and bandaged his face. After the injection, the baronet noticed with relief that all the symptoms of the disease disappeared. Looking at his hand, Pennon realized that the anaphylactic shock, which was a reaction to a foreign substance from an unknown animal, had passed. He was pleased that after the incident with Baroness Smithen, he had produced epinephrine. He spent a lot of money on the amount he needed to order alchemists to extract it, so he realized with relief that the treatment went much easier than he expected. Wasting no time, Layman began treating the injured knights and healers, mentally promising that they would soon feel better. Approaching the head of the guard, Pennon looked around and thought that he was the last one left. The knight opened his eyes and, barely speaking, wondered what exactly had happened to them. With a big smile on his face, Layman informed him that he had been exposed to poisonous substances, but that he was fine now. At this, the baronet, with a broad smile on his face, mentally called the guardsmen to deal with the monster. From the darkness of the corridor, the sounds of chicken paws were suddenly heard. accompanied by the rumbling of small stones. Layman thought anxiously that the creature was approaching, but thought it was nothing to worry about as the knights would soon come to their senses. Suddenly, a huge bird flew at him from the corridor, spreading its wings and screaming loudly. Rising to his feet, Layman thrust his hand forward, telling the creature that it was very low to attack from the darkness, while threatening to sell its skin. Suddenly feeling that the knights were not giving up, the boy turned to them, measuring them with an anxious look. The guild leader groaned heavily, talking about how he would get up now, while his subordinates said they were powerless. Meanwhile, the creature opened its beak again and let out a loud cry as it continued its attack. Layman's face was covered in sweat when he realized he had miscalculated a bit, as patients needed up to half an hour to recover. Folding his hands, the healer smiled, offering the bird to discuss everything peacefully. After he said that it had very beautiful feathers, the creature stopped and turned its head and examined its wings. However, a moment later the bird rushed at the boy again, spreading its wings wide to the sides. The healer rushed away from her, begging for help and saying that he did not want to die. The knights, still unable to get up from the floor, advised him to dodge the creature's attacks. In the next moment, Layman, heeding the advice, jumped up and gave a loud cry as the bird's beak swept under his feet. The guards were surprised to notice that the healer managed to escape from the animal. Such actions shocked even the creature itself, which turned to the blonde in a daze. Suddenly, Layman looked in surprise at the notification that said self-defense for healers had been activated. After thinking about it, he remembered that he got this award for defeating Toms back in the day. Layman huffed, assessing his stamina and perception. Hearing someone yelling at him to step aside, Layman turned to see one of the guards reach out to him. Not understanding what he wanted, the boy thought, not noticing the clawed paws of the creature that were approaching him. Turning his head, he saw the bird flying quickly towards him, planning to grab it. With tears in his eyes, the boy realized that he would not be able to dodge like last time, as the creature was too close. Closing his eyes, Layman began to wait for life to flash before his eyes. Reaching out, the guild head reached out, tossing the healer a weapon. Grabbing the offered tool, the baronet thought about the fact that he never saw the promised memories. He pointed the weapon at the enemy, not understanding where exactly the promised time stop was. Keeping his eyes on the bird, Layman thought about the fact that he was not ready to die just yet. After some time, the knights and healers fell to the ground, groaning loudly from fatigue. Some were holding their heads because they were just splitting open. Looking at Layman, one of the knights asked the head how the boy managed to counterattack from such a short distance. The head of the royal guard thought about the fact that even an experienced knight would not be able to attack in such an emergency situation. This could only be if Layman possessed swordsmanship at the level of a mana user, but he swung his mace almost blindly. However, so far it was clear to him that the baronet had saved all of their lives today. The healer himself raised his hands and, smiling, accepted thanks from the soldiers. The head of the guard sternly refused his offer to rest and recover. Layman added sternly that the creature had been caught, so the threat to them had passed, to which I heard in response that it had never happened before, that the knights were resting and the healers were exploring the area. Grabbing his head, the baronet wondered why the knight was so stubborn if he himself understood that he needed rest. The boy did not want the presence of witnesses when he found the treasures that he felt were very close. After he finds the treasures, he won't have to meet Lady Rose again. He turned his head to where the head of the royal guard had gone. Activating the skill of eloquence, Layman said that everything he does is dictated by his concern for his patients. The healer added that he cannot allow patients who have not fully recovered to put themselves at risk. Therefore, he asked them to rest, relying on him. The head of the guard still tried to object, but Layman raised his hand, stopping the flow of objections. The baronet looked sternly at the knight, asking him to stay and rest. The knights immediately dropped to one knee before him, obeying his command and wondering if they would ever be able to repay his kindness. Wasting no time, Pennon rushed down the corridor, trying to find the treasures before the knights came to help him. Having activated Hawkeye, the boy began to look around the room, after which he immediately found a small box. Taking her in his hands, Layman thought about the fact that he would finally be able to become rich. However, inside he was disappointed because the box was completely empty. Turning it over to shake it, the healer found blood at the bottom of the box. Taking a closer look, he noticed that the bottom had a magic circle symbol painted on it, but it looked fairly new for a millennial. The baronet was so preoccupied with the fact that something was wrong that he didn't even notice the guards approaching him. The chairman asked him if everything was okay, as he was not responding. At this, Layman held out the box to him, saying that he had found something strange. Opening it, the knight assumed that someone had recently used a magic circle to summon a magical beast. The healer looked at the man in disbelief, wondering if someone had deliberately summoned the ferocious animal here. A few days later, Layman stood before His Majesty while he read out all his merits. He rewarded him for healing the knights, helping with research and finding the key to the conspiracy. Narrowing his eyes, the healer thought about why everything was happening the way it was. He thanked His Majesty for his kindness, mentally regretting that he had not been able to find the desired treasures. Looking at the prize, Layman thought that he would rather get the money. He was overcome with disappointment that he could only find an empty casket. The courtiers wondered why the doctor looked displeased despite the award received personally from the king. The men recoiled in fright as they saw Sir Bolton approaching them. He said that Layman was always thinking about his patients, so he might be worried about the approaching war. The courtiers immediately remembered the words of the common people that the healer was an angel. The baronet himself looked in front of him in surprise, noticing a new notification from the system. However, even the news that some people saw him in a new light did not make him happy, because he was counting on treasures. Hearing the king's question about whether he wanted to say something, the boy tried to force out that he would like to receive money. However, he quickly fell silent, realizing that in this case he would receive only money and nothing else. His Majesty patiently waited for his son's wishes, keeping a watchful eye on him. Layman said that there was definitely someone behind the accident in the ruins, so he didn't need to do anything but find the culprit. His gaze burned with righteous fire as he thought about finding the cattle that had stolen his treasures. His Majesty, looking at his son's devotion, praised him and thanked him for his hard work. The boy thought that when he solved the epidemic problem, the king personally wanted to hear his thoughts on it. His Majesty looked at his son, as if expecting something from him again. Biting his lip, the healer understood that he did not have parental feelings, but simply gratitude to the person who helped. He smiled and, putting his hand to his chest, bowed low to the king. After that, turning around, Layman, barely holding back tears, left the throne room. He himself did not understand what he expected from the king, since they were strangers, so he did not know why he was behaving the way he did. Suddenly the boy stopped, reading the new notifications that started to appear one after another. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw how many bonus level-ups he had received. In addition, his fame had increased, and the royal knights were now in his debt, which also surprised him a little. In one of the notifications, the boy read that he would be able to increase the level of one of the skills for 24 hours. The healer smiled because at least the rewards of the system didn't disappoint him. Suddenly, Layman stared at himself, realizing that he was now level 73. With a twinkle in his eye, he read that his level had now been promoted to chief physician. Clenching his hand into a fist, the boy thought with delight that he had finally completed his residency. Now he only had to go through advanced training and professional retraining. He finally achieved what he had been working towards for so long, and became a resident representative. When everyone left, leaving them alone in the throne room, the Prime Minister, putting his hand to his chin, thought about the new information. Returning to His Majesty, he inquired why he had said that. However, after hearing a question about what he meant, Halman asked to forget about his question. Instead, he wondered in his mind how exactly the king saw Layman now. He could be for him like a child that he abandoned a long time ago, and a completely foreign person to him. However, in the eyes of His Majesty, it was very difficult to read the feelings he felt for his illegitimate son. Smiling, the Prime Minister asked His Majesty if Layman was not wonderful. However, he only calmly noticed that he could not help but admire what Sir Bolton told him. Halman raised a finger and said that he always saw Layman as more than just a healer. The king instead ordered him to examine the evidence found in the ruins and prove the involvement of the kingdom of Droton, to which Halman replied that they were already tracking the magic circle. Hearing that envoys from the Peninsula Kingdom were on their way, the king ordered caution, warning that celebrating the nation's founding was more than just a holiday, and the visit of the envoys of the neighboring kingdom was rather a political visit than a festive one, and his purpose was to make an important agreement about the war that was coming upon them. 150 years ago, the kingdom of Droton gained independence from the kingdom of Houston, after which they repeatedly clashed on the battlefield. And although Houston now had a lot of power, it used to be one of the small kingdoms that had problems with resources. And since Houston was inferior in power to the kingdom of Droton, they did not have enough resources for a full-scale war. And in the event of not receiving help from the Peninsula Kingdom at the ball in honor of the holiday, Houston could have fallen in battle. His Majesty plunged into his thoughts about the future of his own state. Hallman expressed concern that the ambassador was elderly and had a chronic illness. However, the king replied that as long as the representative of the ambassadors lived in the palace, he should always have Count Helion by his side. He was the king's AAA-rank personal healer, so if the king wanted him to be around the ambassador all the time, he was really risking everything. Seeing the king getting up, the man assured him that he would do his best. Rising from the throne, His Majesty asked the Prime Minister if he could see the clouds gathering over the kingdom. He did not answer, looking blankly in front of him, pondering the words about the soon end of a peaceful life. Approaching the window, the king turned to face his friend and said that since war was inevitable, he could only bring victory to the kingdom. He remembered how he ascended the throne after killing all 3 of his brothers. And now he had to atone for his deed with his life, for the sake of the kingdom of Houston, for the rest of his life. Placing his hand on the window, King Odin said that this was why his personal feelings were of no importance. Meanwhile, Saitil, hearing his elder brother's words, grabbed his head and screamed. Limerton noted with a smile that Layman thus had every chance of becoming another crown prince. The 4th prince snarled fiercely as his brother reminded him that he was younger than the bastard, so he had to respect him. Without wasting time, Saitil rushed to his uncle and complained to him about the nonsense that his elder brother told him. Placing a cup of tea on a saucer, Earl Harrison calmly replied that he had a plan. Looking at his clueless nephew, he reminded him of the nation's founding day holiday. When he asked what this had to do with Laymond, the redhead replied that they could plant the bastard at the feast. He will be present at the celebration for the first time as a baronet, and since he was an illegitimate child, he had no idea about etiquette. So the count expected to lower the boy's status from a respectable healer to a black man. Placing his fingers to his chin, Saitil smiled as he said he was ready to take responsibility for his brother's awkward situation. Grabbing his cup of tea again, Harrison smiled as he said he couldn't wait for the holiday. And on the holiday, as Baronet Pennon dreamed, all attention will be focused exclusively on him. As he sat in his clinic, Layman thought about how he should prepare for the celebration. It was supposed to be a great opportunity for him to advertise, as well as attract VIP clients that would bring fame and fortune. After moving from the old barn to the casino building, his clinic became the most prominent in the area. And despite the fact that after the closure of Maple, many other clinics appeared, none of them could surpass it. Some people even suggested including his clinic in the top 3, right after Raoul and Helion. However, despite their popularity, they did not have the same income. He even considered raising the prices, as in other clinics, but immediately rejected this idea. The boy looked out the window and saw 2 boys near the clinic. One had a bandaged leg and was walking on crutches, and the other had a bandaged arm. However, despite this, the boys laughed merrily, despite their injuries. Looking at them, Layman thought about how he could take a lot of money from poor people. The healer was distracted from his thoughts by Hanson and Christine, who came to his office. Hearing the voice of the senior apprentice, Layman turned and looked at them in surprise. They asked if he was worried about the banquet, remembering how he saved Princess Sophia last time. In his mind, the doctor answered that he was actually just afraid to do business with the nobility. However, Rybjorn noticed that despite his concern for patients, he should also think about himself, because not everyone will be well disposed towards him. Laymond knew at once that she was referring to those who would look down on him because of his rank. And in Hanson's opinion, the teacher should have worried about the fact that envious people might meet at the holiday, since it has become popular. Laymond thought that no business whose founder was despised could succeed, so he had to do better. His students excitedly offered to teach him social interaction and dancing. At this, the healer smiled and thanked him, but replied that there was no need for this. To this, Hanson replied that there would be a lot of high-ranking nobles at the reception who would be very particular. However, the healer smiled and reassured them, telling them not to worry. In the next moment, not paying attention to their objections, the boy shows the students from the office. Slamming the door behind them, Layman thought about the fact that these 2 had greatly hindered him from carrying out his plan. He scratched his head, not expecting the students to pounce on him like that. Glancing at the notification windows, he thought to himself that he was usually quite uncomfortable being at a holiday like this with no social skills. However, things were different now, as he needed to gain skills outside the clinic, and for that he needed to master social interaction. This kind of skill was useful for healers, as they made contracts with pharmacists and were invited to many places, so it was only a matter of choosing what to learn first. Looking at social skills, Laymond wondered if there was one that would solve his problems right away. Suddenly, his eyes fell on a skill called Person with Good Taste. which immediately caught the healer's interest. When he bought it, he thought about the fact that the skill had a limited activation time, and he was also worried about whether everything would be fine. On the day of the celebration, Christine asked Rao if he was ready to protect their master, to which he said he was always ready to do so. The girl remembered the tearful Hansen, who complained that he could not go to the banquet. Hearing the master's voice behind them, they turned and froze when they saw what he looked like. Pointing a finger at the entrance, Lehman suggested that they finally go inside. However, Rao and Christine still could not understand what exactly happened to the healer. Seeing the notice that he should use the social interaction skill carefully because there might be a fight, the boy gave a puzzled smile. Suddenly, he stopped when he saw a message about a new quest which could have a title change as a bonus. Realizing that he would finally receive the desired reward, Lehman resolutely headed to the palace, intending to be the star of the banquet. In the palace, the banquet was in full swing, and the nobles were having social conversations, enjoying wine. Everyone was anxiously awaiting the arrival of Baronet Pennon to see what he would demonstrate. One man told his companion to at least count on the bastard to dress properly. The man still wanted to add something but stopped mid-sentence, looking at Lehman, who entered the hall. He looked so good that he was not even recognized by the courtiers, who stood and looked at him openly. Hearing the new arrival announced as a baronet of Pennine made the man and woman freeze and turn pale in fright. Observing the dignity with which the boy carried himself, they were surprised at his knowledge of etiquette. Lehman, meanwhile, didn't even pay attention to Seitel, who lashed out at him with a gaping squeal. Clenching his teeth tightly, the fourth prince mentally cursed, realizing that his plan with his uncle was falling apart. The boy decided to retire under the wall to think things over. Biting the nail on his thumb, Seitel wondered why Lehman looked particularly handsome today. Out of anger that the plan was being carried out even before its implementation, the third prince angrily pounded his fist on the bench he was sitting on. However, in a moment, with a noisily exhaling, His Highness reflected that he still had many opportunities to embarrass the bastard. When he heard the music change, he smiled, as he knew that no one would agree to dance with Lehman. However, in the next moment, the boy jumped up from his seat, staring at himself in shock. There he saw his illegitimate brother, with whom Lady Christina was dancing. The girl laughed merrily, completely unconcerned about the fact that she was dancing with the king's bastard. A few minutes ago, Lehman was turning his head to the sounds of a partner for the dance, but there was no one. He couldn't decide whether he should dance at all, since that was not what he had come for. With a huff, the boy decided to ask Christine and Rao for help. Turning his head, Lehman noticed that Rao was having a conversation with his academy teammate. But Christine stood alone, trying not to pay attention to the insults that flew in her direction. The ladies of the court, who stood nearby, laughed at her, assuming that she would soon become a commoner. Lehman recognized Christine's sisters in the girls, so he did not understand why they mocked her. However, it quickly dawned on him that they were laughing at his sister because she was a healer. Christine was known as a lady who helps people from a pure heart, and the girl was a real disgrace to the duchy. That is why the nobles looked down on her and mocked her. Lehman clenched his fist at the injustice for the student and thought about how pitiful the nobles themselves were. Looking at the girl, the healer thought that he shouldn't have worried about a dance partner in the first place. Seeing the master heading towards her resolutely, Christine looked at him in fear. He asked her with a smile whether she was enjoying the banquet. After hearing her answer awkwardly that she had just talked to her sisters, the boy asked her to help him with something. Extending his hand to her, Lehman asked her to accompany him, as it was his first time at the ball. Lowering her head in embarrassment at his offer to show the true level of the Pennine Clinic, the girl agreed with a smile. After a while, enjoying the music under the wall, Lehman thought that the dancing had gone quite well. Everyone there watched in amazement at how gallant and graceful the bastard was when he invited Lady Christine to the dance. And everyone noticed that, despite the rumors about her, Lady Christine was graceful and danced like a swan. The healer smiled as he remembered the angry and envious looks from his student sisters. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise as he looked ahead. In front of him, frowning, stood Princess Sophia, her arms crossed on her chest. The doctor bowed, greeting the princess and showing her his respect. Looking up at her, the boy wondered why she didn't say anything and didn't leave. However, she sharply asked him how long he would think, standing in front of the lady. Hearing this, Lehman was surprised that Her Highness wanted to dance with him. Closing his eyes, the healer understood that she wanted him to invite her to dance according to etiquette, but he was very afraid to dance with her. Finally gathering courage, the baronet held out his hand to the princess asking her for the honor of dancing with her. For a moment, Princess Sophia froze, looking at her illegitimate brother, after which she burst into an angry tirade about the fact that she did not have much time to dance with him. Calming down a little, the girl said that she had come to warn him. Coming closer, Her Highness whispered to him to leave the banquet immediately. Not understanding anything, Layman looked at his sister in surprise. She added that her troubled brother had a tooth for a healer, so if he didn't take care of himself immediately, he could be in big trouble. Saddened, the baronet thought that since Sophia had already come to warn him personally, then there really was a serious matter. He closed his eyes, thinking that she could only call one of the princes problematic, namely the red-haired Seitel, who hated him. Frowning, Layman wondered what the third prince was up to. Wasting no time, he called out to Princess Sophia, forcing her to stop. She turned towards her illegitimate brother and looked at him with big eyes. Keeping his eyes on her, Layman wondered why she had told him all this, to which he heard the answer that although his problems did not interest her, she would be angry if her savior was put in an uncomfortable position. While he exhaled, the princess turned her back to him again and advised him to behave wisely and not get lost in the crowd. Putting his hand to his mouth, the boy thought about how best to act in such a case, since he did not know when the opportunity would appear to advertise medical techniques. However, speaking out in front of himself, he suddenly remembered that his title was already defined as the despicable bastard, and therefore there was no time to fall lower. Having decided that it was impossible to retreat, he looked resolutely in front of him, clenching his fists. Satil, meanwhile, was trying to find a partner for the dance, extending his hand to one of the ladies. However, she immediately replied that she had hurt her leg a few days ago, to which the third prince reminded her that she had just danced with someone. Wasting no time, the girl turned around and hurried away from His Highness, ignoring his shouts. Another girl replied that she has a strict father who does not allow her to dance until the wedding. The third said that if she starts dancing so suddenly, she will be close to death and will have to go to the clinic. And the fourth, rejecting the tact, directly answered the prince that she had come to the banquet, not to the correctional works. Furious at so many rejections, Seitel folded his arms across our chests and growled softly through clenched teeth. Not losing an opportunity, he approached Sophia with a wide smile, offering her a dance. However, she did not even let him finish, saying that he has a terrible character, and he is rude and a drunkard, and intellectual men are popular in society. The fourth prince glared in front of him, remembering his sister's words about intellectual men. Just then, Layman was standing in front of him, smiling widely. Not only that, he was surrounded by court ladies, showering him with compliments and inviting him to dance. Seitel didn't understand what everyone found in the boring bastard, but he was going to embarrass him in front of everyone. After a while, holding a glass of wine in his hands, Layman wondered if there was always such a friendly atmosphere at banquets. Suddenly, his attention was drawn by Seitel, who came on stage and took the microphone. Bowing to the audience, the boy introduced himself and greeted everyone present on behalf of the royal family. Layman looked up at the stage as others in the room debated who would give this year's acceptance speech. At the festival each year, the royal family chose a nobleman with a good reputation to deliver a speech. However, the baronet did not have time to think about who would pronounce it this year when the third prince called his name. Staggering onto the stage, Layman pointed a finger at himself in a daze. However, the fourth prince reminded that he was now the youngest aristocrat with the highest reputation in the kingdom. With a predatory smile, His Highness added that he was entrusting this mission to him, as he was sure that he would cope with it best. The healer frowned, as he perfectly understood that this was the reason, and he did not prepare for the speech at all. Looking at Seitel, who was walking towards him with a big smile on his face, the doctor mentally called him a bastard. He was interested in who suggested such a reason, but he quickly realized that this was a chance to advertise his clinic. When he got to the microphone, he saw a notification that his charisma affected eloquence, so with a smile on his face, he greeted all the honored guests on his behalf. The Prime Minister and the King, not taking their eyes off the boy, listened attentively to his every word. Seitel waited with a smile for the moment when he could humiliate Layman in front of his father and high-ranking guests. However, he was not lost, and began his welcome speech with words about the successes achieved by the Kingdom of Houston. Hearing this, the third prince turned to his brother and glared at him, catching up with his gaze. Lamont continued that many more inhabitants of the kingdom needed help, and the task of the nobles was to serve the king faithfully. Listening carefully to the healer, the nobles silently nodded their heads in agreement with him. The baronet said that formalities were nothing compared to being sincere to people and helping them. After these words, one of the nobles said that the hidden prince made him think about his own selfishness. Viscount Langham, who was the ambassador of the Peninsula Kingdom, smiled, saying that Lamond was a very extraordinary young man. Looking at his companion, the man asked to which family the boy belonged, because he spoke the right things. Noticing how he hesitated with the answer, the Viscount tensed, and the smile disappeared from his face. Glancing at Lamond again, he wondered if it really could be who he thought he was. However, in a moment, the man smiled peacefully again, saying that he was sorry that such a guy appeared in the Houston Kingdom. Features hardened as he thought of the courtiers of his home kingdom. Every royal family had its problems. However, the dynasty that ruled the peninsula was ready to bite each other's throats for the throne. They constantly quarreled and killed each other, as a result of which about 70% of the royal family died in 30 years of bloodshed. The Viscount was deeply immersed in his unhappy thoughts, ignoring everything around him. His companion leaned over and asked if he was all right. The Viscount's attention was drawn to Lamond's eyes, the emerald shade of which was considered a symbol of the family that ruled in the Peninsula Kingdom. However, the ambassador reassured himself that it seemed to him, and it could be just a coincidence. Meanwhile, the healer himself finished his speech and bowed, thanking everyone for their attention. Looking up, he wondered why the hall was so quiet if he had put in his best effort. Looking into the hall, the boy exhaled tiredly. With a smile, Lamond thought that the speech had turned out quite well, hoping that he had succeeded in promoting the clinic's services. Suddenly hearing Saitil's voice, the healer turned his head in surprise and glared at his brother in fear. He looked at him angrily, challenging the bastard to a duel. Looking at the fierce face of the fourth prince, Lamond realized that he had just chosen him as an opponent for the fighting tournament.